Other materials, a smattering of gemstones and jewelry, as well as weapons, armor, and other trinkets. The motley assembly of anything valuable enough to go stuffed into the city's treasury. It was more than Sable had expected, and growing by the moment as goblins streamed in and out, lugging more to the pile. The city had been well prepared for this moment. Sable hadn't even specified how much she wanted. Likely, the leadership had discussed beforehand what to give. Did Sable press for more? That was what a dragon ought to do, right? But this was more than enough to please her, and she didn't want to push her luck. For several minutes, she watched the stack grow, the glinting metal strangely entrancing. It filled her with a burning, satisfied glow. Seeing it, she delighted in the intoxicating display of so many valuables stacked on top of each other, riches that were now hers. She made sure to not get too distracted, though those draconic instincts could get her into hot water, especially because this felt like a prime time for an ambush, if that was what Scatic had planned. But she didn't think so, not with news of Gaidenrock having reached them, and Alan is implying that he expected Sable would help the Bonecracker tribe absorb the rust spikes. Still, she didn't feel fully safe. She admired the increasing stack of riches, but stayed aware of her surroundings. When the pile stopped growing, and Alanis looked at her questioningly, Sable said, "It will do." She was more than pleased at the resulting tribute, but outright saying so would be out of character. In fact, she tacked on, "For now." Couldn't let them get too comfortable. The goblins arranged the canvas to envelop the pile of goods, wrapping it up for easier transport. It was a lot of weight, but the thick material, several layers deep, seemed like it would hold. "Chieftain Kirak will want to speak strategy on the rust spike front," Alanis said. "We of course make no demands. I say this simply to inform you. I will return tomorrow," Sable said. "Perhaps I have other goals." She sniffed. "We will see." Mostly, Sable needed to organize how she wanted to handle that mess in her own head. She could hardly face the leaders of Skatic uncertain and without a plan. Her task completed, Sable scooped up Aelin and her hefty pile of loot, then took off. Chapter 37, Hoard 3. Lugging what might be a literal ton of treasure across dozens or hundreds of miles was a bit unpleasant. The weight wasn't so cumbersome she couldn't handle it, but the imbalance of the load made carrying it awkward and picking up speed difficult. More than that, ensuring the thick canvas didn't slip from her claws, or the package otherwise spill open and coins, armor, and jewelry to go raining to the ground, meant she had to take things slow. That said, it was hardly an impossible task, just annoying. Arriving back to Lake Plateglass, and in a cacophony of metal on metal, Sable poured her spoils of war onto the small collection of gemstones that had a second ago been the entirety of her hoard. In a short moment, she had amplified her net worth many times over. The goblins of Skatic hadn't skimped on their first tribute. The system notification reads, "Your hoard is meager, a pitiful collection of baubles and trinkets. This is the fruit of your tyranny. Gaze upon this pile of worthless spoils and understand your inadequacy. Until this mound becomes a mountain, until the weight of your treasure can crush a city, know you have far to go. But it is a beginning. All that metal does have a nice glint. Note, there is a 25% reduction to all stats." That usual wash of greed coursed through her. But strangely, Sable was growing accustomed to it. She brushed away the emotional invasion with only minor effort. Mostly, she was surprised. She hadn't thought she was in for another hoard upgrade. She'd thought it would take tributes from several cities before she broke through to the next barrier. But it seemed the upgrade had come in a smaller increment. Surely future ones would be exponentially more difficult to come by in the same way her empire would grow exponentially faster, leveraging her strength to carve out more and more territory. Or if not, Sable was hardly complaining. She'd take as many boosts to her stats as the system wanted to give her. From 50% reduction to 25. That meant an effective 50% strength increase, a nice boost in power. She checked her stat page. Sable's current status is Juvenile White Dragon, Level 5 Frostfire Sorceress, Hoard Meager, Notoriety Obscure. Her base stats are as follows: Might 234, 312, Grace 234, 312, Resilience 276, 368, Intellect 360, 480, and Wisdom 360, 480. Her stats were increasing faster than she had expected. Not that she had a guideline to go by, but they were more than doubled from her level 1 stats. More than that. Easing the debuff had brought her closer to her base stats, further emphasizing the jump in power. That Skadik had decided to feed her hoard, and thus knowingly increase her strength, confirmed to Sable that likely. They didn't plan to rebel. They would have done so before donating so much to her. That they'd willingly let Sable fly off with an appreciable chunk of their city's treasury meant they'd come to terms with her rule. Gadenrock's fate had cemented their decision if they'd indeed been wavering, as Sable had expected they were. But her stats, what did they mean? Anyway, when she'd fought Granite, she had had working stats of 20. Now, they were in the 200 to 400 range. Presumably, that meant where Sable had struggled the tiniest amount to defeat Granite. Now she would steamroll him. Was it linear? Was she roughly 15 times stronger? What did the numbers behind the stats mean? Levels weren't 1-to-1. So were stats. If an adventurer had 300 in one of the attributes like she did that mean they would have equivalent, say, strength? It would feel kind of pointless if not. Levels being a force multiplier made sense, but stats had to be something closer to an accurate, objective depiction. Why was she musing over this? There were plenty of questions Aylin couldn't answer, but this one felt common enough she should. Stats, Sable said. Are they objective? Is 400 for one person the same as 400 for another? Aylin, who'd been appreciating Sable's hoard with her own greedy glint in her eye, blinked, then turned to face Sable. Her mouth dropped open. 400. That's what yours are. Well, Sable hadn't said that, but she supposed it had been implied. Is it objective comparable between different people? Aylin gawked for a second more, then shook her surprise off. Level 5 with 400 stats. That's insanity. Yeah. Stats are pretty consistent. I think. She scratched her cheek, then frowned. At least, across the sapient races, goblin, orc, human. Between something like dragons and us, she shrugged. I'd figure it still holds. Though. And what are yours? Want to check? Go ahead. Inspect doesn't show stats. It only showed name and level. Other people's inspects could, of course, be denied. That was something Sable had discovered early on. Otherwise, the city of Skatik might have been much more eager to attack her, knowing she was level 3 when she'd arrived. Instead, they'd only had her physical size and apparent youth to appraise her by. Pretty sure you can let someone do an advanced inspect, Aylin said. Not sure, though. Think I've heard people imply it. Here, try. Sable humored the goblin woman. She wouldn't have minded Aylin just listing out her stats the normal way with speech, but if she could receive it the system way, that would be more convenient. She focused her intent toward Aylin, then inspected her. Unlike the normal description of name and level, she got the full listing. Aylin's status is Goblin, Level 1 Dragon's Worn Champion. Her stats are Strength 11, Agility 8, Constitution 11, spell power 4 and focus 4. Huh. They were even lower than Sable had expected. Aylin's 2 magic-based stats were in the single digits. Even, though, that made some sense. Sable was perhaps 100 times stronger than Aylin, even considering that the goblin had received a class, whether it was linear or not. With 200 being 20 times stronger than 10, she had no clue. But Aylin seemed to think the numbers could be compared across species, and Sable trusted that until proved otherwise. She focused back on her own advancements. Intellect and wisdom were growing the fastest. Might and grace, the physical stats, were going the slowest. She was pleased to see that resilience was between the two. Seeing how that was her defense stat, it meant she wouldn't be grossly easy to kill as she leveled. Mostly, her physical strength would be what lagged behind. She also noted how might and grace scaled at the same speed, as did intellect and wisdom. Why was that normal? Was there some modifier that affected stat scaling? And those stats had received the same one. She wasn't sure how scientific the system was. Could her advancement rate be represented by some formula? Had that been done? Somewhere in the world, did she scale faster than the humanoid races? Or were her initial massive stats a starting advantage, but not one that would continue into the higher levels? Like usual, she had no way of answering these questions. She doubted Aylin could, either. She checked on her health and mana. Health points 26,566 out of 27,880. Mana points 1,102 out of 1980. Those weren't increasing with the same speed. Where wisdom and intellect had more than doubled, HP had only increased by 3,000, and mana by 400. Still welcome advancements. But her resource pools would remain a limiting factor for the foreseeable future. She appreciated her growing mana pool, regardless that it wasn't increasing as fast as her stats. More mana meant both better spell endurance and stronger attacks, depending on how she wanted to use it. It was a shame her rapid advancements in intellect and wisdom hadn't improved her passive regeneration much. Her recuperate skill would be what she needed to rely on most. Speaking of that, seeing how she'd massively increased her hoard, her improved recuperate ought to top her off each night, rather than a small portion of her mana, hopefully. Finally, she appraised the last major part of her advancement, her size. It seemed to increase based on a confluence of factors, with leveling, hoard, and notoriety all affecting it. Initially, back when she'd first descended onto Aylin as a newborn dragon, she'd been about a time and a half the height of a large deer and several times it lengthwise. Now, she was starting to put on appreciable bulk. Roughly 3 times as large in both dimensions from where she'd started. She certainly wouldn't be able to fit in that first dungeon she and Aylin had ventured. What was the upper scale? Some stories had dragons the size of small mountains. While that sounded somewhat inconvenient, Sable hoped that was where she was headed. While her improvements had moved her from pathetic to slightly less so, she wouldn't be satisfied until every aspect of her struck terror into the hearts of mortals. If mountainous bulk was off the table, then she demanded to be the size of at least a small fortress. "I'm going to collect the mineral hearts from the rest of the ore crunchers," Sable said. "Afterward, I'm going hunting, if possible. I want to gain a few more levels before the Rust Spike campaign begins." "Will I be fighting in those?" Aylin asked. Sable started, for some reason. She hadn't expected the question. "No," Sable said. "You couldn't contribute in a meaningful capacity, and I won't risk my minion. It would be irritating to find another." Aylin bristled, but she bit down on her response. Sable could tell the woman had a temper, and was prickly about her combat skills, but she had enough sense to not snap at a dragon and her mistress. It visibly took effort for her to swallow her first response. "Though, I think I could help," Aylin said, trying not to sound argumentative, and mostly failing. And what better way to start working on my own levels? Killing other classed is one of the best ways to advance. The casual way Aelin mentioned killing another person took Sable slightly off guard, even though it shouldn't have. Again, warlike, medieval people. And Aelin had already been a fighter for her clan had she killed before. Maybe she had. As I said, I would be annoyed if you died. Perhaps in the future. Aelin didn't seem pleased by that, but Sable didn't care. For your hunts today, though, Sable said, I want to give you some enhancements. It should let you progress more efficiently. Because she would prefer Aelin start leveling faster. A level 1 goblin warrior wasn't much use to her from a combat perspective. She'd been crucial in her plans thus far, but mostly because she needed information and a means to speak to others. In the future, she needed thralls who could hold their own in a fight. Enhancements. Some of her aggravation traded for curiosity. The ones you were practicing with the witch. Aelin hadn't adopted calling Roman by her name as quickly as Sable had. That made sense, she supposed. Yes, strength and speed boosts, with long durations. She focused inward, questing out for her mana, then seized the enigmatic resource, etching the spell diagram. Then pouring a decent amount of mana in a few dozen points, she layered the effect onto Aelin, pleased that she didn't botch the attempt. Aelin's eyes widened. Oh, wow. That's pretty noticeable. She clenched her hands open and closed in front of her, then mimed a few punches. Yeah, this'll definitely help. Good, Sable said. She cast the second the speed boost. I'll learn more. Eventually. I expect you to start leveling faster, using them. Aelin blinked. Then her expression hardened. She nodded seriously. Definitely. Have no plans to hang around in the lower levels. Promise you that. But don't get yourself killed, Sable said. Measured risks. Aelin paused, then nodded, if less enthusiastically. That didn't do wonders for Sable's concern for the woman. But her life was hers to do with as she wished. She didn't seem suicidal, though maybe a bit reckless. She really ought to enlist a hunting partner for Aelin. Her thrall still had 3 spots open, just another thing on the to-do list. Didn't have time. Right at the moment. That taken care of. Sable dropped Aelin off into the forest, then headed for the Danner quarry. After collecting the mineral hearts and boosting her hoard that much more, she planned on going on another hunt in more dangerous territories. She had leveling to do, and if she wanted to conquer the Red Plains with minimal bloodshed, she had better be well prepared. Chapter 38. The Fang Hollows. Cutting out mineral hearts from ore cruncher corpses wasn't the most pleasant of tasks. Their bodies at least yielded to her sharp claws without difficulty. Lugging the objects back was a short, unbothersome trip. The hearts were much smaller than the hive mothers, though not negligible in size. Else Sable would have left them. On average, they were around 1/3 the length of her claw, which, on reflection, wasn't a great measurement standard to use, seeing how she was growing considerably as the days passed. Regardless, the additional metal, though not the most valuable, being comprised mostly of digested iron and copper and other lesser ores, was a welcome addition to her hoard. From there, Sable ventured out onto a leveling expedition. She had gathered what the favorable hunting grounds were from speaking with Skatic. There unfortunately wasn't as convenient a task as the Danner quarry, nor did they know of any dungeons she could fit inside, so Sable needed to sate herself with regular hunting. Her progress, this time, would aid herself alone. The Fang Hollows were a dangerous, crisscrossing series of ravines located far to the north of the Red Plains. In territory no tribe laid claim to, within those rens on the land lurked 2 monsters. In particular, Sable was interested in testing tooth and claw against Toxic mire beasts and brimstone worms were among the most dangerous creatures found in the Red Plains, at least in high quantities. As with the ore crunchers, Sable intended to indulge in a tiny bit of massacre. She had skills to be earning and spells to be honing, and experience came easiest in bulk, doubly so when she could fight so high above her level. Settling down into the sulphurous chasm, Sable peered around the darkness, the glare of the sun far overhead, almost cut off by the angle of the ravine, which twisted down in a jagged slope. If not for her keen eyes, she might not have been able to see at all. As it was, the darkness was little different than broad daylight. She ambled along the ravine floor, keeping tense, but otherwise not too worried. Fights today wouldn't be anything like the Hive Mother. Those sorts of boss monsters were much, much rarer. No, just mundane mobs for her. Today. And possibly a new minion. She wanted a traveling partner for Aelin, not just to secure her safety, but because having a strong companion might help her level faster. Though, that assignment would go to Granite, not this newest member. She wanted a higher-level, more fearsome beast to guard her hoard, hence, seeking out two of the monsters with the deadliest reputations in the Red Plains. For all Sable's advantages, she wasn't the sneakiest of creatures. Trouble found her, not the other way around. The brimstone worm burst from a crevice, and Sable received only a half-second snapshot as her head whipped in its direction. Searing yellow eyes smoldered on a wedge-shaped head, and jagged obsidian teeth adorned its gaping mouth in rows. Its scales were mottled ash-gray and ember-orange, the same pattern as the cracked, dry soil of the Red Plains when viewed from above. The monster slammed into her. Sable swatted it, and it went tumbling across the stony floor, thrown like a rag doll. She disdainfully leveled and inspected its way. Brimstone worm, level 8. Too weak. These were the fearsome, semi-draconic monsters she'd been seeking. But this one was too small and low-leveled to be a worthy thrall. Still gave experience, though. Scrambling back to its feet, not that it actually had feet. Being a scaled, worm-like thing, the monster shrieked at her, the cracks between its scales pulsating orange and red, decrying its fury at having been thrown with such ease. Sable roasted the worm on medium-high. She stopped when it was crispy on the edges, even resistant to fire. The worm crumpled under white-blue flames. Her increase in levels and stats had once again empowered her greatly. This monster was surely stronger than most of its level 8 peers, but not remotely capable of fighting her. With the creature dispatched, she stood over its smoking corpse and nudged at it with a claw. Did it have something valuable inside? As the ore crunchers did with their mineral hearts. She decided she wasn't in the mood for dissecting it, not after so much of the activity earlier in the day, and so simply moved on. Without a doubt, the bodies of the creatures were worth something, but she didn't feel like dealing with it. Maybe for higher-level monsters, where she was actually challenged, she would bother. After cooking her way through droves of the lesser threats found in the Fang Hollows, Sable ran into the second monster she'd been entertaining as a new addition to her collection. The toxic mire beast was a slimy, earthen-colored beast of vaguely amphibian design. A bulbous head and large eyes almost made it seem non-threatening, if not for the horrific architecture of the rest of its body. Slimy secretions dripped from it, and one of the most disgusting scents she'd ever experienced filled the air, wafting away from its body with a green tint. Noxious fumes, but they only made Sable's eyes water. Her natural resistance extended even to chemical warfare. But the smell was a deal-breaker. She would not have her hoard coated with that stench. Disdainfully, she tore the beast apart with frostfire and claws, shuddering and repressing a gag at the smells that emanated from its corpse. She hastily moved on. Brimstone worm. It would be. She supposed adopting a semi-draconic creature was thematic. Anyways, her little cousin, a legless, pathetic one, but fearsome in its own right. Her hunts progressed. The highest level monsters she found hovered around 15. That seemed to be the strongest found in the Red Plains. This part of the world, Sable had discovered, was simply weaker than most. Monsters didn't reach high levels, and neither did the people, hence why Sable remained alive. Not hunted down by a level 50 goblin, marksman. She could fight far above her weight class for being a level 5, but not that high. She took her time hunting through the Fang Hollows and seeking a candidate for a new thrall. A few hours in, an always welcome announcement pinged in her awareness. Path, Frostfire Sorceress, advanced from level 5 to level 6. Skill gained, Sovereign Mind. Sovereign Mind. Grants massive resistance to mind-altering effects. Sable paused. Resistance to mind-altering effects, well, obviously those existed, since she had some herself, and seemed to be poised for even more powerful ones. But for some reason she hadn't registered that such things could be a threat to her. It wasn't a skill she'd hoped for, but now that she'd received it, yeah, pretty glad. She'd rather not be brainwashed, or have her thoughts influenced in any way. It sounded like the skill gave her resistance to anything that altered her mind. Illusions and such, did those apply? Or did it mean strictly in the mind control way? Regardless, a welcome skill, though having something flashy and combat-suited was more exciting. The utility and defense skills were just as great. Heck, Soar had maybe been her favorite, speaking from a sheer time-saved perspective, and that would only grow as her empire expanded. Pleased, Sable continued forward, scorching her way through the many crisscrossing depths of the Fang Hollows. Finally, she found a suitable target. Level 15. The Brimstone Worm was the highest advancement of the creatures she'd found thus far, and the largest, too. A scuffle ensued, not as contemptuously easy as the previous, and afterward, Sable crushed its mind like the pitiful creature it was. At least, in comparison to her, not much wasn't pathetic when lined up to her magnificence. At the egotistical thoughts, Sable paused, then shrugged. She had to keep that in check. But she admitted it was simply part of her now. And it was somewhat true. She was pretty awesome. In short order, her collection of thralls had expanded to 3. Entity, Ignisfang, added to thrall. Thrall capacity increased from 2.5 to 3.5. Entity is of inferior sapience, granted moderate boon to intelligence when interfacing with skill user. Chapter 39. Adventuring Companion. Sable observed the gray and orange scaled worm. She'd managed to not hurt it too badly before crushing its mind, but her dominate skill required some roughing up, so neither had the creature gotten off scot-free. "Mistress," Ignisfang said, bowing his head and wiggling in supplication on the floor, "I thank you for sparing me. This one is not worthy of such mercy." Sable tilted her head, intrigued and caught off guard. Based on that sentence alone, this one sounded more lucid than Granite, to a sapient level, though she didn't think the bonus intelligence worked like that, but less primitive than Granite. Perhaps. And it spoke through telepathy. Granite could use his mouth to make words the normal way. Though, now that Sable thought about it, how he was a big pile of rocks, human-shaped or not. "I'm seeking subjects to aid me," Sable said simply. "Might as well make the situation clear up front. You were the strongest that I could find. Your reward is that instead of death, you will serve me." "This one is honored. Great Tyrant," the worm said, continuing to squirm on the ground in a way that gave Sable the distinct impression it was prostrating itself. "This worthless life is yours through the right of conquest, the way of all things, again." This one does not deserve such generosity. Okay, definitely more intelligent than granite. Surprisingly so. Did that mean the rock golem was especially stupid, not, like, in a rude way, but simply the fact of the matter? Maybe Sable had misjudged the potency of her dominate skill. Though, she remained fairly certain that even if Ignis Fang was better spoken than Granite, he surely wasn't fully sapient. Complex tasks would be beyond him. He wouldn't be learning arithmetic anytime soon. And Great Tyrant, yes, Sable liked that. Aelin had given similar respect when they'd first met, but it had quickly faded. Having an underling willing to recognize her natural might was quite satisfying. I am a magnanimous terror, Sable agreed, but your life is not worthless. She sniffed. I would not lay claim to it otherwise. This is wisdom, Ignis Fang groveled. The great tyrant flatters this lowly worm. Okay, Granite was a pretty cool dude, and Aelin likable in her own right, but Sable might have a new favorite minion. Not really. But the excessive groveling did do wonders for endearing her newest subject to her. She hoped he kept it up. But back to practical matters. How do you handle flight? She asked the scaled, limbless creature. Ignis Fang paused. A brimstone worm, much less one as powerful as Sable had subjugated, were far mightier-looking creatures than near anything else Sable had dealt with so far. Certainly more than a rock golem, or even the larger beetle-like ore crunchers. 25 feet of thick scales, and a gaping maw lined with obsidian teeth. Ignis Fang was a monster in the traditional sense, a beast that inspired terror. So, naturally, he would make a great addition to Sable's collection of minions. Upon returning to Lake Plateglass, she set the creature down onto the grass. The trip had to have looked odd from whatever spectators had caught sight of them, a dragon with a worm in its grip. Long body fluttering in the wind as Sable zipped by at ludicrous speeds. Seeing them, Granite Maul tumbled upward, the pile of debris he'd disguised himself as taking shape into his typical form. In a short moment, the bulky, wide-shouldered rockman was fully assembled. He eyed the worm apprehensively. Mistress, he asked. Ignis Fang is my newest subject. Sable informed the golem. Somewhat surprised, he'd commented. Granite could be placid almost to a fault, happy to react only to direct stimuli. He'll be watching over the hoard. For now, I have another task for you. Granite continued to eye the worm, and the scaled beast did the same in return. Granite hadn't minded Aelin, so the dislike Sable was picking up on seemed to stem from somewhere else. Maybe as simple as Granite's post being taken, though Sable would have figured watching over her hoard day and night would get tiring, and Granite, limited in intelligence as he was, would be more than happy for a new assignment. Then again, he'd spent decades or centuries in the ruins of Nefar, standing guard over a city nobody ever ventured. So long days with little happening was his standard. Regardless, Sable had a task for him. Guard my hoard, Sable told Ignis Fang, making her command explicit just to be sure. But only insofar it doesn't get you killed. If defeat is inevitable, retreat. Though surrounded by a body of water, that could be difficult. Either way, she wanted that clarifier stated. As the great tyrant commands, Ignis Fang said, dipping his head. Scooping Granite up by the armpits, Sable lugged the hefty rock golem in the air and took off for Aelin. Sable couldn't actually sense her minions in the same way she could her hoard, so finding her way to them took some coordination. She'd arranged a simple system. First, Aelin hunted within a general large area, not straying too far from where Sable dropped her off. Secondly, to announce that Sable was seeking her, she made good use of her lungs. The earth-shattering roar that erupted from her could undoubtedly be heard for miles in each direction. With that signal given, a short moment later, An arrow streaked into the air, trailing a long strip of cloth. Considering Sable had miles of territory to be watching, it wasn't the most effective of indicators, but at the same time, Sable had legendary eyesight and awareness, a boon given to her by her draconic heritage. Seeing the strip of cloth fly above the treetops, Sable banked and headed for her goblin minion, towing Granite along with her. "Is that you?" Sable asked as she got within the general range. "That's me," Aelin replied. In short order, Sable descended onto the first of her minions, setting her rock golem luggage down gently in the grass. Aelin tilted her head at the event, hand resting on the hilt of her short sword, and sweat covering her face. She'd been hard at work with her hunting sessions. "Granite will be your adventuring partner," Sable told her. "See how much he helps with leveling. He's stronger, so can work through monsters faster. But I need to know if you get a worthwhile amount of experience." She turned her attention to Granite. As with Ignisfang, she made her orders explicit. "Aelin is in charge. Do as she says. Do your best to level, but keep yourselves safe." Aelin frowned as she considered the golem. "I figure it'll be the same as down in the dungeon," she said. "If he does all the work, I won't get much experience myself." "In the dungeon, I did all the work. Experiment with sharing the effort." "Sure," Aelin said, though she sounded somewhat disappointed. At a guess, she'd been enjoying solo hunts, testing herself against the monsters of the forest. With Granite here, those fights would become one-sided. Sable would take them to harsher hunting grounds once they accustomed to fighting with each other, and once Sable improved her enhancement spells to the point she could ensure Aelin's safety. For now, the low-level forest monsters were an adequate starting point. "I have my own hunts to return to. Do you need anything?" "Not that I can think of," Aelin said, her arms folded as she considered the golem. "Good luck," Sable sniffed. Luck. A dragon didn't need luck, but she accepted the sentiment. "You as well," she replied, then took off. "And again, don't get yourselves killed. You would be annoying to replace." Chapter 40. Quandary of the Tyrant. During the flight back to the Fang Hollows, something unexpected happened. Notoriety progressed from obscure to rising. Sable's first reaction was, of course. Excitement, another boost to her experience gain, helped nearly every aspect of her future plans. The emotion shortly snapped the other way, worry. She didn't want her notoriety raising too fast. It was a far more dangerous stat than her hoard. The more people who knew about her and saw her as the threat she was, the harder it would be to skate by without dragon hunters tracking her down. What had caused it? She'd just been flying along, headed for the Fang Hollows to continue her experience farming. She hadn't done anything. Though, obviously, her reputation would sometimes grow without her direct intervention. Sometimes the threshold for stages would pass while Sable was out and about, maybe even sleeping. The terrifying first idea Sable had was that news of her had spread to a kingdom that mattered, that somehow the humans had heard of her, or the orcs, or anyone capable of mustering a significant dragon hunting force. And while she couldn't discount that possibility, she calmed herself, because other events seemed more likely. News of her probably hadn't leaked to some human king or similar, and thus spread to the populace, because he would surely keep it a secret, not wanting enemies to come hunt and steal his prize. So, more likely, it was that news of Gaidenrock had hit the general population of Skatik, or some other goblin city. The leadership had known Sable had burned the city to the ground, but at a guess, they hadn't informed the rest of the citizenship. But they finally had, and likely in dramatic fashion, and also while promising Sable would be leading the Bonecracker tribe into Rustspike territory to claim their enemy's land for herself, which meant, effectively, their own gain. Such a thing would bring a reasonable spike in notoriety. That had been the plan from the start. When it came to Gaidenrock, she checked on the stat. She knew doing so produced powerful urges, but Sable was just soaring along in the sky. Right now, no risk. Notoriety. Your notoriety is rising. In backwater tribes, the name of a rising tyrant spreads like wildfire, each utterance accompanied by chills running down spines. A city, reduced to black ash for nothing more than refusal to serve a despot. The Dark Ages, they say, have returned once more. Even extinction cannot quench the evil of the great serpent beasts. Had they truly believed it would. This is just the start. A resigned populace knows. So much more is to come. A sentiment you will gladly prove correct. This notoriety currently applies a 25% reduction to experience gain. Sable shivered as the message bombarded her. It was hard to describe just how enticing it sounded. A reputation like that, to be so feared. Even if she planned on cultivating a fake notoriety, she could indulge in the glow the reputation brought. But to more relevant matters, 25%. As with her hoard, that meant an effective 50% boost, because she'd been at a 50% reduction before. So, greatly appreciated, but nothing staggering. She wondered whether the next upgrade would take her to 0%, or whether it would pivot into the positives because that seemed where it was heading. How big would the boosts become? 100%, 500, when the entire world knew and feared her. She figured such powerful bonuses would be all but necessary to survive the hostile attentions of entire kingdoms. Arriving back to the Fang Hollows, Sable continued her hunt. She didn't plan on filling the last 2 spots of her thrall. Better to save them for later. It was certainly sentimental, even foolishly so. But she didn't like the idea of dismissing Granite and getting someone stronger. So she would save the other slots for down the line. With luck, the number would expand. 5 seemed pretty small. Another few hours into cleaning up worms, mire beasts, and other nightmarish ravine-lurking creatures. The fruit of her labors manifested. Path Frostfire Sorceress advanced from level 6 to level 7. Skill gained Spellbound Claws. Spellbound Claws, magical augments are twice as potent when applied to your claws. Huh. That was an interesting one. Based on how she had a sorceress class, she had figured her primary strategy would be staying well and away from her enemies, pelting them with spells. Though that didn't entirely fit the image of a dragon. Did it? To some extent. When strategically useful, she should do so, but not always. It seemed, even a sorceress dragon ought to be able to tussle with her physical implements. Also, it tied in beautifully with her arcana specialty, enchant. Sable had already wanted to focus on the branch of magic because of how useful enhancing her minions could be, as well as the wards, illusions, and mind-influencing effects. But now she had twice the reason to hone that skill. Roman had mentioned spells could be formed with multiple key runes. Doubling up enchant with Frostfire to apply a devastating Frostfire enchantment onto her claws seemed like it would be a beautiful addition to her combat kit. Unfortunately, Sable was far from capable enough to design her own spells. She could maybe fumble through getting something halfway working, using runes she'd already learned. But it would be a horrendous waste of time and mana. So, the skill would need to be shelved for the short term, or at least the full use of it. Sable did know a basic strength enhancement, the same she had put on Aelin. So she applied it to her claws, intrigued at how the spell shimmered across the bone-white material, glistening to her magical senses. A short encounter later, she verified that she had even more devastating slashing power than usual. The opponents already hadn't been difficult, so she wouldn't say the upgrade was necessary, but still nice to have. And once she made a Frostfire enchantment to put on, She expected to have a potent weapon for enemies who weren't a walk in the park as the Hive Mother hadn't been. As she hunted, she considered her future, the Rust Spike campaigns. She needed to confront the dilemmas there. She'd been shying away from the brutal reality of what it meant to carve herself an empire. But she couldn't do that any longer, not with the event looming so close on the horizon. Warfare. Could she participate in it and not hate herself? It was an unsettling question, but mostly because the answer wasn't difficult. But she needed justifications. First and highest priority was that she would bring peace and prosperity to her people that would be what forgave, in some part, her tyrannical rule, and the destruction she would bring on those who resisted. Through violence, she would improve the lives of her subjects, however much they feared and hated her for it. Secondly, she wouldn't jump to extremes. Her first effort would be diplomacy, as in the draconic kind, intimidation and fear. But if that failed, then she would conquer her enemies in the way that created the least destruction. Sable suspected that meant raising high-ranking leaders and dispatching the opposing parties classed. She wouldn't melt droves of common folk to accomplish her goals. If the leaders wanted to throw their lives away by refusing her, then it would be their lives that were, indeed, thrown away. And Sable didn't consider that an easy decision. She didn't want to kill people. But a monarch of any sort needed to deal in such terms. It simply wasn't avoidable. She could hope her reputation would solve everything, but she knew it wouldn't. Running an empire meant trading in human lives. Even the most revered leaders of history had done horrible things of that ilk. And maybe that was a gigantic justification, but those were what Sable was looking for. She hoped such actions wouldn't be common. She had plans for how to increase her reign of terror, the distance her reputation could go toward reducing the likelihood of conflict. Though the biggest ones came with their own moral quandaries, she had access to mind control, enchantments, and other such influencing spells. It spawned its own moral debate with subjugating sapient minds, and similar. In order to minimize death and destruction morally just, or was self-autonomy an inviolable right? Worse even than killing, worse even than mass killing, which such an evil could prevent. Sable admitted to herself that little of what her future held would be morally just. She was dealing in shades of gray, or even shades of black. Maybe the morally just action was to roll over and accept her death. Not literally, but effectively by keeping to herself, not subjugating peoples, and earning her own hoard through dungeons and similar. Such a path, she knew, would mean death. There were too many disadvantages to her existence. Someone powerful would come hunting her, and she wouldn't stand a chance. So she needed her own power, and she needed a lot of it, and she needed it fast. Kingdom conquering was the only way she could imagine accomplishing that. Ultimately, she needed to be a boon to her conquered peoples, even if they didn't know what she was doing. If she didn't lose sight of that, then she could live with herself. She hoped. Chapter 41. Titles. Continuing her prodigious pace much faster than Aelin had suggested regular people could, Sable gained one more level before her hunts for the day ended. Surely her progression would slow at some point, but for now, she blazed forward. Path Frostfire Sorceress advanced from level 7 to level 8. Skill gained, Dominator's Blessing. Dominator's Blessing. Assign a title and grant appropriate bonuses to a member of your thrall. Naturally, Sable was intrigued. It was a skill without a clear definition. A title, appropriate bonuses, what exactly did that mean? By the sounds of it, she simply got to pick one. Or maybe she earned them and doled them out. Though how did she earn titles? In that case, like usual, she needed to experiment with the ability. She shelved serious consideration of the skill. She would wait to experiment with Aelin and Granite, and possibly receive advice. She checked in on how her stats, HP, and mana were progressing. Sable, a juvenile white dragon, is level 8 Frostfire sorceress. Her hoard is meager, and her notoriety is rising. Her base stats are Might 321 Grace 321 Resilience, 407 Intellect, 578 and Wisdom 578. Her current HP is 28, 683 out of 29, 619, and her MP is 322 out of 270. From what she could tell, stat scaling was exponential. She was gaining higher and higher amounts with each successive level up. Sable doubted that was a dragon-specific feature. From the way Aelin talked about it, the higher-level adventurers across the world had fearsome strength, the sort that would boggle Sable's mind. Like, using one obvious example, the ability to turn a fifth of the continent into a festering undead wasteland. Though Sable had a feeling that particular event must have involved some shenanigans, her mana was still above half after all the fighting, mostly because Sable had been quite conservative with the resource. Dipping so low during the hive, Mother had been a necessity. She wouldn't go weakening herself like that for something as simple as mundane hunting trips. Pleased with her progress, Sable left the Fang Hollows behind. She had a skill to experiment with. Huh? Aelin said. A title got no clue what that means. The short, green-skinned woman considered for a moment, then shrugged. Test it out with Granite. The statement amused Sable. Aelin's pawning off of the role of guinea pig had been instant and shameless. She didn't want to be the one Sable figured out the skill on, because she wanted the full fruits of its benefit. To be fair, Aelin was the more useful tool, even if Granite was the more powerful. Sable wanted the skill to be used effectively on her more than she did Granite, too. First, I need to come up with something good, Sable said, in case the cooldown is too long. Assuming the skill just worked in the first place, and she didn't need to earn titles, or something like that. Aelin pondered this for a second, then said, Give him something that lets him share experience better. I still haven't leveled. Think it splits pretty strictly on who contributed to the fight. She shrugged. It'd be neat, if it works. Sable agreed. That application hadn't been one she'd considered, but that was probably because it was a title that entirely benefited Aelin, and not Granite. Not that Sable thought Granite would mind. He seemed to be a go-with-the-flow kind of golem. He wasn't even paying attention to the conversation. He had crouched down and was studying a fuzzy caterpillar as it crawled along a log, ignoring her and Aelin's debate on the strange new skill. If it works, it would be. Sable agreed. I suppose it's worth trying. She wanted to know how creative she could be with the ability. A title that let Granite share experience better, even if he did the bulk of the work, was surely an unusual or specific enough application that it would show whether other similar titles would work. But what would the title be? The title itself, the name of it. It works like that. I think so. Aelin nodded, then tilted her head and frowned as she mulled it over. Mentor Sable suggested, Is simple the goal? Aelin asked. Or does a dramatic one do better? It was a good point. Better to be dramatic than to not, I suppose. The great experience sharing sage. Aelin joked. She paused. Well, honestly, it sounds silly, but it's fancy and on the nose. Less chance of getting the wrong effect. If there's some randomness, I wonder how much you can guide it. I'll try that, Sable said. Maybe the topic was due a bit more consideration, but it simply wasn't that important. If the worst case turned out true, that it had a high cooldown or even couldn't be changed, what titles her minions had was relatively unimportant to her. Even with an amazing one, they remained rather insignificant to her overall plans. Focusing on the rock golem, She declared him the great experience-sharing sage. She felt somewhat silly using the dramatic name, but she was already a giant flying politician lizard that could cast magic, so her standards had recently been readjusted. Dominator's blessing failed. This title is beyond you. Sable paused. She relayed the notification to Aelin. Huh. She said, maybe that means you do have to make it simple. When you're higher level, you can use stronger ones. Sable inferred the same thing. I'll try experience sharer, Sable said, in case mentor is too vague, and I can't mentally guide what the effect is. She did as she said she would. Dominator's blessing failed. This title is beyond you. Sable frowned. Still beyond me, it says. Huh. The two of them considered, maybe if I tie in a negative effect, Sable asked. It made intuitive sense to her. If she wanted a strong effect, one beyond what her level would allow her naturally, then she might be able to make the gap up by giving it a downside. What about the self-sacrificing experience sharer? It was wordy, and like before, kind of silly sounding, but Sable didn't care. It was a title that got the point across. Try it, Aelin said, focusing once more on Granite, who remained captivated by the fuzzy caterpillar. She directed her resolve and newly acquired skill his way. Title granted to entity, Granite Maul, the self-sacrificing experience sharer. She blinked. She'd mostly expected it not to work. Naturally, she inspected the title itself, hoping to glean the exact effects. The self-sacrificing experience sharer. The bearer of this title provides a small portion of their experience gain to their teammates regardless of combat contribution. Additionally, the title bearer receives half experience from all sources. Sable winced. A 50% reduction to Granite's experience gain was pretty crippling. Well, Sable said, it did work. He has it now. The title gives his party members a portion of his experience regardless of fight contribution, which should mean he ought to be able to power level Aelin to an extent. Seeing how Granite was fairly strong for a level 4, he could probably handle up to level 6, 7, or even 8 mobs. Seeing how Aelin was level 1, getting a portion of experience from a level 7 kill ought to be a significant increase to her leveling pace. But the downside is pretty bad, too. What is it? 50% reduction to his own experience gain. Aelin cringed, casting a guilty look toward Granite Maul. The golem had responded to the title with a head tilt, but had quickly dismissed it, resuming his watch over the caterpillar. As always, he remained unperturbed. Huh, Aelin said. Well, can you remove it? Change it. Hopefully he's not stuck with that forever. Sable checked on her mana. The title granting hadn't cost mana. I'll try changing it, but removing might not be smart, in case there's a cooldown. Fair. A short experiment later, Sable received a confirmation of what she'd already expected. This entity's title cannot be changed for 7 days. 1 week cooldown. Sable said, sounds like it's individual. Though, think I can still give you one. That's good, Aelin said. She didn't sound surprised. What should mine be? Another experience boost. Sable suggested. Truthfully, Aelin wasn't useful from a combat perspective until she was much higher level. Giving her a fighting title was pointless, though maybe something utility-based would be nice. Something related to her being a diplomat, or even keeping the title open for when Sable needed something more specific. Lots of good choices. Analysis. Paralysis could be a killer, though. So instead of agonizing over maximizing the ability, she picked the good enough choice, simply using it for something that would be valuable, even if it wasn't the best possible application. Yeah, that'd be nice. Aelin agreed. Think I'll need a downside too. Though, do you want one? It would mean a stronger effect. but is having a downside worth it? Think we can be sneaky about it. Give me, like, a magic debuff. I'd figure we couldn't, Sable said. Whatever rules that stopped me from giving too strong of a title would account for that. 2. Yeah, you're probably right. Aelin shrugged. Well, try a basic experience title first. Then, if we can't, we'll go for a downside that's reasonable. Quick learner, Sable asked. Seems like it'd do the trick. Leveling her attention toward Aelin and focusing her intent, she activated Dominator's Blessing. Title granted to entity, Aelin's a quick learner. Quick learner. Title bearer gains experience 25% faster. Additionally, the title bearer has minor increases to learning mundane skills. Oh, Aelin said, eyes widening. That's even better than I thought. Sable agreed, though not wholeheartedly. Less of an increase than I'd hoped. She said, 25% wasn't much, but learning mundane skills faster is helpful. Seeing how, by being your champion, I'll be getting into all kinds of crazy situations I've got no idea how to handle. Yeah, it'll be a godsend. That was Sable's thinking, too. It made Aelin a more versatile minion, though not any better to start with. She could pick up tasks that Sable assigned her easier, and Aelin had already proved herself adaptable. Now, Sable said, let's see how well they work. It's time you two tackle a dungeon. Chapter 42, Predator's Insight. Earlier, Sable had denied Aelin from entering a dungeon, as a woman fresh to her class, and clearly somewhat reckless. She hadn't wanted the risk. But with Granite there to back her up, and Aelin having had some practice, Sable knew she needed to let go of that sentimentality. Their future simply wouldn't allow for it, as she'd been coming to terms with in the past day. Setting them down in front of the dark cellar, that same dungeon she and Aelin had first ventured, Sable said, I'll pick you up midday tomorrow. That's when I'm heading for Scatic to determine future campaigns. That should be plenty of time for you to get a level or two. Aelin asked incredulously. I mean, a girl can hope, but I doubt that. We are not dragons, Granite rumbled in agreement. Regardless, Sable said. That's the plan. Do you need anything? They didn't. So Sable departed. She still had more hunting of her own to do. Every level she earned further secured her position, so she didn't intend to waste a minute. Less than 24 hours from now, she'd be formalizing plans to take over the entirety of the Red Plains. Those were the sorts of goals best backed up with overwhelming firepower. If Sable had known how easy the first levels would be, and how much stronger they made her, she wouldn't have conquered Scatic so quickly. Because early the next morning, her hunting trip split up by a night's rest. She progressed once again from level 8 to 9. She was scorching her way through the ranks, both figuratively and literally. The ability to dispatch entire hordes of enemies many levels her superior was, it turned out, an outrageously effective way to level. Though, to be fair, that prodigious speed was undoubtedly thanks to her advancements in hoard and notoriety, along with the spellcasting skills she'd learned from Roman. So, conquering Scatic had been a good idea in some regards, even if possibly too ambitious looking back. And in the end, they'd never rebelled. So what worked out? Worked out. Her newest ability would be useful for the upcoming campaigns. Predator's Insight. Gaze upon your enemies and discern those most worthy of your wrath. Detect status, strength, and wealth. It was, in fact, such an impressively targeted skill that she found herself suspicious, or maybe suspicious was the wrong word, revealing that perhaps her intent, her goals and plans for the future actively guided what her skills would be. Because one of her moral justifications had been that if she needed to break a resisting force, then she would do so by focusing on important targets that the leadership of some governing body would be who suffered for waging war against her, not the common folk, of which she could evaporate in the hundreds with contemptuous ease. So, Predator's insight, which gave her the strength, status, and wealth of whoever she pointed it toward. It meant even in the fray of two armies clashing, she would be able to identify those worthy of her wrath. In short, it was a wonderful pickup, combined with the natural stat, resource, and size gains. The long hours she'd spent in the Fang Hollows had been well worth the effort, with the sun crawling up to the middle of the sky. Though, it was time she visited Skatic. She had a war to discuss. Sable thudded into the ground in front of the dark cellar. The guards once posted in front of the entrance hadn't returned. They had, reasonably, yielded the complex to the dragon who had taken interest in it. Aelin and Granite weren't sitting outside, waiting for her, which was alarming. She'd told them to be ready to be picked up at midday, and while it was an hour or two until then, she'd still have expected them to be ready in advance. And considering her newfound size, Sable couldn't venture down into the dungeon to try to find them. Even the large entrance doorway couldn't accommodate her by this point, much less the constrictive hallways. Aelin Granite. It took a second, but to her relief, a response did come. "We're here," Aelin said. Stayed inside in case the guards came back. That made sense. A moment later, the thick wooden doors creaked open, and a goblin accompanied by a stone golem shoved out. Sable was pleased to see they didn't look too worse for wear. Their evening, night, and morning spent in the dungeon hadn't left them with any serious injuries, though certainly tired, sweaty, and grimy. "How'd it go?" Sable asked. "Pretty good. Actually," Aelin said, "got some loot. A level. And I'd bet I'm close to another. Those titles, and your enhancements, are no joke." To a puny mortal, of course they were. "What skill did you get?" "Two-handed specialty," Aelin said. "More used to a shield and sword, but it seems like my class wants a flashier combat style." She turned around and gestured to a greatsword strapped to her back. It was scaled down for a goblin, though, meaning only 3 or 4 feet long, not the impressive size of human greatswords. Thankfully, Dungeon hooked me up. She turned forward, still a bit clumsy with it, but fast learners helping me pick the new style up. Seriously useful. That thing. Sable bet. She wished she could give herself a title. They were both flexible and, while not overwhelming, so fairly strong, especially since, from the sounds of it, the potency of them would increase over time. She appreciated how it would make her minions more capable. As it stood, her thralls weren't the most useful thing in the world. Maybe that was the fault of her not utilizing them to their fullest. If only she were more comfortable crushing minds and free will. A squad of powerful, intelligent servants would be convenient to no end. She spared a look for Granite. Like Aelin, he'd received a smattering of dungeon equipment. An iron helmet sat over his head. Looking a bit silly, he also wielded a hammer. Now, she supposed even for a man made of rock, a chunk of metal would be the more effective weapon. "I also leveled," Sable said. "Again, and I need to test a skill on you." Sable continued. "Tell me if you feel anything." Focusing on the goblin girl, she activated Predator's insight. The resulting effect was strange. Information filtered into her mind, but not neat and tidy, as a stat page might be, looser, freeform. She got the impression that this goblin girl was relatively unimportant, all things considered. Little to no wealth to her name, of no significant social status, though with a powerful patron, and that she was a woman fresh to a class. There was also a hint that those things were on the rise. Sable shook her head. Disoriented. It all made sense with what she knew of Aelin. but it had been filtered through the skill in such a strange way. "Oh yeah," Aelin said, shivering. "Definitely felt that. I expected so," Sable said, though she wasn't happy about it. It would have been more useful if she could use it indiscriminately, without alerting her target, which still meant it was suitable for combat, such as identifying key targets on a battlefield. Hardly needed to hide herself. There. But in the future, when or if Sable someday infiltrated higher societies, perhaps to gain a more suitable magic tutor, she wouldn't be able to throw the ability out without her targets knowing she'd done so. "What's it do?" Aelin asked. "Identifies status and strength of a target, in a general sense," Sable said. Aelin whistled. "An inspect that can't be denied." She recognized the usefulness of such an ability. "Regardless," Sable said, "let's be on with our day. We have a war to discuss." Normally, Sable figured, the eminent leadership of the Bonecracker tribe wouldn't set a war council up in the middle of a courtyard, but their typical buildings were off the table, seeing how they needed to host a dragon. They'd planned for it in advance, at least. The sprawling table, seating 20 or so goblins, was adorned with maps, documents, and notebooks even before Sable arrived and demanded them to gather. It took a short time for the meeting to be arranged, since Sable had given no clear frame on when she'd arrive, but they'd been expecting it. And so within the hour, the War Council had been called. Chieftain Skatik sat at one end of the long table, and Aelin with Sable sitting on her haunches behind her at the other. The Council for the Domination of the Red Plains began in earnest. Chapter 43, War Council. "We all know why we're here," Chieftain Kirak said. "But before we start, we of course pay respect to the great Tyrant." The old goblin stood and bowed, in a surprisingly coordinated display, even disconcerting to an extent. A collection of chairs scraped back, and the rest of the gathered leadership did the same. Sable appreciated it. She swept a look across so many individuals paying tribute to her natural dominance, and a warm glow suffused her. They held the pose until Sable prompted them to rise through Aelin, naturally, still lacking a way to speak herself. The goblins seated themselves. Sable could tell not all were pleased about the situation, but the time for resistance had passed. With her recent advancement, which was made obvious through her newly gained bulk, the city of Skatik alone could no longer fight her with hopes of winning. It hadn't taken much time for her to grow into the beast they'd feared. By the apprehensive looks, much less time than they'd expected. Less than Sable had, for that matter. With the formalities given, a serious demeanor fell over the table. It was time for the war talks to begin. "We find ourselves in an unprecedented situation," Chieftain Kirak began, sounding amused. "In a normal council, we would discuss strategy and tactics, discuss our odds and whether advancing onto Rustspike territory is wise at all. But here, to what purpose, what use is strategy with a dragon at our head? There is no conceivable means of failure." He leveled his attention Sable's way, and the rest of the War Council followed. So the only topic of note today is how the great Tyrant wishes to crush our enemies. We are her instruments. Sable had expected it to come to this, and would have indicated her displeasure if it hadn't. Of course she would be the one leading this discussion, and that her plans held highest precedence. Like usual, the chieftain of Skatik proved himself a deft political hand. He navigated the discussion exactly as he should. Sable spoke, Aelin echoing the words. "The priority," Sable said, "is minimizing death." She let that bewildering statement sink into the gathered people, even Chieftain Kirak pausing, then raised off her haunches and sneered. "I will not have my livestock slaughtering each other," Sable said contemptuously. "Do you think you people are special to me if I let you live? Why would I not the others? They have value. You are no more meaningful than them. My goal, she repeated, Aelin mimicking the disdain in her voice beautifully, is a unified kingdom of which I can make bountiful harvests. Thus, the only lives reaped will be at my command. You are mine to make use of. That left a silence of a different sort. Sable delighted in it. She stalked slow circles around the table, servants scurrying away as she dragged her bulk forward, scraping gouges into the arid dirt. I have learned, in my short time here, how inadequate my predecessors were, Sable said. The gross incompetence that led to their extinction, the unfounded ambition. Their deaths were deserved. Make no mistake, I am not a dumb beast, slavering over gold and jewels, and in this conquest, you will prosper in my wake. Sable swept a gaze across the men and women. But if you cost me reap lives that belong to me, you will discover what I find unacceptable, wastefulness, and you will discover the consequences that follow. Sable returned to her spot behind Aelin, seating herself. The War Council remained silent. I do detest inefficiency, Sable said. This is your warning. Thus, we prioritize bloodless conquest. This will mean, I suspect, eradicating the leadership and powerful class of enemy tribes, should they refuse. She smirked, leaving the implication hanging that included them. Should she ever deem the Bonecrackers an enemy? But even that is wasteful. First efforts will be intimidation. We will extend an offer to join peacefully. The Bonecrackers and Rust Spikes have been enemies for generations, Chieftain Kirak said mildly. And you razed their capital not a week ago. A bloodless conquering seems unlikely. So be it, Sable said. I will do what is needed to break them, but with as little waste as possible. Each life taken is one that could be toiling to my purpose. She knew there was hypocrisy in her words, seeing how these men and women thought she'd burned Gaidenrock down. But that was good. She didn't want to seem predictable, either. But the exact methodology, Sable said, this is where I will allow you to advise me. I don't know these lands, the best path to take. I give you the honor of offering suggestions. The collected leadership leaned back in their chairs and considered. They obviously weren't surprised at her arrogant words, though Sable had certainly unsettled them. Surely they'd suspected she was no normal dragon, but she doubly and triply confirmed it with her speech. Chieftain Kirak seemed more thoughtful than usual. Sable had deliberately framed her conquest in a way that was, while horrifying, clearly something that could be maneuvered to their benefit, should her subjects comply. That was the entire point. Probably not the best from a raw fear and notoriety standpoint, but Sable had plans for that down the line. And taking over the world came with its own built-in notoriety. A strategic, efficient dragon monarch inspired terror regardless of excess cruelty. Though rumors of such brutality would still be useful as with Gaidenrock. Intimidation, Alanis said. Perhaps we... He paused. You could force the remaining cities to surrender. But enforcing that rule will be more difficult, and we'll need to fortify them against the Stonegrins and Nightshades, or otherwise handle them, since they're surely preparing their forces. I'll bring a collection of the Bonecracker tribes classed to Rustspike's cities, Sable said. Then remove enough of the enemy that we have the dominant force there. The city will be ready to be secured by our main troops. How many cities do we need to do this for? The gathering of goblins paused at hearing a dragon talk strategy. Many eyed her even more warily. For all, Sable had already demonstrated herself not a dumb brute. Assuming I can't simply turn away the opposing forces, Sable said, her lips curling up. I'm sure most can be convinced the territory isn't as vulnerable as it seems. We wouldn't need to secure all of them, Kirak said. Only those directly threatened. The rest could come after. His next words came almost carefully. If we knew troop movements, we could make an informed decision. Clearly, the chieftain didn't want to outright request Sable do something as mundane as scout out enemy movements. Heavily implied, though, and it made sense. She could soar around the territory and identify where the nightshades and stonegrins were gathering, what cities were soon to be under attack. "I will do so," Sable said. "We'll need a way to transport our class as well," a new voice said. "If we're planning to invade with a small force, some structure that can be carried." The collection of goblins spared a moment for the strange imagery, a dragon carrying some portable vehicle to deliver a contingent of powerful class into an enemy city. It didn't matter if it looked odd, though. The tactical implications were enticing. She could tell which of these men and women were generals and warband leaders by the way vicious glints appeared in their eyes. Yes, a flying fortress that could spew molten fire and carry invading forces was such a useful addition to a war effort. "And what of Quill and her team?" Alanis asked. "Do we have word?" Sable tilted her head. At the question, Chieftain Kirak sighed, and some of his stalwartness seemed to drain away. It was uncharacteristic enough Sable's interest doubled. "No," the chieftain said. "No word. This campaign will likely need to proceed without them." Quill Sable asked. "Who is this?" Alanis replied. "She leads one of our more powerful teams of classed. They went missing a week ago." Oh, was that another reason Skatic had folded to Sable without fighting back, a missing party of some of their best classed? "Missing where?" Sable asked. "A dungeon expedition near our border," Alanis said. "The Labyrinth of Lost Echoes. Recently opened." He frowned, looking around the table. "We fear the nightshades might have encroached. Even if their delve took a deadly turn, it seems unlikely all 5 would fall." "I see," Sable said. "This group is a useful asset." Chieftain Kirak paused, then leaned forward, recognizing the implication in Sable's question. "We could provide directions to the dungeon," he said. "And Gritson has skill with divination. She could track them down, so long as we found evidence of what happened. Some link. The transport needs to be constructed, regardless, before the assault begins, so we would have time to mount a rescue mission. Should the great Tyrant be willing, of course." Alanis frowned at the older man, as did a few others at the table. It was not the most deft maneuvering, as would otherwise be typical of the chieftain. Clearly, he was invested in this for some reason other than the strategic purpose. Alanis turned to Sable, then said, "They are a useful asset, Lady Sable. Perhaps our third most competent team of classed. The war effort would be simpler with them rejoined to our arsenal." "I see." It didn't take a detective to guess why Kirak was acting oddly. Was Quill, or a member on her team, some relative of his daughter? That was the simplest explanation. It would make sense that a family member would be what caused a slip in his typical demeanor. Indeed, Kirak already seemed to be collecting himself, vaguely embarrassed. He leaned back in his chair, his usual composure returning. "Construct the transport," Sable said. "Formalize the plans for conquest. I'll retrieve this team and scout enemy troops in the meantime. Fetch this divination mage and provide me directions to the dungeon." She sniffed, "And be quick about it. I dislike waiting." Chapter 44. Rescue Mission. Sable hadn't expected the War Council to end with her receiving a rescue mission, but she supposed she didn't mind. Offering to save a group of missing people wasn't the best from the perspective of earning a tyrannical reputation. But at the same time, Sable thought she had framed herself and her motivations well. So long as she could represent her actions as being personally beneficial, she could get away with most things. The team was put together in short order. since Sable herself couldn't venture Chinen into the dungeon to seek the missing party out, being far too bulky after recent advancements. A group of puny mortals would have to do the job. Aelin would, like usual, be her eyes and ears for the event. And Granite, too. She let Kirak and the others organize the details to the plan and gather the proper individuals. While Sable went and grabbed her golem minion, she didn't trust the others to keep Aelin safe, and being a level 2, she was the one who needed protection most. Granite's presence would assuage those worries. Plus, another helping hand was always useful. The rock golem was far from as powerful as Skatik's highest-leveled class, but at the same time, he wasn't a pushover. He was level 4, but hit well above his weight class. Levels were less of a reliable indicator on monsters like Sable and him than sapient classes. From what Sable could tell, 10 to 15 seemed to be as strong as the class tier got, just like the monsters, and those were rare. Even a city of thousands only had a smattering to call on. A few more from neighboring cities and villages, but hardly enough to be drowning in them. Sable didn't have exact numbers. She had hardly quizzed Kirak on them, though maybe she should. Knowledge was power. She should know what forces she had to muster or fight. Should that day come? Then again, it truly felt like she didn't have the time, that she had other things to be worrying over. She'd probably find a moment to dig up these answers, but not right now. Arranging the traveling situation was a bit odd. Sable had 4 claws to work with and 6 passengers, Granite and Aelin. Then the divination mage Gritzen, and finally 3 of Skatik's distinguished warriors. Still, with people clinging on the proper way, she more than managed it. Sable was again worried acting as a giant fairy wouldn't be great for her reputation. But by the expressions of everyone gathered as she set off, she got the sense they only appreciated the practicality of it, not saw it as silly or beneath her. Maybe she looked the slightest bit odd, but being able to fly enormous distances in moments, carrying essentially however many passengers she wanted, was a powerful tactical tool, and that was all anyone cared about. Under the guidance of Gritzen, a taller, spindlier goblin with rusty red hair, Sable streaked across Bonecracker territory, seeking out the dungeon Quill and her team had gotten lost in. The labyrinth of lost echoes. Speaking of Gritzen, the divination mage, her existence confirmed a few worries of Sable's. Primarily, that rushing for power was necessary. A mage capable of sporadic uses of clairvoyance, in determining things she had no right of knowing, was exactly what Sable had feared for her continued existence. Surely more powerful divination abilities existed. Then, this goblin woman wasn't the strongest out there. There were ones that, perhaps, could identify that a once-extinct race had suddenly renewed itself. Sable had crazy powers in the form of mind control and similar, so she wouldn't say she was surprised at the discovery of such strong abilities. Still, it worried her. Her best defense in her current state was only being known by people who couldn't harm her. But without a doubt, that wouldn't last forever, and possibly not even a short while, depending on how clairvoyant abilities worked. Setting out on a rescue mission with somewhat altruistic motivations pleased her. Saving a group of missing people came with far fewer moral qualms than the methodical domination of civilizations that could barely resist her, as would be happening shortly. The red plains streaked beneath them. When she set the pathetic mortals down on the ground, having arrived, they were shaking and fighting away heaves, a few shades greener than normal. Aelin, smug-looking, watched with crossed arms. "You get used to it," she said simply. Of the newcomers, only Gritzen handled the flight halfway well. She stood there, already recovered, shuffling through pages in a leather-bound notebook, muttering to herself. Her eyes flickered between it and the dungeon entrance. Sable also spared an inspect for the structure. The inspection revealed Labyrinth of Lost Echoes, Tier 2 dungeon entrance. Tier 2. The dungeon she and Aylin had explored had been Tier 0. From what she'd seen, Tier 0 represented levels 0 to 5-ish, so it probably increased by 5-level increments. That would make sense, with most mobs and classed in the Red Plains only reaching as high as around level 15, which a Tier 2 dungeon would host. It was unfortunate Sable couldn't go in herself. Not only would it be quicker and safer, but she wanted to explore it herself. But lacking a half-dragon form, she needed to let the others handle it. To be honest, Aylin had initially been intimidated by the 3 men and women Skatic had sent along for this mission. Tall, chiseled, scarred, and serious-faced. They were many times more intimidating than the toughest-looking veterans in her own clan. Warriors in the true way, the kinds of physiques and demeanors Aylin had always imagined high-level classed would have. Some of the confidence she'd been cultivating had withered in front of them, to her embarrassment. But seeing them almost lose their stomachs during the flight, that reminded her they were just people. Her nervousness had vanished with amusing speed, and the event had vastly justified her own gripes with the transport method. She'd mostly gotten over it by now, but the first few times Lady Sable had carried her along had been brutal. Though to their credit, her own difficulties had been before Lady Sable's speed had doubled or tripled. Speaking of that, it still shocked her how much Lady Sable had grown in only days. What was she, 5 or 6 times larger? Now, by measurements, not even bulk, 6 times taller and longer from where she'd started, which meant many times that in sheer volume, she was coming into an actual dragon's body, not the fledgling whelp she'd been. And even that fledgling whelp had been hilariously terrifying. In some ways, Aylin had adjusted to Lady Sable, but at odd moments, like now, she remembered just how insane her circumstances were, how insane her mistress's existence was, and what the future held. Assuming Lady Sable and likely Aylin along with her weren't dispatched prematurely. World domination, or something of the sorts. Craziness. Yes, Gritson suddenly announced, her studying of her notebook coming to an end. I can tell already. Quill isn't in the dungeon. That made everyone pause and look over. But, Gritson said, without something of hers to go by, blood would work. Even I can't discern where she's headed, or been taken. We'll need to go in regardless and find something. Tracking down signs of a fight in a dungeon. Bonner grunted. That won't be a problem. You'll have me to lead you through, Gritson said with a dismissive wave of her hand. The hard part's going to be dealing with the monsters, namely, on a time limit. Whatever happened to Quill and her team, I don't think they'll want us dragging our feet. Banar made a noise of acknowledgement. He eyed the dungeon entrance with some apprehension. Aylin knew why. Tier 2 dungeons were some of the most dangerous places in the Red Plains. I can give strength and speed enhancements to all of you, Sable said. It should help. Aylin relayed the words. She did so in such an automatic manner that she was somewhat concerned she'd mimic Lady Sable's words in a situation where she wasn't supposed to. Someday. She definitely had to be careful of getting too used to letting the words filter straight through. Banar and the others considered Sable's offer, seeming appreciative. Any help is help. Banar agreed. A moment later, as if realizing something, he paused and inclined his head. And we thank the great Tyrant for her aid. Sable sniffed, and Aylin had to fight back some amusement at the exchange. In short order, her mistress had layered the empowering effects into everyone gathered. Sable said that she could feel magical effects, but Aylin couldn't herself. She didn't feel a whisper of power. Mages had rarer skill sets that more mundane classes simply didn't, such as sensing magical energy, which wasn't to say they were more powerful than other classed, simply different. With that done, There was no reason to wait. "Keep me informed," Sable instructed her, "and don't get killed." Aylin nearly rolled her eyes. Her mistress was saying that with almost patronizing frequency. She supposed to a dragon. Any of her minions looked annoyingly fragile. "Don't plan on it," Aylin said. "And it's not like I'll be able to help with the fighting. So yeah, full-time eyes and ears. This mission." She couldn't fully keep the sourness out of the reply. She wished she could have more meaningful impact on Lady Sable's goals. "We all ready?" Bonar asked. Nobody disagreed. So after checking their supplies and resolve one more time, they ventured down. Granite ambled by to the right of Aylin. Hammer held to his side, seeming supremely bored. A Tier 2 dungeon. She wondered what it would be like. Chapter 45. Dungeon. The labyrinth of lost echoes looked more like a traditional dungeon than the dark cellar. Aylin could tell that just from the entrance. Each step down the weathered stone brick stairwell had the air growing heavy and stale. Intricate carvings adorned the walls, swirling alongside them and glowing faint blue. She, Granite, and Gritson trailed behind the 3 seasoned warriors Skatic had sent along. This being a second-tier dungeon, even Granite didn't belong here. Aylin had seen what the rock golem was capable of in the 0-tier dungeon. But while impressive, he would still be made short work of by the monsters here. That kind of hurt her head. Recognizing the power disparity, the rock elemental had reduced the better part of entire rooms to rubble when activating his stronger skills. Aylin had specifically needed to tell him not to take the fights so seriously. Yet he wouldn't stand a chance here. And Aylin was only level 2, a real level 2, with no such racial bonuses as Granite, or to a vastly higher extent, Lady Sable. She, at least, wasn't the only one who didn't belong. Gritson, too, needed to hang behind the real adventuring group. The tall, red-haired woman had been mumbling and sketching in her notebook the whole way down. Clearly, her divination powers worked through writing. Or, so Aylin assumed. It seemed fairly obvious. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell and entering the dungeon's first floor in earnest. The leader of the group, the black-haired older man. Bonner turned a serious gaze Aylin's way. "Stay behind us. Do what we say. Even if it doesn't make sense. I don't like bringing someone of your level into a place like this. But if you listen, you shouldn't be in any real danger." He frowned. As little as can be expected from a Tier 2 dungeon. "At least." "Right," Aylin said. "And that applies to all of you," Bonner said, turning to the divination mage, Gritson. The woman looked up from her notebook, her brow furrowed. Yes, of course. Keep it moving. Rather not keep the dragon waiting." "No." She waved her hand impatiently. "More than that. I'm worried for Quill and her team. The more time that passes, the less I can do to find her. No dawdling." Bonar shared a look with his 2 teammates, Vex and Rukni. Aylin thought she remembered their names being, then nodded. They turned and ventured forward through the large archway at the opposite end of the atrium. The same faint blue designs swirled across the decaying stone. She couldn't make out what was down the hallway. A light mist obscured visibility, making it impossible to see more than a few dozen feet in front of her. Without further discussion, the squad began the delve in earnest, though this wasn't a real delve, but a rescue mission. They weren't here seeking experience and loot, but rather finding evidence of Quill and whatever had happened. That didn't make the dungeon any less dangerous, though. Still monsters and traps aplenty to watch for. Some of Aylin's earlier intimidation returned. Seeing the 3 powerful figures advance through the misty, ancient-looking hallway. Bonar led the charge. He had the most intimidating build of the 3 wide shoulders. Tall, with heavy armor and an enormous shield. Vex, the ranger, trailed close to his left, an arrow nocked and ready to be aimed. Likely, he'd have hung further back in a normal situation. But he was helping identify and clear traps, the same for the dagger-wielding Rukni, who hung to Bonner's right. Aelin couldn't help but trace the walls, ceiling, and floor with her own paranoid eyes. Though surely any traps these three veterans missed would be unidentifiable by her, too. But it was the least she could do to help, so she scanned her surroundings regardless. Granite ambled along, unconcerned as always. Gritson shuffled forward with a distracted gait, close to Aelin's left, frowning down at her notebook. "Take the first left turn," Gritson said. "Yes, I'm certain that's what it's saying." She received some odd looks from the team ahead of her, but a dozen feet further, the mist cleared enough to show a junction. "And watch for the pressure plate," Gritson said. She squinted at her notebook, pen going suddenly still. "Or is that a trapdoor?" "Pressure plate," Rukni said, seeming amused. "There." She gestured with her dagger. A second later, she casually jabbed the blade into the stone wall, then cut with supernatural ease a brick out of it, wedging it out. She palmed her dagger to her other hand, then grabbed the brick. "Set it off," she asked Bonner. "Yeah. Go ahead," Banner said. "Back up, everyone." Aelin did so, retreating with the rest of the team. Rukni disappeared into the mist as they created a wide berth between her and whatever the trap was. "Here we go." Her voice came through the fog a second later. "Doing it now." Stone hit the ground in a loud clink, and some mechanism in the wall groaned, followed by a bored-looking Rukni striding out of the mist. Something screamed. Aelin, and indeed, everyone present winced at the unholy sound. She barely prevented herself from slapping her hands to her ears. Even Granite seemed annoyed, shifting in place with agitation. The wailing lasted for a good 15 seconds, then cut off, leaving the dungeon eerily silent. "What was that?" Aelin asked. The mist had obscured whatever had happened. They only had the noise to go by. "Dunno," Rukni said. "Let me trigger it one more time. Make sure it's one and done." Rukni strode back into the mist, and a second later, stone hit stone for a second time. Aelin winced in anticipation, expecting another horrifying screech, but nothing came. Rukni returned. "All good," Rukni said. "Still step around it to be safe. We just triggered it in case we need to retreat in a hurry." That made sense. Aelin and Granite hadn't been doing that in their delves, simply maneuvering around the traps they saw. Dungeoneering best practices hadn't been something she'd learned from her clan. Obviously, she tucked away the strategy in the back of her head for her own delves. The group continued forward. Aelin found herself anticipatory for what a fight between three high-level veterans and a Tier 2 dungeon monster would look like. They were only on the first floor, and so in the least dangerous parts. But it would still be the most intense battle Aelin had ever seen. The highest-level warrior in her clan had been Elder Crag, at a respectable level 8, to her knowledge. These three were each in the 13 to 16 range. It was a bit amusing Lady Sable had reached level 9 in a matter of days. That took years, if ever, for other people. But most people didn't clear hundreds of monsters many levels their senior in a single day, and call it a casual hunting trip. It was probably ridiculous to be jealous of a dragon, but Aelin would admit she was. The slightest bit. Level 9 in a few days. Insanity. Combat found them soon enough. The misty hallways opened up to a room tall, elegant, but decayed, as the rest of the labyrinth and the three warriors entered, leaving Aelin, Granite, and Gritson to spectate from the entrance. The heralding announcement to the fight was a bestial roar. The following encounter was a blur to Aelin's eyes. An enormous 9-foot minotaur burst forward, seemingly from nowhere, charging with a battle axe larger than her entire body raised above his head. One moment the beast was across the room, and the next, he'd arrived on the group of 3 classed goblins. But the warriors moved with the same speed. Bonar's shield was raised above his head before Aelin even fully recognized that the fight had started. Not just that, but Vex, the ranger, had dashed away, and not 1, but 3 black arrows had already sprouted from the Minotaur's neck, leg, and stomach before she recognized what was happening. The beast didn't seem perturbed by the attacks, not slowing in the slightest. Its weapon crashed downward, searing like a meteor to the earth. Axe collided with shield, and a deafening clang burst through the room. Bonnar held. The stone brick beneath him splintered for meters in each direction, and Aelin gaped at the power behind the strike and how stalwartly the goblin warrior had held against it. The resulting brawl, Aelin simply wasn't capable of understanding, much less tracking. These were some of the strongest warriors in the Bonecracker tribe, which meant some of the strongest classed in 100 miles. A level 2 like Aelin couldn't hold a candle to them. They moved faster than a blur. Even Bonra, the strength-focused class, and the fight was indecipherable to her comparatively mundane senses. She'd grown massively in strength and speed since gaining a class, but the gap between her and them was still far larger than, say, she and a normal person, or even Granite and a normal person. Daggers flashed, arrows flew, and the Minotaur rampaged, tearing up the room. They kept the creature away from the entrance doorway, which Aelin, Granite, and Gritson spectated from, well, mostly Aelin, who was the curious one. Gritson was more than happy to stay further into safety. It took only moments for the fight to end, operating at the speed of high-level classed, at least by Aelin's inferior senses. Soon, the Minotaur had been felled, and with not a single of the 3 classed seemingly bothered. A sheen of sweat was the only indicator they'd dispatched a monster that could rampage through a city. That Minotaur would have wiped out Aelin's entire clan, and all of its strongest warriors, without much effort. 2 emotions warred inside her. First, she was humbled. Seeing upper-level classed at work had been even more incredible than she'd expected. Second, and more dominantly, she found herself excited. That was her future. No, that was her beginning. Aelin had no doubt that Lady Sable expected far more from her minions than a simple level 15. Though level 15 was staggering from her own perspective, she knew it wasn't outstanding for the world at large. Only the relatively weak goblin lands of her home forest, and even the Red Plains. If those devastating attacks were what a level 15 could bring to bear, what could a level 25, 30, 50, assuming Aelin didn't lose her place in Lady Sable's service, or die in her efforts for advancement? Then she would be finding out firsthand. The idea had her blood thrumming. For now, she was weak, but seeing her betters at work only invigorated her to close that gap. She would wield power like that far beyond it, even someday. She swore it to herself. Chapter 46, Braghaven. Aelin watched the subsequent fights with as much fascination as the first. Maybe she couldn't make full sense of them, but they were a wonder regardless. Shadows of her future, assuming she didn't screw up and get kicked out of Lady Sable's service. Gritson guided the group through the mist-filled halls of the dungeon, seeking out Quill and her missing team. With a divination mage to aid them, they made quick progress, turning here and there, descending when appropriate, and likely beelining for the missing party of adventurers or whatever would give them a clue as to what happened. Bonner, Rukni, and Vex were showing signs of exhaustion by the time they arrived. They were stronger than Quill and her group, but not by an excessive amount. and so clearing this dungeon posed difficulty for them, even boosted by Sable's empowering spells. The labyrinth of lost echoes was no walk in the park, even for the strongest of Skatik's heroes. Entering a new room and finding the clear target they'd been seeking from the start. The group went quiet. The carnage was clear, more even than the fights earlier in the dungeon. The room had been torn up in whatever brawl had happened here. More than that, it looked less like the destructive powers seen from the labyrinth's monsters, and more like two teams of powerful classed fighting each other. That had been Skatik's leading theory as to what had happened to Quill and her team, and even Aylin's untrained eye could tell it must be true. She grimaced as something caught her attention. She hadn't been the first to see it. Rukni, the rogue of the group, nudged a severed arm with her boot, looking down at the limb with a raised eyebrow. "Hope that wasn't one of ours," she said dryly. Banner and Vex seemed less humorous about the situation, and they gave the goblin woman a vaguely disapproving look. Aylin didn't fault Rukni for the morbid humor. Some people couldn't help but make jokes in this kind of situation. People handled battlefield viscera differently. Gritson crouched down next to the arm, digging out her notebook and pen. She didn't seem too perturbed at the gore, though neither did she look fully comfortable around it. Either. She was no warrior class, as the others here. "If nothing else," Gritson said, "it will serve as a potent catalyst for my skills. It makes this easier." Which was a grim sort of optimism, and it drew a snort from Rukni. The team went about scouting the rest of the room as Gritson leveraged her class to find answers. But besides lots of blood, structural damage, and the severed arm, there weren't many clues. There'd been a fight between classed, but anything more than that, Aylin couldn't discern. When they'd scoured the space, everyone turned to Gritson, who was still scribbling away, chewing her lip as she consulted with whatever mystic powers guided her class. She didn't seem to be a mage in the traditional sense, or at least not from what Aylin had seen. She had cast no glowing spell circles like Aylin had seen from Lady Sable and the Wither Witch. Perhaps the woman was capable of it, but for this event, she used only her skills and class-given instincts, or so Aylin surmised. "Yes," Gritson eventually said. "They were defeated by a party of nightshades. They've been taken, but there's something I don't understand." Receiving the group's confused looks, Gritson said, "There was an orc here." That made everyone pause. "An orc?" Bonner asked. "What, working with the nightshades?" "No," Gritson said. "Seems he fought for Quill's party." "Huh." All three of Skatik's heroes seemed bewildered by that. Gritson shrugged. "My powers aren't perfectly reliable, but to suggest something so odd, with such recent and potent evidence, I think it's accurate. An orc was here. I'm fairly confident he fought with Quill. That's all I can say." The group chewed over this, and Vex said, "Doesn't change anything, I guess." "No," Bonner said. "The mission is the same." He turned to Gritson. "They're alive." "Then, 4 of them are," Gritson said. "1 died, but I don't know who." That, obviously, brought silence to the group. Nobody seemed surprised, but that didn't mean it was good news there'd been casualties. "1 isn't so bad," Rukni said. 4 alive. About the best we could expect from something like this. Vex shot the dagger-wielding woman an annoyed look, but Rukni shrugged in reply. Aylin could tell the woman had a fatalistic view on the world, both from her earlier jokes and now this. Aylin could see Bonner and Vex agreed with what she'd said, but they thought stating it outright was too blunt. That Quill's entire team had died had been a distinct possibility. Only 1 fatality really wasn't so bad. They were captured. Then, Bonner asked Gritson, "Where were they taken?" "To Braghaven, I believe," she replied. "They're imprisoned. Already. This happened some days ago. The team of adventurers grimaced as one, already at Braghaven. Bonner said, "So we're too late." Through the events of the dungeon, Aelin had been feeding the happenings to her Lady Sable. She had mostly listened in a passive manner, not replying. Now, she chose to chime in. In Aelin's mind, she heard a dragon snort. Aelin relayed her words, feeling her own dry sense of amusement. "Not much we can do," Aelin asked. Lady Sable takes offense at that. The three classed goblins looked at her, blinking. Aelin suspected they'd mostly forgotten they had a dragon on standby. "Right," Rukni said, a grin splitting her face. "We can't charge an enemy city for a prison break, but a dragon. Maybe rip open the roof and give us a few minutes to find them." "No problem. The three of us can't handle an entire city of classed," Bonner said, a concerned expression on his face. "But if they're not prepared, and we search the space quickly, we can be in and out before they mount a meaningful response." "It won't be no problem," he said, shooting a reproachful look at Rukni. "But possible. Prison break." Then, Vex agreed, and the slightest bit of terrorizing a populace. Sable said. Aelin could tell by her tone that it was addressed toward her. Idle commentary, and not meant to be relayed to the rest of the group. "I think it's time I let my name spread to other tribes, so they're prepared for their eventual surrender." As always, Lady Sable considered the event from a utilitarian approach. It was, while not as terrifying as a dragon willing to rampage through cities at the slightest offense, still enough to send a shiver down Aelin's spine. Strategic dragons. This world didn't stand a chance. But handling escape, assuming we find them. Banar said, "All of us. And 5 more. 4 more, Rukni corrected. He grimaced at that. 4 more. He agreed. He turned to Aelin. "Lady Sable can carry us all." He obviously didn't mean from a weight issue, but a logistics perspective. Sable had already had her hands full lugging 5 goblins and a stone golem to the dungeon. 4 more would be rather ridiculous. Still, she hardly couldn't. "Just have to be creative," Aelin said. "Hold on to each other, I guess. Then let's get a move on." Banner said, "We've found what we needed, and I don't want Quill and her team stuck in enemy territory any longer than necessary." He grimaced, considering what might be happening to her. Aelin didn't know how the northern tribes handled prisoners of war, but she doubted they were living in luxury. They spent a few more minutes going over the scene of the fight, but found no new information. Soon, they backtracked their progress through the dungeon, headed for the surface. They faced minimal resistance. The dungeon didn't restock itself that quickly, though 1 or 2 stragglers did pose some threat. You weren't ever fully safe in the dungeon, and some traps only activated when moving in reverse, so the 3 veteran adventurers made sure to scour the floor, walls, and ceiling with as much diligence as the first time through. Not more than 20 or 25 minutes later, they'd climbed back to the surface. Lady Sable was there, waiting for them, seeming impatient. Aelin knew she'd been practicing spellcasting while they ventured through the depths, so she hadn't been truly bored, but waiting on a group of goblins likely grated her nerves. More patient than a typical dragon or not. After a quick battle plan discussion, Sable lifted the group into the air and took off. Their destination, the city of Braghaven, situated near the border of Bonecracker and Nightshade territory. A prison break. Not how Aelin had expected the day to go. Setting off for War Council discussions. But that was life as a dragon's minion, she supposed. Always something new. To be honest, it sounded kind of fun. Chapter 47. Prison Break. To Aelin's delight, Lady Sable didn't forbid her from aiding in the prison break. She'd half expected it. Seeing how reticent her mistress was from sending her into potentially lethal situations, that she'd been led into the Tier 2 dungeon had also been a surprise. It was a shame Lady Sable didn't have a real diplomat. Aelin would much rather be her warrior than her eyes, mouth, and ears. The city of Braghaven came into sight. It was smaller than Skatic, being only a larger city of the Nightshade tribe and not its capital. But it was still many times grander than Aelin's clan. It was odd how quickly her standards were adjusting. Though, her first glimpses of Gaidenrock and Skatic had stolen her breath. Now, she barely thought twice of them. She even found them underwhelming. Comparing them to the grand cities found in other lands, not that she'd even ever seen one, but she'd heard stories of the human and orc capitals, or the sprawling forest cities of the elves, or the gargantuan underground chambers of the dwarves. The Wither Witch had alluded to Aelin's people being primitive, and Aelin knew, in an objective sense, they very much were. This mission shouldn't be deadly. They were dropping in, unannounced, into a city wholly unprepared for 3 of Skatic's strongest class, plus a dragon, a golem, and Aelin, who, while the smallest by far of the mentioned pieces, was still a classed warrior. She'd handle 4 to 5 regular soldiers with ease. Or, maybe, she was still rather untested in that regard. But with this being a direct mission of Sable's, Aelin would have her first skill bolstering her stats, making her even stronger than usual. They hadn't fully explored that ability's capabilities, but it seemed to scale on a confluence of factors. The more important Sable's task, the stronger the boosts became. Gritzin's powers with divination were endlessly helpful. Using the severed limb, which they had gruesomely carried along, she was able to pinpoint exactly where the 4 prisoners were being held. Arriving to the city proper, Lady Sable activated her horrifying aura, and like usual, Aelin's mind went white. The effect didn't discriminate between ally or enemy. It doused every living creature nearby with distilled terror. Even with all of Aelin's experience tolerating the overpowering fear, she struggled to keep her composure, especially because it was getting stronger. Lady Sable's recent level-ups had amplified the potency of the effect. Aelin couldn't see the exact reactions of the other goblins in Lady Sable's grasp, but she could see them stiffen. Likely, they weren't as weak to the ability as Aelin, thanks to their level and stats, but neither did they have the experience in tolerating it. But they'd been warned, so they hardly lost control to the burst of panic. An ear-splitting roar burst through the air, punctuating their arrival into the city. Lady Sable descended onto the prison with shocking speed, the red clay and wooden buildings of Braghaven rushing up to meet them. They'd discussed their plan of attack in advance, not that there was much of a plan. Gritzin could divine the general location of where the missing party had been taken, but not the exact layout and cells of the prison. So, the plan was to improvise. While their unexpected arrival bought them some safety, the mission wasn't wholly safe. Quill's team, while not as strong as Bonner, Vex, and Rukni, were no pushovers, hence why Lady Sable deigned to save them at all, and they'd been defeated. Thus, a powerful group of classed existed somewhere in the city of Braghaven, and that they would respond to their arrival in time to contest them was more than possible, not guaranteed. With the unexpectedness of their invasion, but within the realm of possibility. Aelin's heart slammed as the prison structure came closer and closer. This wasn't her first mission, or first combat, under Lady Sable's orders, but truthfully, it was the first real one, of the sort she'd actually expect, being a dragon's minion. Not diplomacy or dungeoneering, but fighting through an enemy city to fulfill some greater purpose of her mistress. Lady Sable arrived, and none too gently discarded her cargo. Only Gritzin remained in the dragon's grip, and the divination mage simply wasn't much use in combat, and had exhausted her mana pool discerning what she already had. She would stay with Sable. Aylin scrambled to orient herself. She'd been in a fair amount of combat in her life, and some of it even against actual opponents during minor raids against other clans. But this was on a different level. Not only was she vastly underleveled compared to her teammates, but this wasn't remotely a typical combat. The team of 5, the 3 veterans, Granite, and her had been dropped off at the front entrance of the prison, and everybody everywhere was in a frenzy. That included her teammates. The moment Bonner's feet had touched the ground, he was rushing forward. 4 armored guards were unconscious before Aylin had even finished finding her footing. The only reason Aylin had really been sent down here was to, like usual, be Lady Sable's eyes and ears. She wanted status updates. If she needed to, she'd tear the building open to come help, but that had obviously not been the initial plan, because collapsing the building on top of the prisoners' heads would be counterproductive. Aylin could tell Lady Sable's bulk was irritating her more as the days passed. She wanted her half-dragon form so she could solve these problems herself. A heavy hand patted her back to spur her into motion. "You're with me," Vex said. "The golem, too." Without waiting for a reply, he was rushing in after Banrar. As planned before, they'd be splitting into 2 parties to cover ground more efficiently. Time was of the essence. They wanted to find their captured allies before Braghaven had time to mount a real defense. Aylin was disoriented, but she could at least follow orders. Her legs carried her forward by instinct. Granite ambled along next to her, matching 3 of her strides with one long, slow step of his own. His hammer swayed to his side almost lazily. He seemed, as always, dispassionate to the whole event. Aylin knew it said nothing about his combat abilities. The oafish pile of rocks was almost unfairly devastating with those thick hands of his, much less his new hammer. Unconscious bodies piled up at a nearly comical rate as they pushed into the prison proper. Vex's and the others doing, of course, not hers. The various prison guards were laid out in lumps, out cold, before Aylin could fully recognize what was going on. Not dead, or at least not intentionally so. Clast didn't kill regular folk, not if they could help it. And to level 15s like Vex, Bonner, and Rukni, they could certainly help it. That was a simple rule of war. Other Clast, of course, were fair game regardless of their level. And rules of war had a tendency to break down in heated combat. But at least here and now, they adhered to the code. An iron gate led deeper into the prison, out of the entrance area, and it was ripped open. Hinges bent, and the whole assembly leaning sideways. Banar had torn the gate open without more than a grunt. He wouldn't be able to treat the classed holding cells with the same disregard. But for the majority of the prison, mundane materials couldn't hold up against high-level strength-based classes. As demonstrated, their groups split left and right, entering the main prison hallways. There were less guards, though still some. Vex had arrows sprouting from arms and legs before she could even fully clear the room. Then a knife handle to the skull had them slumping down. Aylin felt briefly silly at her earlier thinking that she'd be able to contribute. Once again, she was present only to feed information back to Sable, which she did so as a matter of instinct. By this point, narrating the events mentally even in the crazed frenzy of the prison invasion. They scoured the prison. A stairway down led them into the earth, where they expected the reinforced cells for holding Clast would be. Indeed, the second layer of the prison was smaller, but far sturdier. It took some prying and grunts for Vex's dagger to cut through the locks and give them further access. The guards were no more powerful, though the city of Braghaven could hardly afford to have strong Clast doing something as simple as guarding prisoners. especially because this sort of prison break, so quickly after Quill's disappearance, was simply absurd. Nobody could expect a dragon flying an invading party of classed in. Vex looted a pair of keys off an unconscious goblin lump, then continued forward. Likely, the reinforced cells wouldn't be susceptible to even his enhanced strength. They needed the keys, running through hallways and opening cell doors which were thick slabs of magically reinforced stone. Rather than the iron bars up above, they quickly found the first of their targets. The prison hardly had an abundance of classed prisoners. The sight awaiting them wasn't pretty. They had, it seemed, stumbled upon the goblin whose severed arm had helped Gritzin divine the missing party's fate. "Zeph," Vex said. "Hells, man. You've had better days." Zeph had already been standing and alert before Vex had found the key to let them into his cell. He stared, baffled, at Vex, Aelin, and Granite. Obviously, the rock elemental took the majority of his attention. Not because Granite was the most dangerous, but because it made zero sense for him to be here. A golem helping break him out of prison. "Don't stand there and gawk," Vex said, already knelt down and grinding away at the thick chains with his dagger. While a normal weapon couldn't break through the reinforced metal, Vex had a class and surely a high-level magical weapon helping him along. Still, it wasn't an instant effort, and he grunted as he pried the chain apart. "You know where the rest are, Quill and them?" "Vex," Zeph finally stuttered out, finding his words. "What? How are you here?" "A dragon flew us," Vex replied, and Zeph stared blankly in return. Breaking his manacle, Vex spurred the goblin with a missing arm forward. He shook himself out of his shock. "Quill," Zeph said, putting aside the dragon comment. "No, I don't know where they are. Obviously, stuck in here. Remember?" "Figured," Vex said. "Worth asking. Well, you're joining the effort to find them. You good to walk?" "Down an arm," he said dryly, waggling a bandaged stump, then wincing. "Not a leg. But fighting, not so much." "That's fine. In and out is the goal. We're on a time limit." They rushed out into the hallway. Who was it? Anyway, Aelin didn't understand Vex's question right away, but Zeph apparently did. It was Yuv and her team. He said, "They caught us in the middle of a fight against one of the dungeon's stronger encounters. Worst timing possible." His face darkened. "They got Ripple. Ripple being the casualty of the encounter. Aelin could infer." Vex winced and didn't reply. Already at the next cell, with Vex fumbling around with keys at a supernatural speed. "Which was a weird sight," Vex replied. "Those two are the dragon's minions. By the way, her eyes and ears, I guess. Don't let them get hurt, or we're probably dead." "Dragon," Zeph said. "What the hells are you talking about?" "Vex." He paused, then said, "Wait. That sound from earlier, the roar. Our benevolent patron." Vex confirmed. "She's our escape plan too. But explain later. No time now." The next cell's lock clinked open, Vex finding the proper key, and he hurried forward. Aelin assumed Zeph hadn't felt Sable's horrifying aura on her arrival. Then, since he seemed mostly bewildered by the possibility of a dragon, did Lady Sable's skill require eyesight, or otherwise some sort of awareness that Sable was there? It had quite an enormous range, but apparently didn't work on everything within it. Inside the next prisoner's room was Quill, whose first introduction was a hurtling pipe, aimed directly at Vex's skull. Chapter 48. Burst. Vex, at least, seemed to have been ready for something of the sorts. As a ranger, an agility-based class, he was well equipped to dodge an unexpected attack, ducking down and letting the impromptu weapon sear past where his skull had a second ago been. Vex tensed, then followed up. He crashed into Quill's stomach in a tackle, throwing the two of them into the floor. Quill hit hard, the goblin woman slamming into stone hard enough to crack it. Aylin's eyes widened at the brutality of the response, but Quill only seemed dazed. High-level adventurers, Aylin had to remind herself, even their casual attacks could break stone. Vex rolled over and stood, leaving a stunned goblin woman beneath him. "Quill," he said, "good to see you. Bit rude to treat your rescuer that way, but whatever." Quill groaned in response. "Get up," Vex said. "Any idea how long till backup's on the way?" "UV's team is still in the city," Zeph replied, sparing an amused look for his winded teammate. "So pretty quick." He shook his head. "Seriously, how are you here?" "Vex, and what's the plan? We're not trying to cut our way out of the city, are we? Since it doesn't seem like subtlety is the plan. You won't believe me till you see it, so there's not much point in repeating myself." Vex said, "We've got a dragon helping us. Anyway, let's worry about getting everyone out." He tugged Quill up by the hand, and the dizzied woman finally seemed to be orienting herself. Vex got to work cutting away her bindings, as he had with Zeph. "Vex," she finally said. "How are you? It doesn't matter. How many are here?" "It's me, Bonner, and Rukni." Aylin wasn't surprised she and Granite weren't included in the list. They were mostly spectators to this event. "That's it. Not enough for you. Where's Bonner?" "Collecting the others, if I had to guess." With comical timing, an enormous clang echoed through the hallway. It sounded like someone crashing through a metal gate. "He's probably more efficient than me," Vex added dryly. "Bet he's found them already." "And who are these two?" Quill asked, eyeing Aylin and Granite. "Don't worry about it," Vex said, apparently truly not wanting to repeat himself about having a dragon patron. "They're allies." Quill accepted that. She locked eyes to Zeph. "We'll need to find Drun." Zeph hesitated, but nodded. "Drun?" Vex asked. "An orc," Quill said. "He was helping us in the dungeon. Long story." "Ah," Vex said. "I was wondering when that would come into play. Sorry. Gritson mentioned an orc. Gritson's here. She's with the dragon." "What dragon?" Zeph asked, exasperated. Quill's bindings broke, and Vex didn't waste a moment before he was out into the prison hallways. The rest of the team followed after him. Down the dark, dingy underground hallway, Bonner, Rukni, and 3 others were gathered. A thick metal door was mangled, which they'd forced their way through, the source of the noise from earlier. One of the newcomers was an orc. It seemed Quill's other teammates had already given the message to the other half of the rescue party, and they'd collected him. The orc was far and away taller than anyone besides Granite, somewhere around 6.5 feet, at a guess. He didn't look like what Aylin would have expected, though, being slimmer than what came to mind when she thought orc. He was still wiry, and with thick muscles, certainly larger than even Bonner's comparatively small frame. But Aylin had always imagined orc warriors to be giant slabs of meat, walking brick walls of muscle, though maybe he wasn't a warrior, and instead some kind of healer or mage. She didn't know much about this mysterious new character. Even Vex and the others were bewildered at how an orc had somehow joined Quill's team. While orc territory wasn't a staggering distance from the Red Plains, even sharing a northern border. They weren't close to the Bonecrackers, either, and the two lands were split by a dangerous desert. Nobody wasted time making introductions. They were still on a time limit, though there would be questions about the orc later. For now, Vex just nodded at Bonner when he saw them. "We've got everyone." "Seems so." "The fun part, then," Vex said. "Get ready for a fight." Aelin signaled to Sable that they were ascending through the prison and back to the surface. Her mistress, in turn, relayed that forces had gathered outside the prison's exits and that they were definitely in for a scuffle. They had made quick work of breaking out their prisoners, but Braghaven had organized a response just as quickly. More than the mundane gathering of guards surrounding the prison. Though, there was even worse news. "There's a party of classed ready for us," Aelin said. "Lady Sable has identified them. Probably the ones you were talking about. And 50 or so unclassed soldiers joining them." "What's the plan?" Bonner asked, unperturbed. They were up in the lobby now, hesitating before leaving out into open air. Aelin relayed the question and waited for Sable's response. "I'll handle it," she finally replied. "Be ready to grab on." The party posted up against various windows and peeked through. They would exit when Lady Sable handled it, whatever that meant. Aelin would admit to some interest how she planned to. She hadn't actually seen much of her mistress's capabilities. While she'd been present for her and the Wither Witch's practice sessions, Aelin hadn't seen Sable really try to do anything, especially not handle a full team of classed adventurers and a contingent of regular soldiers. She had a somewhat good view of the incoming spectacle through the prison's window. Aelin wasn't worried about retaliation. The crowd of soldiers were already scattering, which Aelin was fairly certain meant Sable's descent had begun. While the soldiers had maybe been willing to stand against the invading classed, a dragon had broken their morale instantly. The group of enemy classed were made of sterner stuff, though, and didn't flee like the regular soldiers. The adventurers weren't fully geared up as they would normally be, thanks to the rush to get to the prison, but were rather in a motley collection of whatever they'd been wearing or could throw on in time. Still, all they really needed were their classes and weapons, which the group of 5 goblin warriors held at the ready as Sable approached. The ranger of the group was already pelting arrows upward into the air. Another held a staff at the ready, a large arcane inscription taking shape. The tank of the group had his shield raised, and a protective aura radiated from him, forming a dome around his party. Each of the teams classed were bracing for Sable's arrival, and Aelin watched, fascinated, for the result. Lady Sable against a team of Braghaven's elite classed. Would they stand a chance? How one-sided would this be? "What are we waiting for?" Zeph asked, who, at a guess, still didn't fully believe in the dragon backup part, and couldn't see Sable through the restrictive viewport of the prison window. "What's going on?" Aelin didn't see Sable arrive, but she saw the streak of white-blue ice as it flew toward the group, heralding the arrival of her first spell. Aelin had been the relay between Sable and the Wither Witch, so she knew the impromptu names of her spells. Frostfire Grasp. She called this one, a spell intended to lock down enemy opponents, a root, a standard spell in most mage kits. Except the scale of the ability was like nothing Aelin had seen before. Slamming into the bulwark energy shield the tank had created for his team, the spell activated, and the party of 5 simply disappeared. 3 rings of gigantic walls of ice erupted all around them, frostfire swallowing their party whole, unhindered by the flimsy defenses of the strongest class the city could muster. The strength of the ability, the sheer density and size of the burning ice crystals that appeared, boggled even Aelin's mind. It spread out through a good portion of the space outside the prison, entombing the opposition in its entirety. The rest of the group inside the prison were equally stunned. Though battle-hardened veterans, they didn't hesitate to take advantage of the spell. With the enemy party swallowed by Lady Sable's Frostfire Grasp, it was time they left. They rushed out, scanning the sky for their exit vehicle. She could hear and even feel shockwaves, to an extent thrashing, coming from inside the Frostfire prison, with ice splintering in gigantic cracks as the imprisoned enemies struggled to break free with either physical might or retaliatory spells. Though they'd been made to look like children, they were still high-level classed and putting up a good fight in breaking out. Aelin didn't envy their circumstances. Those frostfire crystals were excruciating to be around, and Aelin hadn't even ever directly touched them, level 15 classed or not. Being suffocated in a 20-foot-tall cage of the burning hot material had to be excruciating. Aelin wasn't sure if they'd live, though she thought they would. Cracking ice suggested they hadn't died instantly by the attack. But if they did make it out, they weren't going to love their recovery period. Burns were pretty awful, much less ones of the potency an empowered dragon mage could produce. There was some trepidation in the various members of the escape party when it came to being held by Lady Sable's claws. But fortunately, lacking better options and with the encouragement of their allies, they allowed themselves to be scooped up. With a party of 11 in hand, Lady Sable took off, leaving a gigantic prison of frostfire beneath her, smoldering and setting the nearby surroundings on fire. They met no resistance. The instant dominant first spell Lady Sable had opened with had crushed any thoughts of the lesser soldiers to fight back. They'd seen their best adventuring squad nearly erased in a moment. Plus, the escape happened faster than they could account, for Aelin's team had been ready to flee with perfect telepathic coordination. A bit dizzy at the sequence of events, Aelin watched the city of Braghaven shrink beneath them. A single spell to incapacitate a full, high-level party. Mind-boggling. The Red Plains stood even less of a chance against her mistress than she'd expected. This campaign was going to be a slaughter. Chapter 49. Return. Sable had known she might need to involve herself directly during this mission. Still, as she flew back to Skatik with her passengers in tow, she chewed over the events of the last minute. She'd been ready to fight enemy classed, even to the point of lethality. The subject had been something she'd spent significant time considering. Not only that, the class of Braghaven had been the aggressors in this situation. They'd attacked Quill's team and captured her for unknown reasons. So Sable was entirely justified in scorching the enemy team to secure her own team's safety. Still, her thoughts lingered on 2 points of surprise. First, how little emotion she could drag up for their fates. She knew firsthand how brutal Frostfire was as an element, and she'd coated the 5 individuals with a small mountain of it. Their classes, improved constitutions, and magical items surely helped, but whether they lived through the attack was no guarantee, because she hadn't gone easy on them. She'd dumped a massive amount of mana into the spell, knowing that if she failed to properly disable them, it could come back to Aelin, Granite, or one of Skatik's members being hurt. She wouldn't risk that. But that she felt something close to apathy when wondering whether they lived or died surprised her. Over the days since her awakening in this world, her so-called dragon and human halves had settled into each other. She no longer viewed her thoughts and actions with that lens. She was simply her now. Something more ruthless than the normal modern-day college student she'd been, though not as monstrous as her newfound lineage, either. A part of her even wondered whether that was the truth of the matter, or an excuse she was inventing for her easy adaptation into this life. Maybe Sable had always had this disposition, even when she'd been fully human. Maybe her circumstances had just never dragged it out. She wasn't entirely sure. The second thing that surprised her from the prison break was just how easy it had been. Those 5 individuals were supposed to be some of the stronger classed in the Red Plains. They'd taken down Quill's party, which was, according to Kirak and Alaniz, roughly their 3rd strongest team of warriors. Yet Sable had completely incapacitated them with one large burst of frostfire, and not even from a sneak attack, but head-on, swooping down in full sight, with all of them prepared for her. The only mitigating factor, really, had been that they'd possibly been tired or injured from their fight against Quill's team. Even so, Sable had squashed them with shocking ease. That was the strength of some of the Red Plains' mightiest class. Perhaps when she'd been a fledgling level 3, she would have had more difficulty. But with her recent growth, she wondered whether any amount of high-leveled goblin warriors could pose a serious threat to her. 10, 20, 50 of them, surely at some point numbers alone would cause her problems. Though she couldn't say that for certainty. It was seeming more and more like Sable's conquering of the Red Plains would be borderline trivial, or at least more of a political problem than a militant one. Soon, Sable had returned to Skatic with her comically large collection of individuals. A flurry of activity took place. Several of Quill's teammates were injured and needed medical attention. Naturally, they were rushed off to the hospital. Quill, one of her other teammates, and the orc man Drun were in good enough condition they insisted on staying. Or at least the first two insisted. Drun wasn't offered treatment, not out of hostility, but certainly some suspicion. The leadership of Skatic wanted to know why an orc had arrived into their city. Sable would admit some curiosity, too. She'd seen plenty of alien creatures since arriving to this world, but only a single truly sapient one. The goblins. Orcs were much as she expected them. First, they were taller, though how much so Sable struggled to tell, with the proportions of both herself and the goblin city having throwing her sense of scale off. However, probably somewhere around human height, if not taller. Drun himself was a wiry, muscled man, clearly accustomed to physical labor, though not bulky. He had 2 jutting tusks teeth poking from his lower mouth. He had a large jaw, nearly oversized, and was completely bald, his wrinkly dark green skin on full display. Sable wondered whether orcs and goblins were related, somehow, through genealogy, a common ancestor from far back. As for his dress, he was in the same plain clothes all the prisoners had been. Obviously, the city of Braghaven hadn't let him keep whatever magical gear he had. He seemed well-groomed, despite his somewhat monstrous appearance, and was presumably an adventurer of some sort. Black stubble had appeared on his chin from lack of shaving equipment. Quill seemed stubbornly determined to defend the tall, green-skinned man, and the story of how he had ended up in their company came out in short order. It wasn't that much of a story. Apparently, it had been a coincidence. The orc had bumped into the dungeon nearly as soon as it had opened, and had been delving it well before Quill and her party had. After some initial distrust and friction after bumping into each other, they decided to team up. His reasoning for being inside goblin territory was a bit odder, though nothing unbelievable, either. He'd been banished from the orc lands to the north, the details behind why he seemed somewhat tight-lipped on, but he admitted freely that he'd killed someone he wasn't supposed to. Sable got the feeling that wasn't all that uncommon of a story in these warlike lands, maybe not even in the more civilized places, either. He'd fought in defense of Quill's team when they had been ambushed, so naturally, Quill had insisted the orc be treated as a team member. Honor wasn't a dead concept out here, despite the violence of the Red Plains. Sable listened and watched these happenings with vague interest. Eventually, a debriefing of the mission itself took place, and the collected leadership of Skatic eyed Sable with a wary expression. Hearing that she'd essentially iced an entire squad of powerful classed with a single spell, she preened under that attention. Though another part of her was annoyed that they hadn't known that she had such might to call on. Of course she did. Who did they think she was? Finally, all of that taken care of, Sable went and fulfilled the other task she'd promised Skatic to scout out troop movements and gatherings across the Red Plains, at least near Rustspike territory, as things would be turning tumultuous there quickly, both by instigation of Sable's plans and the natural power vacuum of Gadenrock's fall. She brought Aelin along to properly read the map and take notes, which wasn't an easy task mid-air, but something her minion was quickly becoming more adroit at. Granite. Sable left behind to hang out at Skatik. She didn't feel like lugging him off to a hunting grounds or back to the hoard, and didn't think he'd mind relaxing for a while. He was blessedly low maintenance. Hours later, Sable returned, and using the information she'd gathered, she and the leaders of Skatik formalized official plans. With the sun creeping down and the construction of the transport still underway, they had no intentions of beginning the assault yet, with tomorrow morning being the prime candidate. One of Sable's greatest advantages was being able to move and strike fast, and with the tentative situation in Rustspike, they wanted to make use of it. Afterward, Chieftain Kirak requested a private audience with her in which he gave his personal thanks for saving Quill and her team. As Sable had suspected, she was his daughter, and Kirak was more than aware of how impossible rescuing her from Braghaven without the help of a dragon would have been. Sable was pleased she'd garnered some genuine goodwill with the old goblin leader, though she also held no doubts in her mind whether it had bought allegiance. Without a doubt, should it benefit his people, he wouldn't think twice about turning on Sable so long as it made sense to do so. There was no love between them, and Sable expected none. She was their tyrant and little more, regardless that they had no major grievances with her as the people of Rustspike did. Still, the earnestly offered thanks pleased her. For all she sniffed and treated the ordeal as unnecessary and a waste of time. Without much more to be done, Sable flew back with Aelin and Granite in tow. Before sleeping, she imbued Ignisfang with a title geared for protecting her hoard, though she planned on coming up with more permanent defenses shortly. The Vicious Treasure Guardian title granted the worm a rather significant attack bonus when defending Sable's wealth, and seeing how he was already an impressive high-level monster by the standards of the Red Plains, it meant she shouldn't have too much to fear in the way of random robbery. Even an accomplished adventuring squad would have difficulty tussling with the scaled creature. A long rest on her hoard overnight meant she was topped off and in full fighting condition for the following misadventures. And so Sable set out, and she suspected there would be misadventures. However the conquest of the Red Plains went, she doubted she'd be squeaking by with just threats, as she had with the Bonecracker tribe. Displays of might would be the minimum to convince the following cities to bend, and even that might not be enough. Depending on how deep the hate ran, after having exterminated a capital city of theirs, probably pretty deep. One way or another, there would be blood in the coming day. Chapter 50. Hunger. Look, it wasn't Nexer's fault the city of Gadenrock had been condemned to consumption by primordial deity. Sure, he'd pushed far beyond the agreed-upon plan, and most certainly had already decided to betray Chieftain Gore and the rest of the Rustspike tribe. But that said, he wasn't the reason everything had gone so catastrophically wrong, why Lady Zanaya had been unleashed in full, and the city consumed down to the smallest living organism. No, it wasn't his fault. Rather, it was that idiot Bracken. Because how was Nexer supposed to know his weakling mind would collapse so easily? He was supposed to be the best Gadenrock had, more than capable of withstanding a minor mental invasion of a deity. Clearly, the chieftain had vastly overestimated his trusted champion's fortitude. So the fault lay with that decrepit man, too. Only Nexer, really, was blameless in this event. The plan had been so beautiful. It had almost felt like divine providence when Bracken's team had lugged back the Gem of Hunger, an access point to a primordial power, unearthed from a dungeon and dropped into his lap. Him, a cultist. He couldn't have imagined a more delightful prize, and Chieftain Gore had been happy to give it to him. He saw the benefits, too. He was far-sighted in that way, though not in others, obviously, seeing how he'd never noticed Nexer's duplicitous nature. Nobody could be wise in all ways. Perhaps it had been fate, even. The workings of the heavens were nothing if not inscrutable. Maybe Lady Zanaya herself had delivered the gem to the Red Plains with explicit intention it was used by him. Who else had even half the experience in occult workings? Certainly. The events of the past day did seem to indicate he was favored by her, insofar as an unthinking, deific force of nature could really favor a person, because he'd been left alive in the aftermath of Gadenrock, and likely the only person to have been so. And he had kept hold of the gem of hunger, albeit mildly damaged from the previous experiment. That was a miracle and a half, Nexer knew, and he thanked his lucky stars. Undoubtedly, Lady Sanaya had sent him scurrying away so he could try again, and this time on a vessel not so pathetic. That unleashed form of hers that had torn through the city, her greater aspect, was simply unsustainable. Her raw essence, scouring everything it touched, could not last long in this world. While she would surely enjoy her romp through Gadenrock and nearby territories, she would want something more lasting. Or so he'd surmised. Then the dragon had come. That was another turn of events that had left Nexer baffled. He'd barely escaped the wildfires the beast had unleashed. He'd thought he was hallucinating at first, not only because it was a dragon, an obvious impossibility, but also because why would it risk itself to cleanse Lady Zanaya's presence? Why would it care? It made no sense. Regardless of the creature's reasoning, it was awfully convenient as a cover-up. Nexer's luck just kept coming. Well, minus the Gadenrock ordeal, it simplified his future explanations to the rest of the Rustspike tribe. He could blame Gadenrock on the dragon and wash his hands of its fall. Telling them the truth, obviously, was off the table. Even the story as it had been approved by the chieftain, before Nexer had taken the ritual too far. He suspected that anyone who listened to those explanations wouldn't understand. They'd irrationally find a way to blame him. People were so dreadfully small-minded about every little thing. The dragon's presence was fortuitous in more ways than one. Pulling a stable aspect of Lady Zanaya into the mortal plane had failed because the vessel had been too weak. Bracken, that pathetic worm, had crumpled in moments. But the arrival of a dragon meant not only a way to wash his hands of what had really happened to Gadenrock, but it also meant a stronger vessel. If there was anything on the planet that could properly hold a portion of a goddess without their soul shattering, it would be a dragon. And with this change in events, his previous plans to conquer the Red Plains seemed suddenly pedestrian. So unambitious. A dragon, corrupted and enslaved by him, using Lady Zanaya's essence. Why, even the world wouldn't be out of his reach, wielding a weapon like that. And how many levels would he earn for such a feat? Surely at least half a dozen. Such an accomplishment would be the work of a lifetime. So many perfect happenings, all lining up just for him. It had to be fate. The hard part, of course, was going to be arranging everything just right. It depended on how the dragon behaved in the coming days. Undoubtedly, it would be seeking to conquer. Hence, he would get an opportunity to meet with it at some point, so long as he rejoined with what remained of Rustspike's leadership. But convincing them of what he had seen, and then his plan. Or his plan. Obviously, they wouldn't know his true goals, as the chieftain and Bracken hadn't. So, he would have to concoct just the right lies. Fortunately, he was quite skilled at that. They didn't believe him at first, of course. Then news of the black scar left on the earth where Gadenrock had once stood trickled in. The clear working of dragonfire, and Nexer's status in the tribe was restored. He was labeled a coward, of course, for fleeing where all others had died. But nobody had ever considered him courageous, so it was perhaps the most reasonable part of the whole event, certainly more than a dragon. The story still didn't fully hold up, with the consumption of the city being far too perfect and absolute. But Nexer cobbled together what mistruths he could invent, and they swallowed them soon enough. Explanations didn't need to be perfect, they just had to last him through his plan. Discussions for revenge began. Nexer let tensions boil and churn as the remaining class of the Rustspike tribe discussed how to proceed. Near everyone had loved ones lost in Gaidenrock. Even the most cautious seemed grimly determined to slay the beast. Despite low odds of success, they would fall as Gaidenrock did. They quickly resigned themselves to, but such was the warrior's path. Better that than letting themselves be ruled by such a tyrant. Nexer doubted the general populace would agree, but what did they matter? Nexer nodded along, trying not to roll his eyes. Finally, he edged in, right when passions were burning hottest. He presented his solution. They were horrified. Of course, at least to start with, most were loath to associate with him and his darker workings, and they didn't know the half of it. But what other path did they have? How else would they avenge Gaidenrock and slay the fell beast? The irony was, of course, delightful. If anything, that dragon had been this entire blasted wasteland's savior. He still didn't understand why it had bothered to cleanse Lady Zanaya, and that set him on edge. It said something odd was going on, but he would hardly forfeit his plans because of a little uncertainty. And so, the collected, classed, and scattered leaders of the Rustspike tribe having come to an accord, Nexer had his second chance. He could swear the black gem of hunger pulsed in excitement to the tune of his own heartbeat. Because really, a dragon, made into a vessel for the goddess of hunger and put under his control. It wouldn't be easy, but oh, the potential. It practically made him salivate. Chapter 51. Resistance. There were two key Rustspike cities Sable needed to secure in preparation for the encroaching Nightshade and Stonegrin forces Varendale and Auramreach. Both were cities close enough to be key invasion targets by their opponents, and also large and significant enough that they'd give a real foothold in the surrounding area, at least by the standards of goblin warfare. Obviously, hunkered down in a city or not, Sable would be able to demolish the defenses of wherever she visited. But her goal was long-term success, and Rustspike was in an especially poor situation. She needed it taken over and guarded by the Bonecrackers as soon as possible, preferably before an actual territory war broke out. The Stonegrins and Nightshades had gathered forces and were certainly poised to make their own claims to land. But Sable wanted to squash relevant opposition before the fighting truly started. True warfare would make things trickier. To better facilitate Sable and her squad of Skatic elite being moved around the Red Plains, the craftsmen of Skatic had constructed a transport. The structure was easily grabbable with two claws, and even seemed to be designed to grow to accommodate if need be, though was rather crude-looking. A rushed-together collection of wood and iron nails, it resembled a flying wooden cage with 16 cramped seats. It came with bars to hold onto and straps for each of the passengers. Despite looking nearly shoddy, she had been assured the transport had been built with sturdiness in mind, a practical creation, even if it wasn't an aesthetic one. The wooden cage could even handle direct attacks from enemy high-level class, which was good, because it would be rather awkward if her goblin cargo went spilling out, even at her speed. Sable wasn't sure if she'd been able to save everyone if that happened. The transport had been somewhat expensive to build. Reinforcing a structure to withstand high-level attacks wasn't cheap. And while Skatic wasn't a destitute city, the Red Plains simply wasn't a land of overabundance and flowing power, either. Hence Sable's relatively straightforward conquering of it so far. Easy pickings meant smaller rewards. She was fine with that. The first of the key cities they wanted to secure, Auramreach, posed little resistance, shockingly little. Unlike with Skatic, Sable didn't circle the city from above, but instead set down into the city proper to help her people bully them into compliance. Her easy takedown of the Braghaven squad had greatly boosted her confidence when it came to her imperviousness. The Red Plains didn't seem like it could muster many real threats to throw at her, though she also didn't intend to become reckless. "They're gone?" Sable asked incredulously. "Nearly all of our class went to Varendale." The younger goblin captain stuttered. "This is really all of us." Sable looked, baffled, at the pitiful collection of warriors Orumreach had gathered to speak with her and Skatix classed. Her predator's insight assured her there were no great hidden threats, or at least insofar as the skill could decipher, which she didn't intend to take as guaranteed fact. Someone could just as easily have a counter to the ability. It was a tool and nothing more. Sable didn't understand. Even the initial attack force she'd brought along could destroy the scattering of low-leveled classed in Orumreach. And Sable had brought them along to secure the city after Sable handled things, not to be the first line of attack. What was going on? But why, a bewildered Rukni asked, as confused as Sable was. Naturally, the powerful group of classed that had rescued Quill's group had joined in the assault, being one of Skatix's strongest teams. Who's defending the city? Then, would it have mattered who was here, the captain asked, shooting a fearful look at Sable. Sable had been expecting resistance, but it might not come from Orumreach, without even powerful classed to rely on. It seemed this was another city which would capitulate to Sable's reign without struggle. At least, on the surface. Sable was worried about future headaches. But resisting in the state they were would be literally dousing themselves in gasoline and begging to be turned into a bonfire. Hatred for Sable or not, few people were that suicidal. And she had a suspicion of what was going on. Because there was hatred in these people's eyes, they wanted Sable dead. Her name was spreading across the Red Plains, but she had a especially potent reputation within Rustspike territory. They knew a dragon had razed Gaidenrock to the ground, and here she was, seeking tribute cities. Slowly, Sable realized what was going on. "They're gathering everyone they have for a final defense," Sable said, having to repress an inward sigh. "If I had to guess, any notable warrior of theirs have gathered in Varendale, waiting for me." But the Nightshades and Stonegrin's Vex asked, still confused. "They're defenseless. This way." Indeed, that was the biggest indicator of what Sable suspected was going to happen. They'd abandoned their cities to join forces in Varendale. Despite surely knowing their territory and key cities, Orumreach would be under attack soon. Thus, this was truly a last-ditch effort to fend Sable off, regardless of cost. They fully intended to attack her when she arrived there. It was the only explanation she could come up with. She relayed her thoughts to Aelin, who fed them to the various bone-cracker classed in her employ. They seemed to agree with her, expressions turning grim. They'd likely been hoping for a mostly bloodless conquering too, though some of them also seemed eager. The Bonecrackers and Rustspikes were generational enemies, in their eyes. The concept of a fight wasn't wholly a bad thing, an outright good one, to the more bloodthirsty. "Well," Bonner said, "it's a fight. Then, so be it." "So be it," Sable agreed. She didn't bother formalizing the surrender of Orumreach until Varendale and the gathering of all their warriors was dealt with. Any so-called subjugation of other Rustspike cities was nearly pointless. She would fly in more Bonecracker troops and class to secure the city after the real event was handled. Leaving Orumreach still in a confused, terrified frenzy, Sable collected her elite force and departed. The real subjugation needed to happen elsewhere. Sable would admit to some trepidation as she soared toward the other of the major Rustspike cities. She'd engaged in battle, if it could be called that, against Braghaven's team. But she'd only injured them. They had probably lived. If things turned sour here, she doubted it would be the same, or could be the same. For the sake of her reputation and her growing empire, she needed to show at least some of a tyrant's disposition. Outright attacking her had to be met with retaliation in turn. Maybe she wouldn't maximize her efforts to eradicate each of the resistors, but some casualties seemed inevitable. Though she supposed she didn't know what was really going on, not for certain. Just the gathering of all of Rustspike's remaining classed into a single city, leaving all others unmanned, didn't bode well, not when coupled with Sable's reputation in their tribe, having been the one to destroy Gadenrock. She, like usual, announced her arrival to the city of Varendale with a series of ear-shattering roars, accompanied by horrifying aura. Better to set the tone properly. Even if tensions were high enough as it stood, Sable couldn't take too many efforts to seem like a congenial ruler. Her explanations that she wanted to minimize slaughter to her livestock only extended so far. Like Skatic, the city of Varendale had siege weaponry on its walls. The devices weren't as numerous as at the capital of the Bonecracker tribe. But the city had apparently been expecting her, and Sable noted how quickly the weapons turned her way. They didn't fire, though Sable wondered whether that would last. She swooped down and landed in the city square without spending too much time whipping the city into a frenzy. She wasn't worried for her own sake if a gigantic ballista bolt flew her way, since she was fairly sure her scales could absorb it, though probably not pleasantly, but she doubted whether the transport and her subjects inside would hold up as well. Her 16 allies unstrapped and extricated themselves from the transport, grabbing weapons, shields, or set aside pieces of armor as they readied themselves for a fight. Having sat down in the town square, though, and without a warning of when she'd be coming, the people of Varendale had hardly mustered their forces to accept her. That said, it took less time than she expected for them to organize a response. They hadn't had an exact time for her arrival, but they had been waiting for her. Sable supposed that was fair, and even rather obvious. Of course Sable would be coming back. Why would Gadenrock be a one-off thing, hence why they'd flocked to Varendale in the first place? As forces gathered in the town square, Sable wondered whether simply standing by and waiting for everyone of import to arrive was a smart idea. Rustspike's forces had been crippled by the swift destruction of their capital city, but they had hardly lost every strong class under their banner. Sable's elite force was certainly the stronger, not to mention they had her. But as Sable leveled Predator's insight at all the gathering warriors, she had to admit that quantity had a quality of its own. 16 elite against nearly 3 dozen slightly lower-leveled, but still strong. Rustspike warriors would make the fight no simple endeavor. Should things take a turn for the violent, Sable would rather it didn't. Wholesale slaughter would never be her goal. That said, if a swift decapitation meant easy capture without future revolts, which would cost many more lives, then she would do as she needed. The baleful looks she received almost uniformly from the gathering force didn't bode well. She'd thought the remaining warriors of Orumreach had had a frosty demeanor toward her, but these people were many times more hostile. Again, Sable repressed a sigh at how this would be turning out. She could read their intents plain as day. It would take a miracle to talk her way through this, and since Sable couldn't approach the discussion as a true diplomat, needing to maintain at least somewhat of a reputation, she doubted that even a mote of success was possible. That they weren't already attacking was some kind of good news, but she didn't think it would last. Possibly they wanted to hurl insults before they got to the main event, or they might be preparing something. Sable was hardly blind to that possibility. She eyed their surroundings, looking for a trap, but found nothing. So, a burly red-haired goblin finally said, "You've come to finish the job, have you?" In a manner of speaking, she supposed that was right. Chapter 52, Retaliation. The tension in the air was palpable as the two parties eyed each other. Sable saw no reason to delay. So through Aelin, she opened the dialogue for Varendale's surrender. She had no great hopes on how it would go, but she would still try. I see the Rustspike tribe has gathered what remains of their forces. Sable began, taking an amused tone. While the goal wasn't to goad them into what she was already sure would be happening, she also needed to make it abundantly clear how little she thought of their defenses. It might be the only way they came to terms with the reality of their situation, and thusly surrendered. Though, Sable thought they did know their reality, and had chosen to see this through regardless. But there was nothing to do if that were the case. I've come to extend your people a simple offer. Submit to my rule or die. This resistance, she sneered as she swept a gaze across the 30 or so goblins, will be broken without effort. It would not have strained me alone, much less my forces. Do what is best for your people. Resistance will only bring you ruin. 3 goblins at the front were the clear leaders. Various emotions flashed across their faces at Sable's words. Obviously, they had expected the submit or die part, but the more moderated half that Sable seemed to not want to bring ruin to them had them baffled. It was both a boon and a curse that her ancestors had such beast-like reputations. There was one goblin in particular that caught her eye. He was a short, older man, though the face peeking out from his thick black robes wasn't quite as wrinkled and worn as Chieftain Kirak, though close. Something about him set Sable's nerves on edge, though she couldn't place exactly why. By how he was dressed, she got the impression he was some kind of mage. There was a glint in his eyes, almost excitement at the unfolding events. The rest of the opposition seemed grimly determined, on edge as they gripped the hilts of their weapons. But this one was antsy to get started for a seemingly whole other reason. Predator's insight told her the goblin was dangerous, in the top 3 or 4 highest level of her opponents here, but it gave no clues as to his odd behavior. Her power and status discernment skill gave her some outstandingly useful information, but it hardly revealed the inner thoughts and plans of anyone she pointed it at. Rather, it was her natural instincts telling her the goblin was dangerous, since the skill itself seemed rather unimpressed. Even one of the strongest goblins here meant little to Sable. He would die in a single attack if she wished it. So why were her scales itching? The resolve on the woman at the front's face solidified. Her decision had been made. Ruin, she said. As you brought Gadenrock, more or less, Sable sneered. It was a lie, since she would only eliminate those who stood directly against her. Then instill martial law with bonecracker troops. But better to set the threats high, maybe it would dissuade them from their path. And you think we would rather be ruled by a tyrant than die fighting? The woman turned a disdainful gaze to the bonecracker troops to Sable's left and right. Maybe some cowards would be satisfied with that fate. Rukni snorted. It's not cowardice to run from obvious death. It's common sense. Then if not cowardice, she growled in response, it would be honorless to accept the death of our chieftain and the genocide of our capital. The expression she leveled at Rukni was downright scathing. I will not serve such a beast, even if you would. Rukni's face soured, and she didn't have a quick of a retort for that. Sable could tell she even somewhat agreed. There was a definite problem to needing such a horrible reputation. There would be groups of people willing to resist such a perceived horror, regardless of their fate. Such a mess. Yes. Yes. A new voice entered the fray. The posturing is delightful, but the pieces are set and already in motion. Shall we not just begin? All eyes turned. Sable noted with some concern it was the goblin from earlier, the one who had an unusually excited glint in his eye. Surely he was aware of his circumstances, that this fight could only end one way. Seeing how Sable didn't think the man suicidal, and also noting that he didn't seem half as emotionally involved in Gadenrock's fall as the others. Sable's scales were set. Again. Crawling. She got the impression he didn't think this would be ending the way Sable thought it would. But how? Had they planned something? Well, of course they had planned something. But Sable couldn't imagine them mounting a defense that posed a real threat against her. How could they? Nexer is right. There is nothing more to say. The leader's upper lip pulled back in disgust, and it didn't seem to be targeted at Sable or her allies, this time, but rather the goblin in dark robes. Such blasphemous means to fall back on. She shook her head. But sometimes evil is needed to purge greater evil. Nexer Sable had a name. Now almost seemed to stop himself from rolling his eyes at the woman's statement. His hands had been buried in his robes, and now he pulled one out, revealing a tattooed, wrinkled hand holding a black gem. Even a glance at the object had Sable's danger instincts screaming at her. Inside the sparkling, pitch-black depths, some inscrutable force swirled around, and it almost seemed to suck her consciousness toward it. Formless voices whispered promises of power. She was struck with a sense of déjà vu. The aura radiating from the fist-sized gemstone reminded her of only one thing, that hulking shadow monster made from black goo, which had been the true destroyer of Gadenrock. She'd been confident. Coming to Varendale, that little could truly pose threat to her. After so effortlessly squashing the Braghaven squad, she'd been certain even dozens of similar warriors would be. While perhaps a minor threat, nothing she needed to worry over much about. Her recent levels and gained competence in spellcasting made her nearly immortal to these low-tier goblins of the Red Plains. But that had been arrogance. A burning bout of clarity told her. While possibly safe from the goblins themselves, Sable had already known there existed greater threats. Aelin had even suggested Gadenrock's fall had come about by someone messing around with things they shouldn't. That was how most such calamities happened. She'd also seen evidence of it in the ruins of Nefar, where granite was from. Clearly, it was no once-in-a-lifetime event. Still, she hadn't expected this. For one of the people responsible for Gadenrock having lived, she'd thought the entire city had been consumed. Yet one had indeed lived. Or perhaps the artifact associated with the event, that ominous black gem, had attached itself to another person. It was rather irrelevant. The thoughts shot through her head, her mind running at 1,000 miles per second as reality sank into her, gazing on the cursed item. The cultist, Nexar, didn't hesitate to execute his plan. As soon as he'd pulled out the black gem, magic suffused the air as he activated some skill or ritual. He needed no spell circle. Sable watched in horror, unable to look away. As in, physically, she was incapable of moving. The power radiating from the gem locked everyone nearby in place. Even the cultist himself seemed to struggle under a sudden immense pressure. A terrifying sinking in her stomach told Sable that this hopeless last stand of theirs was anything but. But did they know what had really happened to Gadenrock? How could they possibly be comfortable repeating that? She suspected the other leaders of Rustspike had been deceived, that machinations on the part of the cultist had led them to this point, and that they had no clue what was about to happen. But they were still complicit, and clearly had some idea, based on the woman's comment of greater evils. Just, she'd mixed up which of those Sable was pushing through the immense pressure, which seemed to affect them less than Sable's party. The 2 or 3 dozen Rustspike clasped drew daggers and dragged the blade across their hand. Blood welled up, and they squeezed their hands into fists, red droplets dripping to the stone. Oh, and by the way, Nexer struggled out in something that was half a laugh and half a gasp. I might have misrepresented a few things. Myra, I hope you don't mind. Energy gathered in the black gem, and Nexer started cackling. A few of his so-called allies turned confused looks his way, but they were unable to respond. Something horrifying had taken place the moment they'd cut their hands. Dark ribbons of energy streamed into the black gem, flowing from each of the goblins who'd willingly joined the ritual. Sable thrashed against her invisible restraints, but failed to break free. How was such a low-level goblin able to completely lock her down? The gem empowered him, obviously, but still. That much so. But you will have your revenge, Nexer said gleefully to a group of goblins who were far from capable of responding. The black gem draining their life force or something similar, since Sable had no idea what was really going on. I can promise you that. The tyrant will become the subjugate. There's such beauty in that. Don't you think conversion between absolutes? But no, I see you brutes don't appreciate it. He breathed in, shuddering, as more and more black strands poured into the gem. The pressure seemed to be lessening for him by the second, though decidedly not Sable. He was shrouded almost entirely in a bubble of growing black energy. Now, no matter. You may at least experience it, the rapture of corruption. Unable to move herself, Sable reached out for Aylin's and Granite's minds. For the first time since she had arrived to this world, she forcibly took control of them, leveraging the mind link that Dominate provided her. With a forcible command, she sent them scurrying away at full speed. Fortunately, it worked. Her control over them superseded whatever inexplicable force the ritual was using to pin everyone down. Though it took a second of struggle, the ritual seemed to be completing, and in reaching its final stages, the scene playing out in front of her advanced several stages in nightmarishness. The class of the Rustspike tribe who had joined into the ritual started to dissolve, the ribbons of black energy flowing from them, carrying with it parts of their faces, melting in a gruesome display, along with their bodies, gear, and clothing. They morphed, second by second, into a terrifying familiar black goo, the liquid flung in big globs toward the cultist's outstretched hand, only partly visible through his solidifying bubble shield, and gathered into the black gem. From that gem, a monster started to emerge. The pressure finally ebbed. Sable's desperate struggle yielded results. With enormous effort, she broke free of whatever chilling effect had frozen the entirety of the town square. With a roar, she unleashed horrifying aura, then immediately took into the air. If this summoning was even a fraction of the power of the greater aspect, then it would mean guaranteed death to everyone in this city, including her. Fleeing wasn't great for her reputation, but it was great for not being wiped off the planet, and she cared about that much more. The shadow beast finished congealing in the next moment, and it took a similar shape as the greater aspect, though far smaller, and it didn't radiate the same overwhelming power. While humanoid, it was made from black essence and towered at least 15 feet tall, quickly growing as more and more of the surrounding sacrifices were absorbed into the creation. That was where it gained its strength. Then the consumption of others, stealing their power for its own. What would the congealed strength of 30 moderate to high-level classed coalesce into when empowered by a cultist and a goddess of consumption? No less. Sable's attempts to flee turned out to be futile. Chains of black goo burst from the ground and wrapped around her legs, then yanked, and she was slammed into the ground with enough force to crack the pavement for 50 feet in every direction. It only marginally stunned her. She'd gained significant durability with her levels. Still, she'd been, for a second time, restrained. With panic, she leveled an inspect at the growing shadow monster. The inspection revealed the creature's identity, lesser aspect of Lady Zanaya, the exalted consumption, level unknown. The last strands of black dissipated, and a few more clumps of black liquid impacted the monster. The pressure finally vanished. "Go!" Nexer gasped. He was fully engulfed in a bubble of writhing shadows, obscuring the cultist and gemstone from sight. "Claim our vessel. She will be ours." The aspect shrieked, its mouth tearing open with jagged strands of thick tar. Then it shoved its hand into the earth. With a ripping motion, it drew a wicked two-handed blade made from black essence, which it gripped and settled into a combat stance with. The creature was, clearly, more than eager to follow its master's commands. Chapter 53, Lesser Aspect. Sable's thoughts raced as she ran through her options. Thankfully, she was full on both health and mana from her recuperation over the past days. But could she fight this thing? Not only did it radiate a profound wrongness, but the abomination the cultist had summoned was powerful enough she couldn't even detect its level. Was that because it was that much stronger? Or some other reason? Predator's insight also didn't provide much, besides screaming that the monster was dangerous, though perhaps not catastrophically so, like the greater aspect, or anywhere close. It might be stronger than her, but it wasn't a walking world-ending calamity, like the first monster she'd seen. Since she had been slammed down into the ground by the black chains, Sable had been gathering mana for an offensive. Though she wouldn't call herself a battle-hardened veteran, she had spent many hours fighting vicious monsters by this point, and her predatory instincts were no pushover either. She didn't freeze up and panic over her situation, or at least, panic too much. Hard to brush off watching dozens of people sacrifice themselves in gory, horrific fashion to summon a monster to kill her. She didn't know what to make of the cultist. It had come rather out of left field, besides Aylin's mention of someone likely being responsible for Gadenrock's fall. But what did the cultist's comment of "claim our vessel" mean? Any real contemplation was cut off as the fight began in earnest. The lesser aspect, eager to get started. She approached the fight she did most others first, with Frostfire Grasp. Anything that locked the creature down and stopped it from attacking her was an obvious plus. Mana poured into the design as she etched out the runes necessary for the spell, and it activated a half-second later. Her ability to cast quickly had, like most capabilities of hers, grown rapidly over the past days. The projectile of white-blue ice flung forward and impacted directly into the aspect's chest. It had nearly closed the gap to her, black goo legs forming and reforming with each step, and it had its two-handed sword raised above its head, ready to cleave down onto her. That meant she was at point-blank range, and the spell hit true. Frostfire flowered in 3 bursts, capturing the shadow beast in a spell she'd greatly empowered, though not excessively, as she had against Braghaven's team. Assuming she had a chance in this fight, then she couldn't blow all her mana at once. That wasn't how mana was used effectively. To an extent, all fights against opponents of a somewhat similar tier were ones of attrition. The beast had been close enough that some of the frostfire had sprung up even around Sable herself, but whether she had natural resistances toward the element or that her own spells couldn't hurt her, she was unharmed. Ice splintered as she struggled out and backtracked, putting space between her and the thrashing monster. Black chains still wrapped her ankles, keeping her locked to the floor. That ability had been overwhelmingly powerful, keeping her from taking into the air and fleeing. But it seemed inert otherwise. She wondered why it worked like that. She guessed the ability had restrictions. It was effective at grounding her, but couldn't just toss her around indefinitely, or even secure her besides keeping her on the floor. To her relief, Frostfire Grasp didn't turn out impotent. The lesser aspect screeched and thrashed as the burning hot ice wrapped its body, sending smoke streaming into the sky. It wasn't invincible as she'd feared, or otherwise so far beyond her reach she couldn't fight it. That said, it wasn't especially perturbed. Before Sable had even fully finished her next spell, it had broken free of its prison. She'd already known it. But the lesser aspect was undoubtedly the strongest thing she'd ever fought. Many times stronger even than the Ore Cruncher Hive Mother. She had her own significant upgrades since then. But unlike nearly all of Sable's fights so far, this wouldn't be a walk in the park. Nothing close to it. And could she even win? Could she kill something like this? Was fighting it head-on the wrong idea? Or did she need to target the cultist? Unfortunately, though not to her surprise, the elite team of Clast weren't helping her. No backup spells or arrows came flying at the monster. Despite knowing they held no true allegiance to her, Sable's anger flared. It quickly settled as she realized many of Skatik's warriors were unconscious on the floor. Just the activation of the ritual had taken them out. Several others had fled, unsteady on their feet, or were otherwise dragging their allies to safety. Sable was alone for this one. This was a fight between heavyweights, and the Bonecracker tribe's flimsy alliance to her wasn't nearly strong enough to throw themselves into the mess, if any were even healthy enough to do so. With the time Sable had earned from locking the aspect down with a rooting spell, she imbued her claws with an attack empowerment. This was going to be a brutal brawl. She knew immediately. And so a long-term bonus like amplifying her attack strength was far better than whatever she could gain from throwing a single powerful frostfire spear at her enemy. Breaking free of its confines, the aspect resumed its rapid advance. The sight of black goo forming and reforming as it moved, and the sheer, unadulterated hunger in its eyes, was one of the more terrifying things Sable had seen. But she'd at least faced down a slew of slavering beasts by now, and so she kept a clear mind. A thick, two-handed sword of solid black essence crashed down on her, which she didn't fully manage to dodge. The abomination was astoundingly quick. The blade caught her shoulder, and agony seared through her like nothing she'd experienced. The attack cut even into her impenetrable physical defenses, digging into scale, pushing through the pain. Sable tackled the shadow monster, its weapon locked into her shoulder and unable to tear it free. An enormous jaw wrapped around the shadow monster's throat, and she shook and tore, trying to rip its flesh out. At the same time, her empowered claws dug and scraped around its body. During this melee, she was cobbling together another spell, though doing so came far slower when engaged so intimately in a fight like this. Casting spells took concentration, and only after so many hours scrapping with powerful monsters in the Fang Hollows was Sable even capable of it. Despite being made of some sort of liquid, the aspect's body was supernaturally tough, even ripping and tearing with full strength, teeth clamped down on its neck. She managed only minor damage. The taste was horrendous, too. Even her bestial instincts revolted at the black essence filling her mouth. The aspect finally tore its weapon free from Sable's shoulder and shoved her away. She was sent tumbling across the town square, in a way reminiscent of being manhandled by the Ore Cruncher Hive Mother, though the scale of this fight was nothing similar. Despite being rattled by the empowered shove, Sable's spell had finally finished forming, and she shot out a second. Frostfire grasp. Ice flowered around the monster, buying her another moment of reprieve. More importantly, it gave her an opportunity to focus her attention somewhere else. The cultist was still engulfed in shadows, and a thick link of black essence joined his bubble of shadows and the creation he'd wrought. She didn't know if the defense was impenetrable, whether she needed to focus on him or his avatar, but it was definitely worth an experiment because the aspect seemed little worse for wear despite the brutal exchange. Meanwhile, the gouge in her shoulder had been significant. Sable couldn't rely on her scales and stats saving her in this fight. She unleashed a wave of white-blue flames, A jet of that molten power crashed into the shadow shield the cultist wore, and flames splashed out in all directions as it was easily rebuffed. Nearby buildings were ignited under the incredible torrent, but Sable was far from able to worry about collateral damage. She was fighting at full strength for her life. The civilians had evacuated the town square regardless, which assuaged her somewhat, not that she could have moderated herself if that hadn't been true. Frostfire Grasp could only lock down her opponent for so long, and so with unfortunate speed, she was forced to give up on the cultist and refocus on her real opponent. She rolled, dodged, and threw herself into the goddess's aspect, doing anything she could to avoid the devastating power of its long two-handed blade. She worried whether the efforts were wasted. Her stream of fire seemed to have had some effect on the cultist's defensive shield, but so too was the aspect weakening as she fought with it, which was the weaker point. Then either were their defenses drawn from the same power source. She wasn't sure. Sable quickly accrued wounds as the horrifying essence blade scraped against her, cutting even dragon scale, and her mana pool burned just as rapidly as she was required to empower her abilities to a level where they actually had an effect against this abomination. It wasn't an efficient use of her resources, but any weaker and her abilities simply wouldn't be strong enough to make it pause. "You will be mine, creature." Nexer gasped, his voice amplified and distorted from within the shadows. "With your vessel, I will carve an empire that spans this pathetic world. It will all be mine." Sable didn't have time to bother with the ravings of the madman, though possibly not mad, just ambitious. Clearly he knew what he was doing to no small degree, having arranged this, though surely messing with these kinds of powers, which were so far beyond his level, could end nowhere good for him. Unfortunately, his hubris claiming him at some point in the future didn't matter to her. Here and now. "Get her weaker," Nexter cried. "A few more attacks. I can almost feel the link." The words incited a reasonable panic, if they'd been chosen to do that, and had no truth behind them. Then it was a clever piece of manipulation. Sable's frenzied assault doubled, and she burned through mana at an even faster rate as she brawled the aspect of consumption, rooting the monster and focusing her efforts on the weaker-seeming form of the cultist whenever she could. "Almost there," Nexer gasped. Sable wasn't the only one picking up injuries. Even the aspect seemed to be slowing, its goo-like body reforming far slower than before. Wounds made apparent through its alien biology and behaviors. She made a split-second decision, fear gripping her heart as she sensed some foreign power begin an invasion of her mind, a hint that the cultist's words hadn't been just to scare her. Much like with her own dominate, Nexer's plan had apparently been to weaken her so that she was susceptible to his final goal, which Sable could only assume was to join her to the aspect and claim her as a vessel. But she'd weakened the aspect and the cultist as well. If this were to be a battle of that sorts, then she would join in. Grasping desperately in the direction of Nexer, she threw out, "Dominate." With a flare of agony, two minds clashed. Chapter 54, Mental Clash. It was nothing like her previous times using Dominate, and maybe Sable should have expected that. Her entire consciousness ignited, and the Black Essence avatar fell to the ground, shrieking, putting on a display of exactly how Sable felt, even if she'd been locked in place and struck silent from her own pain, rather than writhing and thrashing. Inside the bubble of shadows, the cultist likewise screamed. The pressure inside her skull mounted as two wills clashed. Using Dominate had been a last-ditch effort during the uncertainty of the fight, and at the first indicators that the cultist's real plans had been put into effect, trying to subjugate her. If it hadn't been for Sovereign Mind granting her massive resistance to such effects, she surely wouldn't have even made it this far. whatever powers the cultist were dabbling with. Sable suspected a low level like her, dragon or not, shouldn't have been able to put up such a fight. The cultist had sounded frustrated over how long it was taking. Her vision darkened, the town square of Verendale fading around her. Her entire existence became the mental struggle of her against the cultist. Then a third will appeared. She and Nexer splashed impotently in a shallow pool of water, struggling like toddlers against each other. But what broached the surface was a leviathan from the deep. It erased Sable's conviction in a moment, and she desperately flung herself out of Dominate, trying to break the link to the cultist's mind. There had been a third party present, or at least a passageway to one. The barest fragment of a goddess turned her attention toward Sable and Nexer, and their consciousnesses boiled even from a sideways glance. For one fraction of a second, the image of a hollow woman's face stared at her, impossibly gaunt, mouth gaping open. A hunger radiated from the icon, so intense it eradicated all other thought. Sable stared impotently at the image etched into her mind, unable to look away. And she was vaguely aware of screeching in the background, though whether it was Nexer or the aspect, or even her, she had no clue. Even just proximity to the primordial force and the goddess of consumption was no sapient being. Sable could tell in an instant had her sense of self sloughing away like filth in the rain. This link between the goddess, Nexer, and Sable was impossibly fragile, the tiniest possible strand that could exist. But even that was enough to rewrite the foundation of who she was. Something sprouted inside her, a gnawing hunger that matched the infinite hollowness of the ghastly face sprawling across her vision. It didn't seem to be an effort of the goddesses. The eldritch thing didn't seem to have intentions, not as she knew them, but was rather some primordial concept that Nexer had somehow joined them to. Then, finally, Dominate broke, and the hunger stopped growing. She was flung back into reality, the battle of minds thoroughly squashed with the intrusion of the far greater existence. The Leviathan swimming past two simple pond creatures, disrupting their pathetic struggling. Though drained to a degree Sable couldn't possibly begin to explain. She knew the danger was far from over. Cracking her eyes open, she saw that the screaming was, indeed, from Nexer, whose shadow shield had dissipated. The man writhed on the ground, in extreme agony. His hands clamped to his eyes as he wailed. Perhaps the man had been even more affected than she. Being the one who'd made the true link to the goddess, and maybe sovereign mind, had once again saved her. The black gem radiating unholy power had fallen to the side, the long ribbon of black essence linking it, and the aspect still streamed between the two, though the aspect remained as incapacitated as Nexer, twitching and screaming on the ground. Sable herself was hardly spared from the catastrophic effects of glimpsing the goddess. Again, she suspected the only reason she hadn't crumpled entirely was her skill that massively boosted her mental resistances. She staggered to her feet, barely managing to do so. Not only had she taken half a dozen serious injuries from the aspect's black blade and burned through a significant portion of her mana, but the goddess's influence lingered. Hunger gnawed deep in her stomach, and she feared whatever that brief contact had been they hadn't come without consequences. But Nexer was undefended. His shield made from shadows dissipated. His avatar, too, hadn't recovered as quickly as Sable. They didn't have sovereign mind to help. She didn't waste the advantage. The hottest, most potent torrent of white-blue flame she could drag out of herself spewed from her mouth, and the goblin cultist was wreathed in a different type of primordial essence. The screaming cut off as the goblin, lacking defenses, died in an instant. She let up on the assault just in time to see the black gem crack, then dissolve, sinking into the ground like the black goo from Gaden Rock. One problem had been solved, but not all of them. Though the link had been broken, and the cultist killed, the aspect remained something she discovered in potent fashion. She howled as a gigantic black blade carved into her arm, biting a foot deep and nearly severing the limb. The two of them returned to the vicious brawl from before, and the aspect didn't seem to have been weakened by its master's death, though it was disoriented from the previous clash of wills. Its endurance had been greatly diminished. As she ripped and tore with her claws and teeth, the gouge marks she made in its shadow flesh didn't heal as quickly. It could no longer draw on the gem to restore itself. Perhaps, if this had been the start of the fight, it would have meant a guaranteed victory. But for all it had been weakened, so had Sable. The last leg of the fight was a dizzy blur as Sable fought desperately for her life, with no more shocking surprises to come. It was as simple as her body and spells against the hulking, overpowering form of the aspect, a fight that was familiar in some ways, but never to such razor-thin margins, rather than magic or fire breath, as perhaps fitting a sorceress. The frantic duel ended with Sable ripping out the shadow creature's throat, as she'd first tried to. She didn't stop there. With magically enchanted claws, she tore the thing apart piece by piece. Each severed chunk of flesh melted into black essence and disappeared into the earth. Finally, just to be certain, she hobbled backward and scorched the clump of goo with fire breath. When her flames cut off, a bubbling pool of black tar revealed itself. It quickly evaporated, the last evidence of the lesser aspect disappearing, and she sagged into the ground, barely able to stay standing. A second later, the familiar notification of a level up hit her, confirming she'd won, but she could barely pay attention to it, and disregarded it entirely. She looked around this town square. It had been set ablaze from the fight, and even through her exhaustion, she felt nauseous at whether or not the people of Verendale would be able to put it out before it spread. She was, unfortunately, so far from being in a position to worry about that it was nearly comical. She mentally groped around her surroundings and found Aylin's and Granite's mines. She called them to her. She didn't feel great about leaving a bonfire behind, or the 16 bone-cracker elites she'd brought on this mission. But her survival instincts were all that kept her body going. She operated purely on self-preservation and instinct. Her minions arriving, she scooped them off, then unsteadily took off into the sky. She almost wasn't capable of doing so. Barely a victor, and sporting grievous, nearly lethal injuries. She fled the burning battlefield that had once been Verendale's town square. Chapter 55. Recover. By the time Sable made it back to her hoard, she was 9/10 dead, and her HP agreed with her on that fact. It was more of a controlled crash landing to set down onto the small island in the middle of Lake Plateglass, and after dragging herself onto her meager pile of treasure, the warm glow of recuperate acting as an instant salve to her soul. Feverish sleep claimed her almost immediately. She clawed her way out of a fugue-like state some indeterminate time later, her entire body aching. A glance at the sky told her at least 6 hours had passed. It was evening by the position of the sun. She let out a long groan that some might even call pitiful. During her frenzied escape from the disaster that had been Verendale, Sable had been in far too dire straits to catalog her injuries. She'd barely been able to keep in the sky. Her entire concentration needed just to make it back to her hoard and collapse. Now, somewhat recovered, thanks to several hours basking in recuperate, she needed to appraise just how bad off she was. Initial inspections weren't great. The system affirmed that belief her HP sat at 7,000 out of a 31,000 total. Before, she'd been well under 10%, approaching triple-digit health. Her fight against the insane cultist had been by far the closest she'd come to dying. The fight against the Hive Mother seemed like a joke compared to it. Her body was littered with gashes, even her impervious scales having been cut and torn into. Several of the gleaming white armor plates were bent, slashed, or even nearly hanging off of her. It was a disturbing sight. Dried blood coated her body, stark against her snow-white and nearly reflective complexion, and much of her hoard was also coated red-brown. She'd been bleeding freely for some time as she rested with recuperate. Her nearly amputated left arm, possibly the worst single injury, had improved considerably, but resting her weight on it still hurt. It wasn't half cut off as it had been before, but it would be another full night's rest or more before she could rely on it. Even that was incredible, honestly. Her legendary constitution and capability of recovery through recuperate was really something. She'd gone from crippled to only debilitated in a single 6-hour rest. "Are you okay?" a worried voice asked. Sable twitched, her head snapping in the direction of the noise. In her feverish state from so many serious injuries, she'd somehow forgotten she wasn't alone. Obviously Aelin, Granite, and even Ignisfang was there, accompanying her, though staying a safe distance away, watching her with concern and even wariness. Sable supposed she was lucky none of them had traitorous tendencies. She'd never been in a better position to be betrayed. The goblin woman paled at Sable's attention so suddenly and harshly, pivoting to her, and she even took a step back. If Sable had to guess, she wasn't a sight for sore eyes, and an injured dragon, and therefore defensive and irritable dragon, wasn't something a person would want to antagonize. Sable gathered her thoughts, then said, "I lived. That's what matters." In another circumstance, she suspected Aelin might have snorted at that, but the goblin woman kept a serious expression and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, getting out with your hide. Really all that matters. You and Granite are fine. A quick survey showed that they didn't seem worse for wear. We got sent scrambling away the moment something started to happen," Aelin said. "So yeah, we're fine." There was a small frown at that, at having been mind-controlled to flee, which had broken through the ritual's effect, but she seemed to recognize the necessity of the situation. Sable limped over to shoreline of the island. She didn't know if cleaning her injuries was necessary in a world operating on so much magical healing, but she wanted the blood off her regardless. That done, she eyed a scale on her shoulder that was nearly dangling off, barely attached to her. The skin beneath was a grotesque mess of red and white. The gore was upsetting. In a few ways it meant that spot would be weak for the foreseeable future. Not protected as the rest of her body. Do scales grow back? Aelin seemed caught off guard by the question. No idea. Well, seeing how she was pretty sure the scale wouldn't somehow resettle, with the skin beneath already having healed somewhat through recuperate. She accepted the loss and ripped it the last tiny bit of the way off. Only a strand of flesh. Her other scales might glue themselves back together as she healed, but that one had been a loss. She was certain. She grit her teeth and growled at the pain, but compared to the events of the day prior, it wasn't much. She tossed the scale onto her hoard and settled back onto the pile of treasure so recuperate could seal up the trickle of blood. "What a mess," Sable said. "Skadix's warriors are still inside Varendale. What happened there, do you think?" Aelin didn't have to consider her response, which suggested she'd already thought the topic over. To be fair, she hadn't been nearly killed, needing to crash on top of her hoard in a feverish recovery state. She'd had plenty of time to chew over the debacle. Well, seeing how those maniacs killed themselves summoning that thing, our people are probably fine. There's just not opposition that could hold up to them, after everyone who could fight them man for man sacrificed themselves. 16 uncontested high-level classed. They're doing fine, if I had to guess. That eased some of Sable's guilt over having fled. Leaving behind a group of people who were nominally her allies in hostile territory hadn't felt great. She hadn't had much choice. Though, she'd barely escaped with her own life, and the only thing her lizard brain had been screaming at her to do was to get as far away as possible. Plus, Sable simply didn't trust Skatic's warriors not to take advantage of her weakened state. She wouldn't have been surprised if they had used the situation to finish her off. There'd been many reasons she'd needed to leave them behind. Did fleeing reduce her reputation, even considering how reasonable doing so had been? Running away wasn't an action that suited an all-powerful tyrant. Fortunately, her notoriety hadn't dipped a level. But Sable wouldn't be surprised if her image had been diminished in some way to the warriors of Skatic. They're still alone in an enemy city, Sable said. Plus the ritual seemed to have affected them too. She'd seen several of Skatic's warriors who'd outright collapsed in face of the overwhelming magic the cultist had brought to bear. So they might not be at full fighting condition. And won't numbers matter? If Varendale's willing to throw hundreds of lives away. Maybe, Aelin said. And even then, big maybe. But they don't have time to mount a resistance against them. Anyway, they're dealing with their own crisis. You turned their town square into a bonfire, and they're probably dealing with that. Gives our people plenty of time to gather themselves and hole up somewhere. She shrugged. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they finished taking over the city themselves. Really depends. Sable nodded. Guesswork is pointless. She looked down at herself and grimaced. I'm still not in any condition to go help. They'll need to handle themselves for a while longer. Maybe when she'd worked her way up to half health, she'd go deal with Varendale. Until then, the risk of being turned on was simply too high. She was less than 1/4 health, and even less than that in mana. I thought I was safe against them, Sable said. How did someone so low-level have power like that? She hadn't gotten an exact read on the cultist's level, but Predator's insight had told her he wasn't even the highest level of the goblins gathered, which put him somewhere around 15. It made no sense that he'd effectively gone toe-to-toe with her, a level 9 dragon who'd clearly demonstrated herself capable of torching entire squads a similar level to him. Don't know, Aelin said. That gem he had. She trailed off, then shook her head. I'm not the person to ask. But if you're willing to mess with powers you shouldn't, then anything's possible, I guess. Especially when you've got 36 willing high-level sacrifices. She seemed disturbed, thinking back to the event, and to be fair, Sable was too. That had been their conviction. For 36 people to give their lives in an attempt to kill her. She'd known the alleged genocide of their entire capital city would make them hate her, but she might have underestimated the extents some people would go for revenge. That had been foolish. Her life had already been a mess, but recent discoveries had made them even more so. Apparently, she wasn't safe even from lower-level people like she ought to be. There was always a risk of some bizarre wildcard, like a cultist with access to a ravenous deity. Sable could intuit she might have simply gotten extraordinarily unlucky with that event. But even so, it demonstrated that the risk was out there, and that she was never truly safe. However overwhelming the power difference between her and her enemies seemed, she'd have to be more careful in the future. But could she afford to be more careful? She didn't really think she'd been outrageously reckless, having been more than aware of the possibility of a trap and prepared for it. It was impossible to be prepared for that. There's a single silver lining, I suppose. Sable sighed, settling her chin onto her claws, taking solace in the warm radiance of her hoard. I leveled after killing that thing. Oh, Aelin asked. Anything good? Level 10 increments come with something strong. Indeed, Sable said. In fact, A long-anticipated skill had arrived, though perhaps not something strong, but certainly defining my half-dragon form. Chapter 56. Half-Dragon. "You did?" Aelin asked. "Huh. Can I ask how it works?" Sable hummed as she considered whether she wanted to share the details. Honestly, she was still chewing over them herself. The skill, half-dragon form, allows transformation into a humanoid form. However, it comes with significant detriments. HP is reduced by 90%. All stats are reduced by 50%, and MP is reduced by 50%. The only benefit listed is that spell dexterity is improved by 50%. The skill came with a shocking amount of detriments. On reflection, it made some sort of sense that replacing her gigantic, impervious form came with major downsides. If she wanted to walk around as a humanoid, then she would lose a significant portion of the advantages her true race afforded her. There were a lot of implications to that. First, it meant Sable wouldn't be wearing the form except in situations she felt exceptionally safe in, or otherwise needed to be in a humanoid form for. To name the clear situations, either around allies like Aelin and Roman, clearing dungeons she couldn't fit inside otherwise, and perhaps in situations where she needed the improved spell dexterity. She wasn't entirely sure what that last part meant. From the sounds of it, she could create complex spells easier, but her ability to power them was greatly dampened by half of her intellect and wisdom stats being erased. Still, she was pleased to see that there was some benefit to being in half-dragon form. It wasn't purely a downside. "It weakens me," Sable settled on. "My defenses are greatly lowered when I take the form, and all the other implications of reduced stats she would recover slower too. It seems I'll still need to use you as a diplomat. I'll only be using it in specific situations." Since having to relay her words through Aelin whenever she wanted to talk strategy with non-allies and most allies, for that matter, was still an annoyance, Sable might have to look into solutions for speaking while in dragon form. Having unlocked a specialty in enchantment, which included illusions, she might be able to use magic to mimic speech somehow. She couldn't imagine where to start with that, though, and would have to talk with Roman about it. She'd hoped half-dragon form would solve the problem, so she hadn't thought too hard about the topic. Sable's head was going fuzzy, the glow of her hoard lulling her back to sleep. So she said, "We'll talk more later. I need to rest." Maybe Aelin replied, but Sable was already drifting off. She woke 6 to 8 hours later, with the moon high in the sky and darkness having settled over the forest. This time, she truly did feel better. Recuperate had brought her HP above the halfway point, and her mana slightly above the 1/3. Like usual, her magical resource regenerated slower than her health. Usually, it regenerated much slower. Actually, Sable suspected the severity of her wounds had closed the gap somewhat, slowing her health regeneration to a crawl. It made sense severe injuries healed slower than shallow ones, and her HP reflected that. Aelin and Granite were asleep. Ignisfang was curled a short distance away and was watching her. She nodded at him, and he returned the gesture with a more respectful one of his own. She stretched, her muscles aching at the motion, and several of her injuries pulling, but it felt nice to work her muscles out. There was one last thing from the fight against the cultist that Sable hadn't fully addressed or considered. Her mind had come briefly into contact with the goddess of consumption, and it wasn't just the experience that had branded onto her psyche. She felt something inside her, a remnant of having communed, even unwillingly, with such a primordial and uncontrollable entity, a hunger. She closed her eyes and focused inward. It wasn't paranoia. She felt something. It was faint, but gnawing, an itch that had burrowed deep inside her. Slowly, as she focused on it, the tight, writhing knot came closer into focus. Seed of hunger. Sable twitched, her eyes shooting open. She didn't know what she had expected, but receiving information as if she'd used inspect hadn't been it. Her suspicions had been doubly confirmed, though she'd already known the gnawing sensation wasn't just inside her head, but genuinely a mark from having come into contact with the goddess. What did it mean? Unfortunately, inspect and further introspection didn't reveal much. The affliction thought whether it was truly that. She didn't know sat in her stomach, present, though not overwhelming. She had no great hopes it was a good thing. She hesitated, but maybe not a wholly bad thing, either. Clearly, meddling with divine powers could bring enormous strength. The cultist had demonstrated that many times over. She had no clue what this seed of hunger was, but while it might bring detriments, could it bring benefits, too, if she utilized it properly, though how to do so was far beyond her. As was a recurring trend in her life, she simply lacked the proper information. That was becoming an increasingly frustrating roadblock. She needed to have a better idea of how this world worked at large. Maybe if she'd known more about this Lady Zanaya, she could have expected that a cultist would still be out there with a way to summon her. Though she suspected that this sequence of events was simply so far outside the norm that even a well-versed local of this world, like Roman, couldn't have reasonably planned for it. Even so, Sable didn't like being in the dark. She had a headache-inducing amount of priorities to juggle. But she moved her goals to infiltrate some more advanced society, one of the human kingdoms higher up on that list. She needed to visit libraries, speak with people, find tutors, and get a better sense for the world. If not to have a better ability to plan for catastrophes like what had happened today, then for foresight on what greater threats awaited her as her notoriety grew. It wouldn't be long before word of her spread, not now that she was conquering her way across the Red Plains in earnest. She finally roused herself and ambled off her hoard. Her left arm still ached, but she didn't outright limp anymore, even if it wasn't pleasant resting her weight on it. No longer feeling like death, she wanted to test her newest ability. Without ceremony, she activated half-dragon form. Frostfire puffed out around her, and she was suddenly standing, in humanoid form, in the center of a large crystalline glyph. The white markings were made in her class's eponymous element, the burning hot ice setting nearby grass smoking. It faded before anything could ignite. It didn't come as a total surprise that the skill didn't provide her clothing. She was naked. At the same time, that was a problem. Did every transformation revert her back to this state? Or would clothes that she put on carry between forms, and she just needed to find some to start with, if it weren't the former? Then there were going to be some annoying logistical problems that came with swapping. She only mused over that for a second. She was far more interested in the transformation itself. Holding two hands up, she marveled at the white skin on display. Having been a dragon with shining white scales, she supposed it made sense that her human form was equally pale, but still, she was surprisingly so. Her skin made of marble. She looked around at the small island. Fortunately, Aelin was still asleep, and she was the only one Sable would be embarrassed to be seen by, right now. Granite was also sleeping, or at least inert in his pile of rocks form, and Ignisfang was a giant scaled worm, so she didn't mind that he was watching her. Or, mostly, it was like being naked around a cat. Weird for illogical, hard to explain reasons, but hardly enough to make her blush and run to cover up. The pristine lake surface provided a mirror for her. She crouched down in front of it, and blue eyes looked back at her. For the second time, she was disoriented by the difference in her humanoid form, and what she really looked like or had, back on Earth. The features given to her weren't hers, and didn't even resemble her. She was a new person. through and through. Strangely, that was harder to take in than having been turned into a dragon. One was a transformation so different from her natural state that it had been easier to digest, not harder. Having returned to a somewhat human form, the lack of similarity between what she used to be and what she saw now produced a wave of vertigo. An adult face with regal features looked back at her. She'd been somewhat concerned that as a juvenile white dragon, she would receive a human form that was childlike, but that wasn't the case. She had sharp, prominent cheekbones and blue eyes that seemed to pierce even her as she gazed into the water. Her resting expression was both haughty and nearly hostile, and Sable frowned, then tried to actively ease it into something friendlier. It didn't really work. Two bone-white horns protruded from her head, tucked between long, equally white hair, and she wonderingly felt them up. Besides her tail, a thick, scaled protrusion reminiscent of her dragon form, it was the most non-human part of her. The pointy ears also gave away that she decidedly wasn't human. She felt those up next. Honestly, she'd say she was closer to an elf mixed with a dragon than a human, though she guessed she didn't know what elves looked like in this world. She'd only heard they existed. As for her physique at large, it was hard to tell exactly how tall she was without any guides to go by, but she got the impression she was taller than she'd been on Earth, maybe by a lot. The ground seemed farther down than in her memories, though obviously much closer when going by the standards of her dragon form. She tentatively guessed she might even be past 6 feet tall. It would make sense for a dragon's humanoid form to not be diminutive. She had a lithe build. She wasn't muscular, but neither did she look overly soft. Most of the fat had been burned off of her. Well, besides up top, which she had mixed feelings on, she had a lot more there than she used to. It was one of many changes to her previous body that left her disoriented. The part she cared most about, though, was that she had hands again. Fingers. The ability to grab things. The usefulness of that couldn't be understated. Her mouth was a close second. She almost jolted, realizing she could finally talk. "Hi," she whispered down at her reflection. "Hello." Even her voice had a certain harshness to it. A regal sort of arrogance dripped from even the simple words, completely without her intent. She wrinkled her nose. Once again, there weren't many similarities to her old self. She'd been remade in entirety. Twice. For a short while longer. She looked herself over. She briefly considered experimenting with her capabilities, both her weaknesses and single strength in this form, but decided it could wait for later. Her experiment concluded, she returned to her dragon form. Like before, the skill activated in a burst, and an even larger white glyph coated the ground beneath her before quickly disappearing. Oddly, her dragon form felt just as comfortable, if not more, than her human one. She had really adjusted to it. She wasn't at full fighting condition, but after her long rest, she was healthy enough to return to Varendale and aid the warriors she'd left behind. Her goals hadn't ultimately changed. She still needed tributary cities, and time waited for no one. Varendale needed to be conquered as much as ever, especially with enemy forces posturing to conquer Rustspike territory themselves. She would experiment more with her human body in the future, but for now, duty called. She was, as she'd once put it, a very busy lizard. Chapter 57. Notice. Bastion Commander Lyra Sinclair rubbed her forehead as she looked at the various reports scattered across her desk. In the best of cases, the city of Wastehaven was a tumultuous place, but the past week had been chaotic even by those standards. A person would think that by the title of Bastion Commander, that Lyra's duties would include mostly defensive matters, but that was far from the truth. Administrative and political tasks took up easily as much, or more. time as organizing troops and coordinating with the Adventurers Guild. It was moments like now she missed her years as a captain. Among the headaches she had to sort through and handle today, there were no less than 3 B-rank monster incursions on neighboring towns. Some absurd debacle in the Crafters district that had left a smoking crater where a building had once stood, a visiting dignitary from the Elemental Isles, and last but not remotely least, this, a simple report, and not threatening in the immediate sense, yet by far the worst of all. Unusual amounts of undead activity noted near the border. Words that sent a shiver across any Southern Bastion commander worth even a fraction of their title. It wasn't the first time she'd seen such a report. And being situated on the border to the wastelands meant both dips and peaks in how many hordes of undead wandered nearby. So maybe she was reading into things. It was, Lyra thought, the timing that set her so on edge. There'd been a bizarre amount of once-in-a-year mishaps, debacles, and catastrophes happening in the past month. A B-rank monster incursion was something she ought to only deal with a few times a year. And yet 3 this week. There was something in the air, too. She couldn't quite put it into words. Maybe it was in her head. But Wastehaven wasn't the only city to be dealing with such things. Apparently, there'd been unusual activity across the entire kingdom, across the entire continent, even, though reports on other kingdoms, even ones nominally allied to Aldstone, weren't easy to come by. The various factions were, for good reason, secretive in their going-ons. She was probably being paranoid. Though Wastehaven was the most significant city on the southern border of Aldstone, there simply wasn't much reason for the Reaper to focus her attention their way. The kingdoms of Baelgrun and Sylvandor had always taken the brunt of undead attention, holding significant swathes of red and black zones. The relatively magic-scarce kingdom of Aldstone simply held little tactical purpose, not to mention their geographic irrelevance, tucked to the southeastern edge of the continent. Still, those words, unusual amounts of undead activity. Would she be a Bastion commander if she just glossed over them? There wasn't anything to do, though, besides to write back suggesting caution. With how many concrete disasters were going on, she could hardly afford to send more scouts and troops to the border's outposts for some undead bogeyman. So long as they were being repelled from Aldston territory proper, the undead were what they always were, a nuisance to be fended off. That would only change with a true invasion, and such an idea was absurd. The undead might be mindless, but the Reaper wasn't. So why would an organized force ever attack Wastehaven? With a sigh, she pushed the report to the side and focused on more pressing matters. Towns were under attack by B-rank monster incursions, after all. By the time the fight was over, Zay was covered head to toe in blood. That was more or less how she preferred it. Any real fight ought to end with heaps of viscera. That was, in fact, why she hated hunting elementals. There just wasn't the same satisfaction when she didn't get to rip and tear through organs. A fight ought to conclude with a still-beating heart in her hand. Such a finish came with a heady sort of satisfaction she would never be able to explain. Even trying to, she knew, made her sound psychotic. Even she wasn't so poorly adjusted she couldn't figure that out. Today's hunt had been a good one. The Thunderbird was far from the strongest opponent she'd fought, but any B-rank monster would get the heart pumping at least for a level 33 like Zay. And as much as the excitement, she was satisfied for another reason. A large part of her reveled in the brutality of the fight for the brutality itself. But when opportunities cropped up where she could help people while indulging in the bloodlust, that was always preferable. And she had certainly helped people. This sorry town wouldn't have stood a chance taking down the beast with their local talent. The Thunderbird was a B-rank monster that had been terrorizing them only for a day, and there'd been dozens of casualties. They simple weren't prepared to handle a monster of its magnitude. Even C ranks were challenges only proper cities could field a real resistance against. They would have gotten help from their local guild soon enough. Surely. But they'd been fortunate that Zay had been passing through, and her early intervention had saved them several days of horror. Though it wasn't actually fortune, she'd come here deliberately. She was rarely just wandering around. For all she used that excuse. Some people were lucky, but having a B-rank opponent every other week, in this part of the world, obviously something more was going on. But Zay didn't want to divulge her brother's abilities. Those sorts of skills were best kept close to the chest. She looked down at the beast she'd slain. Its pristine white and light blue feathers were marred red. A spear was a cleaner weapon than some, but Zay made no great efforts to leave her opponents in good condition. The opposite. Hence how both she and it was drenched in blood. That wasted potential profit. She knew, but she'd hardly gotten into this business as a means of making money. With her heart rate slowly settling, she leaned against her spear and considered her next steps. An hour later, she was dragging the gigantic white bird through the town by a rope. The crowd collected rapidly. She was used to the attention. Their reactions were a familiar mixture: awe, disgust, and relief, to name a few. The former from seeing a B-rank monster laid low by a single person. The second from the viscera covering both Zay and her opponent, and the last well. The last reaction was obvious. Of course, they were relieved they no longer had a B-rank beast to worry about. Finally, there was one more clear emotion vindication. It gleamed in many eyes. Satisfaction at the beast's fate. That was the real reason she made a display of her hunts like this, creating a spectacle as she dragged the creature straight through the town, headed for the guild outpost. Not as a way to stroke her ego, but to give closure to those who'd lost friends and family to the disgusting beast. To see its body brutalized and broken. It wasn't enough. Not nearly. To make up for the losses. But it was something. That, ultimately, was why Zay had started down this path. She'd been in their position not more than 10 years ago. Nobody had dragged back her parents' killer. Then, as she did for these people, that vile monster might even still be wandering around. After dropping the corpse off with the guild, then taking a much-needed shower, Zay went and found her brother. Tracking him down wasn't difficult. He rarely left his room. They were both socially maladjusted. Zay knew. But her brother was on a different level. He was one of the only people who fit in worse with general society than her. Her bloodthirsty tendencies and so-called unhealthy obsession with the hunt were certainly odd, but at the same time, somewhat expected for an adventurer of her caliber. Leander's eccentricities were less palatable. "Back already?" he asked, not looking up from his desk. His glassy black eyes no sclera, no iris stayed trained on his notebook. He had either of his hands placed on each side of it as he stood and frowned down at some inscrutable problem that Zay was certain she couldn't even understand the premise to, much less make headway on. Zay was a genius with the spear, but her brother was one in the more traditional meaning. Zay grunted as she plopped into a chair. "Did you eat?" "Yes." "Did you eat today?" Leander frowned. Glassy black eyes turned to her, and for all Zay had grown many times more accustomed to them than anyone else, they still unnerved her. She obviously didn't let it show, and met his gaze evenly, returning his annoyance with her trademark big sister glare. "I can't remember," Leander said. "Probably. Let's go grab something. Then, later," Leander said. "There's something we need to talk about." "The next hunt, it can wait." Leander's talent with divination, one of his many fields of genius, was how Zay always had prey to hunt down. Her own class helped with that too, but B-rank monsters were hardly swarming everywhere. Well, in some parts of the world they were. But Zay was more interested in killing the ones where the effort benefited others, in defending towns like these against wayward threats they couldn't handle. The next hunt, Leander said. Yes. No. Of a sorts. I've been speaking with Thera, Zay asked, instantly intrigued. For a few reasons. Not just because Thera was one of their more informed contacts in the capital, but because Zay was 90% sure something was going on between the two of them. Thera might be the only person who had her nose buried in a book more often than her brother, which meant it was a match made in heaven. And frankly, Leander's only hope for romance. And how is she? Leander narrowed his pitch-black eyes at her. Even his normally clueless self able to pick up on Zay's tone, probably because of the frequency of teasing, but he ignored her. She's well. Please focus. Zay chose not to press, mostly because she was interested. The news. Then, there's been dragon sightings. If Leander's intent had been to stun her into silence, it worked. Leander wasn't the sort of person to joke around. She didn't need to doubt whether he was trying to pull her leg with the astounding claim. Still, dragon sightings and proof were far from the same thing. And you've looked into it. My sight is obscured, Leander said. But that's perhaps proof on its own. And Thera's confident. Too many reports from too many sources. Not just that, but across several kingdoms. There's more than one, Zay asked incredulously. 3, that Thera's heard of. In Aldstone? No, Leander said. Neighboring kingdoms. Zay digested that. Not for the first time. She appreciated Leander's contact with Thera and the comprehensive network of contacts that scholars maintained in general. It was one of the more reliable streams of information between the constantly warring human kingdoms, and undoubtedly due to the fact nearly every scholar of note spent some years in the tower. She wouldn't be surprised if a decent portion of them identified more with the tower than they did with their kingdoms of birth. I see, Zay said. Well, I doubt they'll be pleased if I go hunting on their territory, though the idea of a dragon hunt might convince her to try her hand regardless. If there'd ever been a beast worthy of laying low, it was those despicable creatures. At least, from what she'd heard. Leander nodded. I wanted to keep you informed. Perhaps more will be coming. Coming from where? That's the interesting question. Leander said. Perhaps it has to do with the influx. The influx. Even Zay had noticed the strange phenomenon. Finding level-appropriate monsters had always been a challenge, even with a genius diviner to help her track them down. But it had become borderline easy in the last month. Leander and his contacts had noticed strange increases in latent magical activity. The world at large seemed to be having some sort of influx in power, with significant peculiar events popping up at unprecedented rates. But dragons, well, Zay said, a sort of giddiness starting to creep up on her. She pushed the feeling away. Best not to get too excited. Keep your ears open on that. Maybe one'll turn up in Aldstone. I pity the poor beast that does, Leander said dryly. I hear the infamous huntress likes to play with her food. Zay grinned. Guilty as charged. No, but really, I could use a new set of armor. She considered the idea. Excitement growing. Dragon scale. Now that would be an upgrade. Chapter 58. Adjusting Plans. Banar had known dragons were some of the fiercest creatures in all of lore. But seeing one rip apart a literal aspect of an old god was a sobering experience nonetheless. Any lingering doubts over whether Chieftain Kirak had been cowardly for so quickly bending to Lady Sable's demands was erased after witnessing the dragon's fight against the insane cultist. The firepower casually thrown around in that fight had been enough to level this city. Had it not been focused on each other, hells, even the collateral damage had left the town square blazing. During the fight, Bonner had been busy dragging back any of his squad members that had been incapacitated. so he hadn't been able to hunker down and witness the spectacle in full. At least half of the team had lacked the mental and physical fortitude to stay conscious. When Lady Sable had come out victorious, then took off into the sky to recover. Bonar's awe certainly hadn't dampened at seeing the great serpent flee to lick her wounds. She'd gone head-to-head with an abomination of the old gods and walked away to talk about it. 36 of rust spikes classed had been fused into that behemoth, and then imbued with dark powers to boot. And it still hadn't been enough. And this was a juvenile dragon, the weakest the beast would ever be. The idea dizzied him. Maybe there'd been an opportunity to resist the tyrant when she'd been a newborn, but now it wouldn't just be suicide to act against her. It would be arrogant suicide. Those were the thoughts that swirled around in Bonar's head as he dealt with the aftermath of the fight. Their circumstances weren't great, abandoned in a major city of a hostile tribe. That said, the entirety of their opposition had been eradicated. 16 elite warriors could hold up against nearly any number of regular soldiers. It would be a test of endurance and not strength if Verendale chose to fight back. But they weren't interested in doing so. The rampant blue-white fire setting their town square ablaze needed to extinguished. And in doing so, Bonar and his teammates had more than enough time to regroup and recuperate. The debilitating effect of the ritual had been short-lasting. By the time the fight ended, most of the team was at least conscious again, if admittedly not at full fighting strength. After regrouping, Bonar and his team helped where they could with the fire, though none were elemental mages, and thus they were restrained to fighting the flames the mundane way. Fortunately, despite being magical in origin, and looking like it too, being white-blue flames, Lady Sable's fire breath didn't create supernaturally durable fire with the joined effort. The potentially catastrophic threat was handled. Much of the town square was blackened, but they stopped it from spreading. Shortly after that, Bonnar and his team took over the town hall. Rustspike leadership had been decimated twice over, and so the city was mostly headless, though a few people capable of negotiations could be scrounged up with effort. While the people of Verendale or the Rustspike tribe at large still hated both the Bonecrackers and Lady Sable herself enough to fight back, they simply lacked the leadership. A revolt would take weeks or months of organization. For now, the city belonged to them. When Lady Sable returned late into the night, Banner was pleased for their own sake that they'd handled the logistics of Verendale's surrender. At least, the superficial parts of it. The Rustspikes were too broken of a tribe to muster any further resistance. Those remaining just wanted the chaos to be over. Seeing the great tyrant's glimmering white form, though still battle-scarred to some degree, not fully recovered, filled Bonar with a new sort of fear. His blood had always run a little cold putting eyes on the legendary beast. But before, it had been respect born of her species' reputation. Now, having seen Lady Sable rip an eldritch abomination apart with tooth, claw, and mountains of magic, his wary respect was of a much more intimate sort. Lady Sable seemed surprised the city had been taken care of in her stead. Perhaps she'd thought she'd be coming back to rescue them and squash what remained of the resistance. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Though they hadn't been much use in the fight against the cultist, they had at least managed some part of their mission, which was good. He'd been worried about retaliation from Lady Sable since they hadn't flung themselves headlong into certain death, trying to help with that calamity. His teammates had at least had the sense not to take advantage of the lady's weakened state that would have meant certain death for the Bonecracker tribe. While she seemed more tolerant than the horrific reputations of dragons prior in some ways, at least Bonar had no misconceptions whether that tolerance would extend to actual betrayal. Not joining into the fight while nearly disabled from the ritual didn't count as betrayal to her. Though, thank the heavens. Plus, having secured the city further endeared his team to the returning tyrant. Banner breathed a sigh of relief when she was briefed. surveyed the city, then continued on with her usual cold pragmatism. Bonner would admit the trip back to Skatik had him slightly worried about whether they'd be taking an impromptu tumble through the air, but no such thing happened. Finally, after regrouping in Skatik, discussions with the chieftain took place. Chieftain Kirak took the announcement of Eldritch Abomination and Lady Sable's conquering of it in stride. He'd earned the title of the Ironhide Conqueror during his years as a warlord, and maybe he'd settled down in his twilight years, but that famous tenacity remained, just in different ways. "I see," Chieftain Kirak said. "It's a troubling development, but it sounds like it's been handled." The gem melted. "I believe it's gone," Aelin said, her tone making it clear she was relaying the dragon's words. "We've seen the last of it. Then have our plans changed?" "No. But the delay means other tribes are in better positions for their own plans. The sooner we crush any hopes for them to claim Rustspike land, the less of an irritant they'll be." An irritant. She described the total conquering and unification of the Red Plains in the way his wife might cleaning the basement. A tedious and annoying task, but something that simply needed to be done. And after what Bonar had seen, that was essentially the situation. Even the insane turn of events, the summoning of an aspect of the old gods, had been a slowdown for the dragon and nothing more. It was hard to comprehend that kind of strength. Everyone knew it existed in far-off lands and had heard stories, but being part of it and seeing direct demonstrations of that earth-cracking power was something else. "And we're looking to repel them." "For now, nothing more," Chieftain Kirak asked. "For now," Aelin said. Sounding irritated, she tended to mimic the great tyrant's emotions. A diligent translator. "I'll have your people handle the diplomatic discussions. I don't have time to squash each and every city myself. You'll handle negotiations." "Threats for annihilation," Bonner amusedly corrected in his head. "And I'll handle the dissenters, should they exist." "Of course," Chieftain Kirak said. He didn't sound surprised. Banar supposed it made sense that the tyrant flying around and dominating each city herself would be too time-consuming. Perhaps after her close encounter, she wanted to focus on getting stronger. That was a reaction Bonar himself had had before. Nearly every class of meaningful progression had gone up against a terrifying opponent and come out of the fight realizing that they ought to put more effort into getting stronger, both direct methods, as levels and items, but also simply becoming a better combatant. It was odd, realizing he might be sympathizing with a dragon. "I'll trust you're capable of organizing the details yourself," Aelin said. "You know my goals, my intent. Carry it out. The Bonecracker tribe will be rewarded for being at the forefront. Arrange how you need me to finalize whatever efforts, but I'm not interested in the details. And to what extent should we plan for your presence? Critical movements and operations," Aelin said. "Should you need me to transport some group of people or supplies, I shall, or otherwise break an important defense. As I said, avoid warfare. Secure our current assets, the rest of Rustspike territory, and negotiate the surrender of other tribes. Inform me of developments, how amenable each are." She paused, then added, "And organize a steady tribute system for all dominated cities, Bonecrackers included." The collected leadership shifted in place. Obviously, this was a more personally troubling request. The rest of Lady Sable's orders had been to dominate other lands, but this affected them directly. "And how would you want that handled?" Chieftain Kirak asked. "Your excess is now mine," Aelin replied. "I don't seek to drain and ruin your people, but I am not here to be your benevolent overlord." The last statement ended with a bit of a sneer. "In exchange, you have safety. Safety from her. Not just their enemies," was the implication. And honestly, not that bad of a deal. By the standards of past dragon tyrants, it was more than a tolerable situation. Not ideal. Having their treasuries drained to feed the dragon's hoard, but none of their cities would be turning into smoking piles of tinder. So could they really complain? After all the events of recent and Lady Sable's meteoric rise in power in just days, Bonner could tell the rest of the assembled leaders agreed. "Your will shall be done, great tyrant," Chieftain Kirak said. "Good," Aelin replied. "Now, take me to your armory. I want to peruse it." That made everyone pause. Bonner didn't get the impression she meant to raid it, as she had with the treasury, but for some other reason. "May I ask why?" Kirak asked mildly. "I received my half-dragon form," the dragon's minion said. "Dungeon loot reshapes itself to accommodate the wearer. I've heard. It's quicker than having a tailor create something for me." The confusion dispelled. Right away. Then, Chieftain Kirak said, "Someone unimportant can lead me," Aelin said. "You finish organizing our next steps. I'll return this evening to be informed." They did as they were told, and soon enough, someone was guiding the dragon and her minion toward the armory. Bonner and the rest of the group watched the serpent go, eyes tracking her glimmering white form as she was led away. Bonner wondered how long it would take before her growing bulk would no longer fit down the street. The silence lingered for a few moments, before Chieftain Kirak finally broke it by starting a discussion. They had work to do, even with a bludgeon like a dragon on their side. It wasn't an easy grouping of tasks they'd been given, and upsetting the great tyrant with a lack of timeliness was something no one was interested in trying. Not after recent developments. A flicker of a shadow monster rampaging through the town square broached his thoughts. Then a white serpent ripping and tearing it into pieces. He shivered before turning his attention to the discussion. Chapter 59. Second Introductions. Conquering the Red Plains was still important, but Sable had decided against doggedly pursuing that goal by throwing her weight around in a personal matter. Half the reason was because she thought it might lead to more situations like Varendale the Goblin's stalwart last stand. She meant, not the eldritch abomination part, and half of it was because she'd become more concerned with other goals. She no longer thought accruing as much territory and wealth as soon as possible was her most pressing task. Still important, but not top of the list. The Bonecrackers could handle those efforts on her behalf, and she would deal with the cities and tribes who refused later. Rather, she needed knowledge, and a better long-term plan stemming from that knowledge. After rummaging through Skatik's armory and finding some robes to wear white, naturally, Sable set off into the wilderness. She donned the fabric and tested whether clothing carried between transformations, finding that it did. Fortunately, so those logistical issues she'd worried about earlier wouldn't be a problem. From there, she headed for the woman she felt most comfortable with when it came to discussing long-term plans and the world at large. Roman. She wouldn't say she outright trusted the necromancer, but she trusted her more than anyone besides Aelin. Aelin, however, simply lacked an understanding of the world beyond the relatively weak goblin lands, and wasn't much of a resource in that regard. And Sable did have the assurance that Roman's fate was tied to hers. Sable was the mage's best chance to cure that bizarre affliction that had left her hand in its skeletal state and would eventually be claiming the rest of her. Hence, a prolonged and frank discussion on Sable's plans for world domination was, while not something she felt not wholly comfortable with, her best option. Setting Aelin down into the dirt a short distance from Roman's hut, Sable activated half-dragon form. It was perhaps not the most utilitarian thing to do, since she had Aelin to speak through, and also needed the bonus stats to slowly recover. But having her own mouth simplified things. Using Aelin to speak was perfectly functional, but still not what she preferred. Not only was there a delay in the words, But Aylin didn't always get her tone exactly right, though she did a mostly good job with it. In a short puff of frostfire, and a white-blue glyph engraving onto the ground before quickly fading, Sable was standing in her much more diminutive human body. It was the first time Aylin had seen her in it, since her first experiments last night had been private, as well as donning her white mage's robes having obviously taken place with her not watching. Sable wouldn't consider herself an overly bashful girl, but her first introduction to someone being stark naked wouldn't have been ideal. Aylin's eyebrows raised as she took in Sable's form, but Sable was determined for the event not to be awkward, because this event intrinsically produced that emotion, for some reason. It was like showing off a drastically different haircut, except a dozen times more pronounced. Wow. Aylin finally settled on, "You're taller than I expected, though I guess I did expect that. Of course dragons are tall." Sable hummed in response to that, also struggling for exactly what to say. Before settling on that she didn't need to say anything. She strode off for Roman's hunt, and Aylin followed her. One of the interesting benefits to her new body was that she still seemed to be impervious to most things. The hot sand of the Red Plains ought to be scorching, but her bare feet barely registered the temperature. Even with the drastic reduction in stats, she was still immune to most mundane irritants, either because of her impressive starting point, or perhaps her race. Half a dragon was still a more powerful form than a regular human. She would figure. She knocked on Roman's door, and to her surprise, the entire frame shook, sending dust cascading across the cabin. Sable paused at the dramatic reaction from the structure, then realized she might have to learn to control her strength. In her dragon body, she had done so naturally, since she'd learned her new body's limits as a matter of growing into it. Plus, gentleness or finesse hadn't ever been a goal of hers, besides when carrying people around. Her human body, on the other hand, already had a set of instincts and natural tendencies, which she would have to actively overwrite and correct. Roman opened the door, and Sable found herself looking down into green eyes. She was taller than even Roman, and she had gotten the impression Roman was a tall woman herself. Sable became doubly certain she herself was at least 6 feet tall, and possibly in the middle range of that, not the low end. Roman was probably just around that mark, if not an inch or two shorter, 5'10", though these were just guesses. "Well, fuck me," Roman said in introduction, 2 dark eyebrows having shot practically into her hairline. "Sable." "Yes," Sable replied, feeling strangely embarrassed by the event, as she had with Aylin. "My half-dragon form. I received it yesterday." Falling back on her tried-and-true tactic, she sniffed and strode into Roman's hut without invitation, her long dragon tail dragged behind her, brushing against wood. She was still getting used to that it was the most prevalent non-human part of her. "Yeah, sure," Roman said dryly. "Come on in. Why not?" Sable, like usual, forgave the impudence. She peered around the structure, finally getting to see the interior of Roman's cabin firsthand. It was a reclusive mage's hideout more or less exactly as she'd imagine it. Maybe a few more skeletons than stereotypical. Roman was a necromancer. For all, she didn't seem to be trying to raise an army of the undead. After looking around, she turned back to Roman, and was briefly disoriented at seeing eye to eye or, mostly, to another human. Perusing Roman's house hadn't just been out of curiosity. Sable had also been buying time to organize her thoughts in the meantime. This was a more disorienting event than she'd expected, and she'd already planned to be slightly awkward. "I have some things to discuss with you," Sable said. "Are you free?" A prim eyebrow quirked at the question, and Roman crossed her arms. "And if I said no, would that change anything?" Sable sniffed in response, then settled into the cramped kitchen chair. Her tail caused less issues than she'd expected. It tucked away without being too uncomfortable, though not perfectly, either, considering how bulky it was. "It could take some time," Sable said. "If you have anything urgent to finish, I'll wait." "How generous," Roman said dryly. For all, Roman had kept her typical demeanor, seeming nearly unaffected by her arrival besides her initial surprise. Sable caught the dark-haired woman studying her. Sable supposed it was an interesting event, getting to see a dragon in her half-dragon form for the first time, especially after having known Sable beforehand. Still, the poorly hidden scrutiny was somewhat embarrassing. It nearly made her shift in place, a blush threatening to creep up. She didn't even have a layer of white scales to hide such human reactions anymore. She was vulnerable in more ways than just her massively reduced stats. And as for that being weakened around Roman, who was an accomplished mage of a level Sable wasn't quite sure of, possibly someone who could even pose a threat to her, it didn't bother her. As she had already figured, Roman was one of the few people she could halfway trust. Maybe always staying in dragon form was smarter, but Sable didn't think she could tolerate that. As much as she was a dragon these days, she was still partly human, too. Getting to stretch her legs and move about in the way she was more familiar with was something she didn't want to do without, simply because it was more practical. Roman didn't have anything urgent to finish up, so she joined Sable at the table. After stacking papers and books haphazardly and thumping them down elsewhere, she settled into the chair opposite Sable. There were only 2 seats, so Aelin posted up against the wall, watching the interaction with obvious interest. "So," Roman said. "What? Do dragons drink tea?" Sable paused. "Or is it blood of your enemies only?" Roman asked. "I'm all out of that." "Tea is fine," Sable said. The offer interested her. Actually, getting to give her human taste buds a run after so many days of her, far more primal diet was something she hadn't known she'd been looking forward to. Roman didn't offer any flavors, but Sable assumed supplies were limited out in this remote part of the word, and that a wide variance of tea wasn't something she had stocked. She still didn't know exactly how Roman had ended up here. Apparently, the Red Plains, or Goblin territory in general, wasn't the easiest place to reach from the human kingdoms. Hence its isolation, and how Roman was the only human she'd bumped into. Why had the dark-haired mage come here? Of all places, she was far from talkative about her past, but it ultimately didn't matter. Hence why Sable hadn't questioned her much about it. That held true here and now, too. Sable simply had more pressing matters to discuss. Namely, creating a more reasonable long-term plan. And discussing what this seed of hunger was, though, whether even Roman would have input there. She hadn't a clue. Remnants of a dark goddess couldn't be a specialty of just anyone in this world, even if Roman seemed more learned than most. As Roman started the tea, she opened with a typically irreverent, "So, you've got me hostage. What is it?" Chapter 60. Greater Threats. Recent events have made me realize I need to focus more on big-picture planning than immediate goals, Sable said. For this discussion, she intended to go with full disclosure, explaining her aims and needs and hoping Roman could provide meaningful guidance. During magic lessons, Sable had kept an arm's length away from Roman, both of them keeping their secrets. Sable couldn't afford to keep doing that. The risk that came with divulging her true goals and thoughts to Roman was simply outweighed by how much value she could receive from having an informed advisor. With that said, Sable didn't want to lay all her cards on the table. The obvious bits she would be keeping to herself were her reincarnation and the extent of her hopeful altruism. Neither should be ultimately relevant. Roman replied. "You look banged up. Has to do with that." Some of Sable's injuries had carried over from her dragon form, though not extensively. The two forms reflected each other to a minor degree, most prominently. Her elbow ached, and a nasty bruise covered it. Her arm had nearly been cut off. Of sorts, Sable said. I flew to Varendale with a contingent of Skatik's most powerful class, intending to capture the city. There was a cultist there. He used some sort of gem to sacrifice several dozen classed to summon a monster called a lesser aspect of Lady Zanaya, the exalted consumption. I fought and barely won. The summary, of course, made Roman pause. From her place over at the counter preparing tea, she turned an incredulous look to Sable. So I want to start there, Sable said. What do you know of Lady Zanaya? She glanced Aylin's way. Aylin says she's an old god. Aylin shifted, seeming suddenly hesitant. That's what the elders say. But I've also heard them say all kinds of ridiculous things, so, you know. She shrugged. Aylin did seem to be oddly open-minded, not freely accepting superstitions or the stories her people peddled. It wasn't a trait Sable wouldn't have expected from a goblin who'd grown up in a remote tribe. Old gods, Roman said. Yes. Well, it's not unusual to characterize them as such. Characterize, Sable asked. No one knows what the primal energies really are, Roman said. But they don't seem to be fully sapient beings. At the same time, they have some sort of intent or guiding force behind them. She frowned. This isn't a topic that's really understood. By anyone, if I had to guess. Aylin said they were replaced by new gods, Sable asked. New ones, Roman asked, sounding confused. The gods of order, Aylin said. The system. Ah. Well. Yes. Ancient histories say the primal energies were more prominent thousands of years ago, and that the system repressed them. Again, this isn't a subject that's understood in any meaningful capacity. Let me emphasize ancient history. But are these new gods real? It was a blunt way to phrase the question, but Sable wanted to know if she had actual deities to worry about, alongside whatever these primal energies were. You mean what's demonstrably provable? Roman asked. She spared a glance for Aylin before facing back to Sable, and Sable got the impression Rom had been wondering whether she should go for tact to not offend Aylin by dismissing whatever her belief system was. That hesitation only lasted for a second, though, and Roman barreled forward. Plenty of societies have built a religion around the system, but there's no concrete proof. There's priests, paladins, and other classes that form divine links, but whether they actually draw power from a higher sentient being, rather than simply their class, isn't known. Roman hesitated. And there's the keepers. I would say those are clearly real, and are deities, or higher forces in the way most would consider the term gods of a sort. Why are you asking? I'm figuring out what I need to worry about, Sable said. Seeing how I was nearly killed by this lady of consumption, I want to be aware of what other unimaginable powers might be turned against me. Roman considered that response, then snorted. There's no harm in learning, but freak incidents like emergences of the primal energies aren't really something you plan for, or should need to. They're calamities the world deals with as they come, and are exceedingly rare. Frankly, you got unlucky. And the keepers aren't something you need to worry about, either. What are those? Again, Sable asked. Aylin said they keep the world from turning into a cosmic stew. Oh, I like that. But yes, that's more or less it. The primal energies are actually one such place the keepers will intervene, should things get bad enough. They certainly didn't help me. Nor had they Gadenrock, which had been ravaged by a greater aspect, not a lesser. You're underestimating the scale those beings operate on, Roman said dismissively. They stop people from trying to crack open space, turn back time, brainwash a continent, or so on. There was an intervention for a high avatar of growth, I believe, some 6 centuries ago. But let me remind you that we're talking about forces we can't comprehend, and events that happen on a scale discussed in centuries or millennia. The keepers mostly come out to squash immensely powerful mages from meddling in forbidden disciplines, specifically, too deeply in them, reality-breakingly deep. The children usually handle minor infractions. The children. A cult, Roman said. Sort of. They track down people working with taboo forces or arts and clean up problems before the keepers need to bother. Fancy themselves their studious disciples. Her nose wrinkled. They're creepy ones. Met an initiate once. At the tower. And what are the taboo arts? Soul necromancy. Messing with time. Certain workings of space and dimensions. Mind control. Peeking into the future. You know, anything that goes too harshly against the natural order. One of those, obviously, alarmed Sable more than the others. Mind control. They might bother with coercions, too, and other smaller applications of mind magic. Roman said, depends. They can only spread themselves so far. And how do they track offenders down? Are they strong? Rumors say the Justicar is a level 50, Roman said, one of the few max levels on the continent. So yeah, not much they wouldn't be capable of dealing with, assuming it's true. Even if it's not, he's a heavyweight in the kingdoms, and there's several members of the children who aren't pushovers themselves. This had been exactly why Sable had wanted to talk to Roman. If there was a cult-like organization who made it their mission to hunt down people who dabbled in taboo arts, one of which was mind control, which Sable had literally used against Aelin, and had been considering leveraging more thoroughly. Even then, Sable should obviously be aware and prepared for them, though by the sounds of it, she couldn't be prepared should their gaze somehow turn her way. A level 50 Sable could hit above her weight class, but not 40 levels above it. She'd be squashed like a bug. Even the smaller heavyweights Roman had mentioned would demolish her. Sable's head started to hurt, because it sounded like she hadn't even broached the surface of the world at large. It was an entire world. How the hell was she supposed to prepare herself for that? The enormity of her task almost took the fight out of her. But it was a short-lived exhaustion. While headache-inducing, she had to start somewhere, and at least there was no proof she was being actively hunted by an organization like these children. But how do they find offenders? Sable asked. Wondering about your minions, Roman asked, sounding amused. Like usual. She read Sable without much difficulty. The necromancer could be unfortunately perceptive. Don't worry. The children are more concerned with people, not monsters. Though I suppose it's not impossible they come after you if you start really ramping up the war crimes, specifically while using taboo arts. But right now, even if you were public knowledge, I doubt they'd care. Dragons ensnaring a few people and stealing from local cities isn't really their domain. They're not that big of an organization, and they've got lots on their plate. The world's a chaotic place. Roman could say that again, and the response relieved Sable. Still, it seemed she had an extrinsic motivation to not get too excited with things like mind control. Brainwashing. Every political leader she came by to build her empire could very well turn the children's eyes her way. And level 50 opponents were something she wouldn't be able to face for a long time. And that was putting the moral concerns aside. And what should I worry about? On the large scale, the Adventurers Guild. Obviously. Roman said. Specifically, the Slayers. And whatever million smaller forces simply want a set of dragon-scale armor. Defending forces of who you want to conquer. 2. That one's obvious. Basically, pretty much everyone you come into contact with. Sable repressed a sigh. The good news, Roman said, sounding amused, is that while there'll definitely be people interested in a dragon once word gets out, is that as long as you keep putting on levels, you can make the amount of people capable of really dealing with you into a tiny pool. Already, it's not like the world's swarming with them. Well, this part of the world, definitely stay away from the high kingdoms. High kingdoms. Roman paused. Have you heard of aura ratings? No. It's a simplistic way of breaking groupings of geography into certain levels of magical density. Most of the area around us is a green zone, which aren't that common. There's nearly no latent magic here, and because of that, people can't reach meaningfully high levels. It goes green, yellow, red, and black. Essentially, you can consider it 10-level increments, where if you stay in that zone, progress becomes incredibly slow past the peak. Hence the strongest Red Plains warriors being around 14 to 16, Sable said. A green zone fielded opponents on average around 1 to 10, and that matched with the Red Plains, where the typical mob was around 4 to 7. The strongest warriors, after a lifetime, could go further, and in Skatic's case, reach up to the 14 to 16 range, but they were rare. Sable supposed the Fang Hollows might be considered a tiny, honorary yellow zone, and rarely. Strong dungeons appeared, but the Red Plains in general was a green zone. Right, Roman said. And the high kingdoms are the kingdoms where almost everything is red or black. How do people live through that? If the average monster there was between 20 to 30, even Sable would struggle. Very carefully, Roman said dryly. Civilians stay in safe places. There's lots of high-level defensive forces, of various types, gained over the years from the absurd amounts of latent magic in the air. But yeah, people stay within walled cities, or move around in heavily guarded caravans, in the high kingdoms. There's patches of green and yellow zones, too, which is usually where the capitals and largest cities are. There's bonuses to living in dangerous areas, but it also becomes prohibitively difficult in cases. Still, the point is that where there's red and black zones, there's opportunity to progress. The high kingdoms have the most, so they field the highest amount of high-level class. Doubly true because people seeking higher levels of power tend to migrate there. How come they don't conquer the world? Then if the other kingdoms are weaker, they're mostly concerned with other high kingdoms. First off, Roman said, so it's a self-balancing system. If they move off to attack a weaker kingdom, they'll be pounced on by the other high kingdoms. That said, don't be mistaken. There hasn't been a year in the past 1,000 that nation lines haven't been redrawn. The kingdoms are conquering each other, constantly. It's one of the reasons you'll have some modicum of safety if your name ever reaches the general public. Most powerful people are too busy killing each other to bother with you. Roman paused. Well, to an extent. I'd say mostly it's the free agents you'd need to worry about. People without much locking them down. People like some of the Slayers in the Adventurers Guild, rather than a High Kingdom's champion. I see, Sable said. She was continuing to be overwhelmed by the flood of information. Obviously, an entire world had a lot to be briefed on, but Sable hadn't even gotten to planning. She had a feeling this talk was going to last a while, and even once done, she'd be left with far from a watertight plan. She was starting to get the feeling that there was no such thing as a watertight plan in a world with so many powerful, chaotic, moving pieces. Then again, that chaos seemed to be providing a blanket of safety to her, too. Still, it was better than her previous fumbling through the dark. Tell me about these Slayers, Sable said. Chapter 61. Masquerade Plans. There's not much to say about them, Roman replied. They're pretty much normal adventurers, but focus more on hunting down powerful surface beasts than dungeons. Why, Sable asked. Aren't dungeons better in every way? You get more experience, and there's loot. It was one of the reasons Sable had wanted her human form, beyond the obvious. Faster levels and even gear to equip, or hoard, sounded enticing. Though with her reduced stats, she wasn't sure whether surface hunting or dungeon delving would be more effective. Plus, the drastically reduced constitution made her nervous. There's plenty of money in tracking down beasts, too, if you're going for the right one. Don't get that mixed up. It's one of the reasons people will come for you. And not everything's about profit and putting on levels. I think most dedicated slayers get skills that close the gap, that make difficult hunts give way more experience, so dungeons aren't necessary to progress. Regardless, it's more about the prestige or even clearing out dangerous threats. Roman shrugged. Motivations change by the person, obviously. Huh, Sable said. And it's this group that would go hunting a dragon. Naturally. Sable could infer there were slayers capable of killing her with ease. She didn't need to ask for clarification on that point. So, as I've already figured, the goal is to stay hidden, difficult to track down. That would help. Probably. I've no idea the full capabilities of the Slayers Guild. Who knows how they hunt their targets? Maybe it's divination. Maybe it's something else. How's that work? Anyway, divination, the limits and extents of it. Have to know something about the target. Maybe the strongest diviners can pull information out of thin air. But the potency is drastically reduced. Gotta already have a link. Link. Physical is best, like, say, an actual belonging of yours. Sable's mind briefly flashed to how Gritson had used a severed arm to track down Quill's team. She supposed that was about the best link that could be found. Logically following that, her thoughts went to the scale she'd discarded into her hoard. Could that be a weak point? Then again, if someone found her hoard and defeated Ignisfang to rummage through it, then she had way bigger problems. Regardless, securing her hoard bumped up a few steps in priority. She'd been planning on moving for a while. Lake Plateglass was a temporary solution, and finding a more permanent home was something she ought to do soon. But non-physical? Also, Sable asked. That seemed to be what Roman had implied. Weaker. But yes. A discussion with a family member might provide a tentative thread to divine some tidbits about a missing party, or other such situations. It's not an exact science. Sable nodded. She was quickly coming to terms with the fact she'd never be able to account for everything. Even what Roman was saying was generalizing how divination worked. Someone's class might be special and work in an entirely different way. And there's wards I can make against spells like that, Sable asked. With your enchant key rune, Roman agreed. One of its primary fields is defensive arrays. But you can't help me with making them. I'm a necromancer, Roman said. It's incredible we got you some basic working enhancements. Advanced ones, yeah. No. Besides, for the level of opposition that'll eventually be coming after you, you don't want half-assed solutions. I need a teacher specialized in that field, Sable said, finishing the thought. Which leads me to another major topic. Roman took a drink from her tea, inclining her head for Sable to continue. She seemed interested in this discussion. Sable could guess why it wasn't every day Roman got to chat with a dragon about how the world worked and how to stay alive. To find that teacher, I'll need to infiltrate a human city, as you said. It'd be the easiest way to find someone to teach you, I'm fairly certain. So what would the prime candidate be of nearby cities? Ah, Roman said. I've been wondering when you'd ask. Sable was glad to hear that she seemed to have thought the subject over. This was a topic Sable was even less informed than usual. She knew next to nothing about the various human kingdoms, or which city would be the easiest to infiltrate while minimizing risk. There's a few criteria to consider, Roman said. First, it can't be some tiny town there won't be enough mages to help you. So a capital, or otherwise a city where lots of adventurers congregate. That comes with equal risk should you somehow be found out, but there's no getting around it. Sable nodded. Second, you probably want a city where there's plenty of beastkin. You'll need to come up with at least a flimsy cover story, and I'd figure claiming to be a lizard beastkin would most reasonably explain all that. Roman waved up and down at Sable, and Sable became suddenly aware of her thick white lizard tail and jutting horns. Though lizards don't usually have horns, Roman said dryly. Still, it's not the oddest thing in the world for beastkin to get traits that don't fit perfectly with their dominant species, mixed heritage and all that. Beastkin, Sable asked. She could infer, but best to confirm. Humanoid species that take on animal traits, Roman said. There's about 1 million different types, which makes it a great cover. A part of her prickled at the idea of masquerading as an actual lizard. But it couldn't be helped. Her more logical side was grateful there was such an easy solution to her horns and tail, and that she wouldn't need to wear around an illusion everywhere. Right, Sable said. And the other criteria? Thirdly, Roman replied, you want the city to be at most near a red zone, not a black, so it's not too dangerous, and probably in the middle of nowhere, someplace unimportant, on the grand scale of things, and without too many high-level potential enemies. Where, should your presence create waves, news won't spread as rapidly to places that do matter. The necromancer's dry tone suggested that she doubted Sable would be fully successful in her espionage efforts. Sable supposed that was fair. She doubted she'd be able to fully avoid attention. She had to avoid the big secret getting out that she was a dragon. And finally, it should be located in an adjacent kingdom, Roman said. I'm assuming you're not abandoning your efforts here. Minimizing travel times is best. Sable agreed. Soar was truly an astounding ability for covering enormous distances in no time at all, and was growing more effective with each level. But she doubted she could cross the continent with ease however large it was. Well, with all of that considered, you're left with essentially one candidate, Roman said. There's a city called Wastehaven in the far south of the kingdom of Aldstone. I wouldn't call it unimportant, but it's certainly no kingdom capital. Most importantly, it's rather cosmopolitan. A major adventuring city crawling with nearly every race on the continent. Even the dwarves have an outpost nearby. Beastkin, a given. Being tucked into the far southeast of the continent, though, and with all the high kingdoms in the northwest, it's out of the way, and generally not involved with the real powers of the world. Big enough you could probably find whatever you need there, including a mage that can tutor you on your enchant key rune, but also not so prominent that it's crawling with people who could crush you. Roman gave her a significant look, though at least some level 30s, if I had to guess. You won't be the eminent force there, that's certain, but that's true for every major city across the world, as it stands. Level 10 was level 10. Dragon advantages or not, her new life in this world had just begun. That she would already be one of the strongest forces, though not the strongest, in a notable city after just a week of leveling indicated she was as absurdly powerful as the stories suggested. Sounds perfect, Sable said. We'll need a cover story one too, a full one. I mean, backgrounds and such. Roman paused. I'm sorry. Did you say we? Well, you're coming with, obviously. You'll be my guide. Excuse me. You didn't think you were staying here, Sable asked, amused. Why are you, anyway? Here, in the Red Plains. Roman leveled a flat look at her. Why am I in the middle of nowhere? Away from the human kingdoms, I don't know. Sable. Maybe I have a good reason for that. It was Sable's turn to pause. And that is, I'm a wanted woman, Roman said. Wastehaven might be safer than most, being somewhat in the middle of nowhere. but it would still be risky to return to the public. Wanted. For some reason, that caught Sable off guard. For what? As if to draw attention to her affliction, Roman drummed 4 black skeletal digits against the table. The clicking noise of bone hitting wood was slightly disorienting. I'd rather not get into the details, Roman said. But yes, there's a reason I fled to one of the most remote, unimportant parts of the world. I didn't choose goblin territory for the scenery. Right, Sable said. She digested this announcement, finding it somewhat obvious on reflection, but still surprising. Roman was being hunted by who and why. An unexpected surge of annoyance flared at the idea of someone tracking down Roman. She'd already claimed this woman as an ally, so if some worms wanted to find and capture her, then they'd need to deal with Sable first, and that would obviously end in one way. Sable let out a huff, unable to help it. The surge of emotion had come out of nowhere and had been strangely intense. She refocused herself, wondering why she'd become so suddenly defensive of the necromancer growing ally or not. Regardless, Sable said, you're dying. You said you have a few months. We need to make quick progress. Surely you won't be discovered as soon as you step inside the city. And once I've grown, I can handle any threats that come for us, unless it's some obscenely powerful force. Roman hesitated, as if debating whether she wanted to explain more of her situation. It's complicated, she finally said. But no, not obscenely powerful. Probably. I'm not that important. But there's members of the tower who could pose a threat to you. Even at any level you reach, those higher-ups are certainly not interested in me and my situation. Though, the tower, a place where mages congregate, a learning institution, and a polity in and of itself, I suppose. People from all kingdoms, human and not, go there. Sable said. Still, what I said isn't wrong. You won't be caught that fast, and it won't be too long before I can guard you from whatever comes. Moreover, as I improve with my enchant key rune, I could simply hide you as I do myself, for a nearly uncomfortably amount of time. Roman simply studied her. Sable couldn't tell if it was suspicion or confusion. Probably both. I suppose, Roman said, if you were truly extending your protection, then that wouldn't be incorrect. I already made my intent clear. Sable sniffed. I'm seeking long-term alliances. Roman gave her another strange look. Finally, she stood. Weirdest dragon ever, she muttered. She scooped up Sable's empty teacup and headed for the counter. Want another? Yes, please, Sable said. Another glance over her shoulder. Roman shook her head, then muttered to herself, a dragon that says please. The world has lost its mind. Chapter 62, Subserviency Offer. Discussions continued in that vein for a while longer. Sable had a lot to learn about the world, and Roman was the only person who could answer her questions. Over the following 2 hours, Sable cultivated a shaky picture of the world at large. The names of the 13 human kingdoms were hard to memorize, but she learned the ones that mattered, the high kingdoms, as well as the ones near her. As she'd suspected, the continent was an enormous place, and she shouldn't have to worry about anything more than Aldstone for at least a short while. The topic of the Seed of Hunger also came up, where Roman stared blankly at her in response. Unsurprisingly, it was another area Sable would have to seek out an expert. Revealing that she'd been touched or somehow influenced by an evil goddess had given Roman another layer of wariness. But Sable had needed to ask someone, at least the infliction, or whatever it was, merely sat there. It was even somewhat easy to ignore. A mild hunger that itched at her. Regardless of its temporary non-urgency, Sable obviously planned to figure out what was going on there as soon as possible. They also discussed the other races and powers on the continent, but the major ones were the humans, the orcs, and the undead wasteland to the south. Elves, dwarves, beastkin, and so on were middle-grade powers, generally, though of course had their own individuals more than capable of posing a threat to Sable, being in the high 40s or possibly even max level, at 50. There were tiers of max level, too, with other sorts of progression becoming prominent once levels didn't provide an avenue forward, like items, talent with what you already had, and softer powers like political strength or allies. But Roman made it clear that those extreme elites were something she knew very little about. Only other world-shaking powers knew what went on that high up. Ironically, those threats were so strong Sable didn't matter to them. Even a set of dragon scale wasn't worth the effort of hunting her down. They had bigger fish to fry. They also congregated at the high kingdoms, generally. Unless Sable specifically sought out a level 50, she wouldn't ever see one. Still, she had plenty to worry about from weaker, but still plenty strong, foes. Once Sable thought she had a tentative idea of the situation, though further study and even direct observation would be necessary to truly grok everything she moved onto trickier subjects. Namely, her plans for world domination. That was a dramatic way to put it, but also Sable's ultimate goal. The one eminent theme in Roman's description of the various forces was the sheer chaos that pervaded this world. It was fortunate, in a way, because it meant Sable had safety through the sheer deluge of other threats and other priorities. Sable's emergence was fascinating and would draw attention, but so were other incredible happenings going on throughout the world. It wasn't just Sable who had her hands full, but rather, just about any powerful force, the human kingdoms especially, warring with each other, the orcs and the undead, which were all threats of magnitudes greater importance than a single dragon, regardless of her species' legendary reputation. Perhaps Sable could alleviate some of the chaos in this world. A good portion of it was man-made. She was a long way off from uniting the human kingdoms and putting an end to both the endless orc wars to the north and undead incursions to the south. But in the same way, she wanted to use her influence and power in the Red Plains to bring some sort of peace to the goblins. She might eventually be able to squash every power in the world, extinguish the undead, forge a ceasefire with the orcs, peace through tyranny and overwhelming strength. It was an appealing concept. A part of her recognized it was both an insane plan and a ridiculously ambitious one. But she'd been torn through worlds and put into a dragon's body. Why not aim big, regardless? Even if she wanted to start small and confine herself to, say, a single human kingdom, she needed to play the long game. Having modern-day knowledge, she knew information and influence was as important as direct power. She needed, somehow, a network. Though how in the world was she supposed to do that? Make herself into a spy master, or enlist one? But it needed to happen. Not just for the information they could bring her, perhaps informing her of nascent threats or brewing rebellions. Sable needed to start sowing propaganda. She didn't need to perform horrible acts to grow her notoriety. She just needed to make everyone think she had. To do that, she needed a network of people who could carry out tasks of subtlety on an enormous scale. It was a daunting task, even by the standards of her new life. She and Roman talked it over. The obvious easiest way would be liberal usage of dominate, and even more versatile coercions and mind control via her enchant specialty. That, of course, came with its own problems, both morally and by drawing attention from entities like the Children of the Keepers, who sought out users of such taboo arts. The alternative was buying loyalty and information, which Sable supposed was more than possible, but she would need a more reliable flow of income. Finally, she could conquer a human territory and start building a network that way. But Sable didn't want to touch human lands until she was stronger. For now, she was a shiny target to hunt, and possibly one who would be dealt with proactively by nearby forces. But without actively trying to claim human land for her own, many of the real powerhouses probably wouldn't turn their eyes toward her. Her and Roman's long discussion took one last turn. It was an offer Sable had been considering, though which she doubted Roman would take her up on. Still, broaching the subject seemed smart. Maybe down the line, Roman would accept, once the idea had had time to settle and the benefits became obvious. "I've mentioned this," Sable said, "but I have a skill called Dominate. It links minds to my own." "That's a polite way to put it," Roman said, sounding amused. The necromancer didn't seem to be fazed by much of what Sable did, neither mentions of potential use of mind control nor her conquering of the Red Plains. She seemed more open-minded than most other people. Less tactfully put, the woman clearly had loose morals. She was a hunted woman for a reason, if Sable had to guess. "With this link, I'm able to communicate telepathically," Sable said. "Not just that, but I have a skill called Dominator's Blessing. It lets me grant titles to my minions. They're fairly powerful, and I suspect successive levels will let me grant stronger ones. Versatile, too. I can apply near anything I want." Roman hummed appreciatively. "Sounds useful. But what's your point?" Sable shifted in place awkwardly. She'd been hoping Roman would pick up the implication. She always seemed to, before. Unfortunately, Sable would have to make the offer explicit. "If this alliance of ours is intended to last, then perhaps it's best if you serve me in a direct manner. Perhaps I could grant a title that slows your disease, or one that makes you stronger in whatever way you desire." Seeing the quickly growing incredulous expression, Sable rushed to assure her, though, without sounding too conciliatory. "I don't use the coercion aspect of the link. I find it distasteful." "Distasteful? What sovereign would I be if I couldn't control my own minions with regular authority?" She sniffed. "When it comes to my subjects, magically enforced coercion is far beneath me. It implies my might doesn't stand on its own." It was the excuse she'd given Aelin when they'd first met, and it was the best Sable had. Fortunately, she thought it was a fairly good one, accepting that a dragon was arrogant enough to not use an ability to its fullest wasn't a hard swallow. Wariness crossed Roman's face, though she didn't seem incredulous and alarmed. "Now, yeah," she said. "No. I'm not letting you into my head. I can hardly read your thoughts, but you could control me. Technically, you could break free." She shrugged. "I don't know how that works, but the skill says it will alert me if it happens, so it's not even a permanent, unbreakable link." Roman didn't seem convinced. "Aelin has a title that lets her learn new skills faster and gives her 25% bonus experience," Sable said. "The guardian of my hoard has doubled stats when defending it. They're not small bonuses in the slightest, and each level, I can grant stronger ones." The necromancer's eyes widened at hearing the potency of the titles, but it was still clearly not enough. "Still a no," she said. Sable shrugged. She hardly needed Roman to join her as a thrall. It just would have simplified things and made her stronger. "Very well," she said. "It was for your benefit more than mine." Maybe as time passed, Roman would come to terms with it and eventually accept. "There's limited slots. Besides," Sable said, "anyway, I've been here too long. I have tasks to take care of. I want to set our plans into motion soon. Though, perhaps tomorrow or the next day, after I've handled the preliminary work, we'll head for Wastehaven." The preliminary work was a few errands Sable needed to run in preparation for heading to a proper city. She wanted to visit a smaller town just on the border of the kingdom of Aldstone, to familiarize herself with being around people, as well as buy some essentials: clothes, maps, books, and other supplies. While she was in a rush, her whole life was a rush, a race against her impossible-to-contain notoriety. It was best if she minimized just how much she stood out when she first arrived to Wastehaven. And before that, she also had some other goals to take care of. Her efforts in the Red Plains had hardly gone anywhere, and along with that, she wanted to relocate her hoard and set up a more suitable permanent lair. Perhaps in the snowy mountain peaks, though a few threats of unusual magnitude lurked there. The troll had been level when she'd first seen it, which Sable had learned indicated a greater than 20 level gap, or was applied to aberrant creatures which didn't exactly have a level. Like the aspects she had fought, the mountain peaks would make a much more defensible location, though, so it would be worth checking out. And finally, she still needed to test her new human body. She wanted to know what it was capable of, both in spellcasting terms and what her drastic reduction to stats meant. Just how strong was she compared to a normal level 10 humanoid? Chapter 63. Strength Testing. There was more Sable could talk to Roman about, but that would always be true. While informing herself on the world was important, so was keeping momentum. She left the dark-haired necromancer behind and flew for Lake Plateglass. Looking down at the sprawling landscape from so high in the air was something that still invoked some wonder in her, especially with how fast it flew by. The yellow, reds, and oranges of the Red Plains shifted quickly to the more vibrant greens where the weaker goblins resided. Soon, she'd arrived to the familiar glassy surface of Lake Plateglass. "I'm going to do some power testing, then handle other tasks," Sable told Aelin. "Do you and Granite want to level while I'm gone at the dungeon?" Aelin said, "Yeah, that's probably best." She took care of that next. It was barely a detour, considering the speeds she could now soar at. After her two minions set off into the depths of the low-tier dungeon, Sable got straight to power testing. She considered doing so in the dungeon, but decided against it. Best to do it somewhere calmer. With the environment not particularly mattering, she chose to experiment right outside the entrance. First, she checked her status. Sable is a level 10 juvenile white dragon, classified as a Frostfire sorceress. Her hoard status is meager, and her notoriety is rising. Her base stats are Might, 393, Grace, 323, Resilience, 515, Intellect, 758, and Wisdom, 758. She wondered when the juvenile qualifier would upgrade. She didn't think it was tied to age, since her physical size wasn't. Instead, it seemed more likely that either levels or her hoard and notoriety determined whether she was a juvenile or adult. Not that it mattered. It was just a word on her status page. But she suspected moving between age progressions would provide some tangible benefit. Regular sapients didn't receive rewards for growing older, but they also weren't called juvenile goblins or adult goblins either, just goblin. So advancing from juvenile dragon to adult dragon, or whatever the next step was, seemed likely to provide a benefit. Her stats continued to grow at a staggering pace, exponentially so. Every successive level she was gaining more and more of the numbers. That fit with what she knew of the world. Level 50 beings were capable of nearly unimaginable feats, and could level cities by themselves. Sable could do the same, but it would require a slow, methodical destruction. The powerhouses of the continent could do so with a single skill. So to go from her current strength to that, it would require exponential growths in power. Even considering she had 40 more levels to work through, though that logic held for regular powerhouses, normal people, a level 50 dragon would be even more of a calamity. the kind of threat that could reign over the entire continent. There hadn't ever been a level 50 dragon, as far as Sable knew. The absolute strongest had been low 40s, and even those had required the joined effort of the strongest individuals on the continent to exterminate 3 centuries ago. What would that be like? Sable wondered. To hit max level as a dragon, and be essentially the strongest thinking creature on the planet. There would still be stronger forces, but not thinking ones in the sense of being a person. Most creatures of that strength were mindless or monstrous to no small degree, as a dragon should technically be. The idea appealed to her more than it ought to, sending shivers of excitement down her spine. She reined that emotion in. If she did reach that level of power, she would use it to unite the world. Tyranny. Yes, but a beneficial sort. Getting to the actual experimentation stage of her new body, she transformed. With a puff of frost fire, she stood in her much smaller form. She checked how her stats had changed. Sable is a level 10 juvenile white dragon, classified as a frostfire sorceress. Her hoard status is meager, and her notoriety is rising. In this form, her base stats are Might, 197 Grace, 197 Resilience, 257, Intellect, 379, and Wisdom, 379. She winced at seeing her already reduced stats diminished by half over again. Still, she still had stats in the hundreds. She was far from a weakling. She didn't actually know what level of opponent she could stand up to. That depended on her health and mana, too, she supposed. Her current health is 1678 out of 3106, and her mana is 412 out of 1255. She winced at that information as well. The 90% reduction to her health was obviously the largest downside. She was more than 10 times easier to kill simply from her diminished health pool alone, and that wasn't even counting her reduced stats, and thus weaker ability to defend herself. And her mana was smaller even than when she'd been level 1. She'd started at 1500 and now had 1255. That was still an outrageous mana pool for a regular person, and likely her strongest advantage in half-dragon form compared to other humanoids. But it was still clear which of her halves were better in combat. The large majority of her campaigns across the world would require her staying in dragon form. She had increased spell dexterity, but she doubted whether it would make up the other detriments. Instead, that bonus sounded like a niche tool to use when appropriate. Her might stat was 197 after all debuffs had been applied. What did that mean? Practically speaking, stats couldn't be an exact measure of strength, since when she'd first spawned into this world, she'd had 200 base stats and a 90% reduction to them, leaving her with 20. She'd certainly been stronger than a goblin with 20 stats. Then, Roman had indicated that stat comparisons were a bit odd. At least between similar races, they could be used as a decent standard, and even between human and goblin. They held up mostly, though not perfectly, but like usual, Sable could intuit that things became even foggier for a dragon. 20 stats across the board or not. She'd been in a dragon's body, she'd been more than capable of tussling with granite. A hulking golem who'd certainly had more than 20 strength. But now, she wasn't in a dragon's body. She was a half-dragon. So did any of that apply? Were her stats now more directly comparable to a regular person? Rather than continuing to muse endlessly over the topic, she simply tested her capabilities. She got to the empirical part of her experiments. She walked up to the nearest tree. The tree's trunk was about as wide as her, so healthy and fully grown, but not some towering oak either. She placed a hand flat against it and felt the rough bark. Digging a finger in, she found she could easily pry the brittle material apart. In her earth body, of course, she wouldn't have been able to do so, and if she had somehow, then it would have hurt. Here and now, Her fingers barely noticed the pressure as the bark tried to jab into her as she pried around. Getting to the real test, Sable clenched her hand into a fist, then threw a solid punch into the tree. Bark splintered and flew away. The entire tree shook, branches and leaves rattling as the shockwave reverberated through it. Her eyes widened at the exaggerated effect. Even if Sable had already expected it, she'd done the same to Roman's front door with a simple knock. Becoming strangely giddy, Sable threw another punch into the tree, putting a little more heft into it. Her knuckles dug into the interior of the tree, now cutting into the fresher white part of the trunk, and the tree vibrated even more intensely. Cracks of wood rang out through the forest. Though the tree held, her knuckles were unscathed. The punch didn't bother her in the slightest. So, 200 might was still an appreciable amount of strength. Definitely nothing to sneeze at. At the same time, in her dragon form, a single solid smack of her tail would have even a thick tree snapping like a twig. She'd used the ability to great effect to turn Gaidenrock into a bonfire. Her strength was even more diminished than a 50% reduction would imply. At the same time, Sable reminded herself she was now capable of delving dungeons and collecting powerful gear. She could close the gap by doing so. Gear, as far as she knew, was fairly important for adventurers, and even more so at the higher levels, where finding legendary pieces of loot could vastly improve a person's strength. Magical gear was something she still needed to figure out for her dragon form. Roman hadn't been able to offer much. Besides that the dragons of old hadn't flown around in giant sets of dragon armor, or even used rings and trinkets except in their humanoid forms, which dragons had rarely been seen in. Sable suspected why, now that she knew the detriments that came with it. But monsters, at least in monster form, didn't get stat bonuses from dungeon loot. Built-in effects, like a spear enchanted to be sharp, could still provide a benefit. Though, it was another field she'd need to experiment with if she wanted to use her human form for delving. A flurry of blows, topped off with a vicious forward kick, had the tree finally snapping. She nodded, pleased, as it went toppling into the ground with a satisfying thunk. Yes, she wasn't remotely as strong as her dragon half, and maybe even Bonar, the lead warrior goblin from earlier escapades, had more physical might to call on, but she was far from a weakling. Might and grace were her weakest stats by far. She was a mage. She'd just wanted to test them. Snapping off a long splinter of wood, she slowly tried to stab her palm with it. The pressure grew, and she thought she might even draw blood. But then the wooden spear snapped. She rubbed the sore spot on her palm where she'd almost punctured herself. Durable, but, as with her strength, not nearly to the level of her dragon half. The gap might even be larger, since she had both reduced resilience and a 90% cut to her HP. Certainly, her dragon self wouldn't have almost been able to puncture her skin with just a long wooden splinter, even without scales. Without a doubt, she could draw blood with a dagger, should she turn it her way, which meant others could as well, at least with enough strength. A higher level classed in the city could lop off her head with a single strike. Probably. That sobered Sable's previous giddiness with experimenting with her new powers. There were very real, very prominent dangers to being in this form, and she had to be careful when she wanted to use it. Certainly never around enemies. Why had dragons of old ever used the form? Then, had the downsides been different? Maybe they reduced as she leveled, and received a half-dragon form too, or something. Surely, the glaring vulnerability had to be shored up in some way in the future, or perhaps the benefits increased. Or maybe it was as simple as being able to transform back whenever she wanted, unless caught by total, absolute surprise. She could return to her dragon form in an instant. She paused as she wondered how that would work in, say, a house or underground, in a dungeon corridor. Would the ability refuse? Would she turn in a compact dragon cylinder and instantly die? The imagery was amusing, but the reality not so much. Her mind moved to the next stat to test: grace. Her eyes tracked a path forward through the dense tree trunks. Just how fast could she run? Now. And with what sort of agility? Chapter 64. More testing. The forest zoomed by in a blur, like with might. Grace was her weakest stat, but 200 was still an appreciable amount. Leaves and branches crunched underfoot as she sprinted across the forest, jumping over logs and weaving between trees and foliage with supernatural grace. It was an exhilarating experience, reminding her of her first time flying. Then her foot snagged on something, and she went tumbling across the forest floor in a pile of limbs. Fortunately, her constitution meant only her pride was bruised. With a huff, she stood and cleaned the leaves and dirt that had buried into her robes and hair. During her first transformation, she'd spawned in with an immaculate appearance. Unfortunately, like with her clothes, her current state persisted between transformations, the dirt caking her skin and the accruing tangles in her hair wouldn't just go away. She would need some grooming supplies unless she wanted to look like a wild animal, which, obviously, wasn't on the table. It would be wholly unbefitting a queen. Or perhaps empress. What title did she want to claim? Anyway, she shelved the topic. It was a significant decision, not something to be chosen simply in the moment. For a while longer, Sable tested the extent of her improved agility. She'd hardly been an acrobat in her past life, but now she could scramble up trees, swing between branches, and generally maneuver in a way she'd never been able to before. There were limits, of course, as her tumble had proven, but her body obeyed her mind in a way it never had. It was exhilarating. She had already spent time appreciating her strength and abilities as a dragon, but it felt different having arms and legs again, like she'd been given superpowers. She played around in the dense wilderness for longer than appropriate, marveling at her new abilities. While not functional, she was certainly not combat-ready against opponents of the caliber she'd been fighting previously. It was still fascinating to experience her newfound dexterity. When she'd gotten her fill, there was one last major aspect of her body that needed to be tested. It was, of course, the crown jewel of everything, her capabilities with magic. She couldn't get carried away, since her mana still dwindled unfortunately low, and even with recuperate remained an annoying resource to manage. Roman had indicated mana management was just as much of a problem for mages across the world, and that it wasn't just a her problem. There were expensive mana potions to help in crucial situations, but they gave flat bonuses. Since Sable's mana pool was so enormous, they were near useless on her, which was an entitled complaint to have. Sable knew that her mana pool was so enormous that even mana potions couldn't help. Seeing how Sable had only survived her encounter against the lesser aspect, and thus wasn't a walking, possessed tool of a deranged cultist, by using nearly the entirety of her mana pool, she wanted to regenerate that resource back to full as soon as possible. So she was braced for another such encounter, however unlikely. That said, she could spare a few points to get a feel for how much the ability had changed in her human form. To avoid starting an accidental wildfire, Sable transformed and flew back to Lake Plateglass. Frostfire wasn't as flammable as outright spewing molten flame from her mouth, but it was more than capable of igniting the surroundings. Fortunately, the trace amounts created during her form shift weren't significant enough to worry about. Back at her island, she transformed and settled onto her hoard. Recuperate, kicking in passively, She was pleased to see that she didn't need to be in dragon form for that skill to work. Would she heal and regain mana even faster? Since her pools were smaller, she doubted it. If anything, intuition told her she could more fully bask in her treasure while in dragon form. Regardless, she might as well earn a trickle of regeneration while playing with her modified spellcasting abilities. So she sat on her hoard. Perching on the piled collection of valuables wasn't as easy as a human. It was a rather bumpy seat. Situating herself, she reached out for that bubbling pool of energy. She had halfway expected it to feel different in some way. But the process was identical, at least until actual spell formation began. And she started etching mana into a spell circle followed by the appropriate runes. The benefits of her increased spell dexterity became immediately noticeable. Even with all her practice over the past days, her line work had remained shaky, not nearly on the level of Roman's elegant drawings, who had undoubtedly been casting for many years. But while the runes Sable brought to life weren't on the level of Roman's, wrangling mana had never been easier. It was like before she'd been trying to draw her spell circles with a heavy, vibrating metal pen, and now she'd been given a paintbrush. Burning lines of energy imprinted into the air with an elegance that surprised even her. That improvement had several implications. First, it meant she could tackle more complex spells without them destabilizing or becoming prohibitively costly. Secondly, simpler spells, like the ones she already employed, would be stronger per mana point funneled into them. Though, that second part didn't take into account her halved intellect and wisdom stats. Without a doubt, cutting the main spellcasting stats in half would reduce her potential power output more than smoother lines improved it. The true benefit of this form was that spells simply out of her reach might now be possible. Seeing how Sable needed to learn how to cast powerful warding spells to prevent diviners from tracking her down, her half-dragon form had a real tactical purpose, even if it wouldn't be the body she used in most fights. Completing her first spell, she funneled 12 points of mana in and sent the Frostfire Spear rocketing forward, aimed for the lake. It impacted the glassy surface of the water and exploded. Water simultaneously boiled and froze over, shifting states in a brief chaos before settling. The energy expended. The spear had been slower and far smaller than what she was used to throwing out, but, she suspected, far from weak when compared to what a level 10 humanoid could normally produce. And that wasn't counting her gigantic mana pool. If she were at full capacity, she could afford to use much more of that resource, and thus amplify her spells to a higher degree. So Sable would more than be able to handle herself in a dungeon of equivalent level, and possible even one a full tier higher. She experimented for half an hour with low mana applications of various spells, familiarizing herself with her new spell dexterity. She also tried out some of the spells Roman had been helping her with that had been beyond her ability, namely with her enchant key rune. Illusions had been nightmarishly difficult to wrangle, even at their most basic level. But Sable managed a few distortions of color and light, which was far more than she could before, though still ultimately failures. She suspected that was half her own fault, and half Roman's in the sense that the necromancer meant it when she said it wasn't a specialty of hers. And so her guidance was only a few degrees better than fumbling around by herself. Eventually, she didn't have more to test. Her human body's limitations were about as she expected them to be. Her improved spell dexterity might be more beneficial than she'd hoped for, but neither was it some cheat code to casting any complex spell she desired. She still needed to find tutors and contacts in a human city waste haven, most likely. Seated on top of her hoard, Sable looked around at all the objects comprising her collection. Much of it was metal bars or other raw valuables, but plenty was adventuring equipment of the heirloom type valuable to the people of Skatik for historical reasons. Otherwise, it would have been kept in the armory rather than the treasury. She scanned through a few of the items, appraising the stats and bonuses they offered. Some seemed pretty useful. She still needed to get a better idea of how items and adventuring worked, not only because it affected her directly, since she had a human form now, but because the Slayers Guild subsection of the Adventurers Guild was the single greatest threat to her. Or more accurately, the one most likely to pursue her without explicit reason. And knowing the enemy was important. The basics of items she had learned from Aelin from casual chat over the past week, but there were still holes in her knowledge. She considered rummaging through the collection of goblin loot and picking out ones that would aid her, but she temporarily put the idea off. She had zero intentions of using this form in real combat for some time, and few of the items seemed mage-focused regardless. It was worth handling at some point, but not right now. And she'd rather have a talk with Roman and Aelin about the details behind how magical gear worked, just in case. Maybe one of the items she put on would be cursed, or perhaps bind itself to her, unable to be taken off. Lacking an immediate reason to outfit herself, she would simply wait. For now, she had a hoard she wanted to relocate to safety, and possibly some nasty cave-dwelling mountain creatures who would protest their sudden eviction. Chapter 65. Scouting for a Home. The endless peaks approached rapidly as Sable flew for them, and as she closed mile after mile, she found her awe growing in pace with the towering mountain range. They loomed over the forest at all times, but Sable had somehow forgotten just how gigantic they were. She ascended and ascended, and her efforts barely made a dent. How many miles up were these things? Had they been formed naturally, she couldn't imagine they had. Some sort of magic had to have gone into their creation. It wouldn't be the only geographic feature to have been so. In their talks, Roman had mentioned the elemental isles off the eastern coast of the continent, not far from Wastehaven, which were, allegedly, literal flying islands, suspended several hundred to a few thousand feet off the surface of the ocean. The fantastical nature of this world didn't extend only to its flora and fauna. The world itself teemed with magic, down to its very construction. The air turned frosty as Sable climbed into the heavens and the landscape washed white, dotted with jagged gray stones. But while she noticed the temperature, she felt not even mild discomfort at what had to be a piercingly cold temperature. She briefly wondered whether her minions would hold up. They were reinforced by stats and classes, and therefore far more durable than a regular person. But Aelin especially might not be able to handle the cold. Regardless, she needed to relocate her hoard. It took her, a literal dragon, some time and effort to near the peaks of the Gargantuan Mountains, which boded well for them being a defensible lair location. It would be downright nightmarish for an enterprising group of adventurers to climb up and attempt to encroach on her territory, if not outright impossible. Likely they'd get creative, enlisting some sort of flying beast to help them ascend, but it added another hurdle. Layers of defense is always a good thing, but as she'd so dramatically learned in her first few minutes arriving to this world, despite seeming barren, monsters lurked across this snowy, jagged wasteland. Strong ones, too. Her eye snagged on one such camouflaged lump of white fur as it trod a thick line through snow. Its trail had given it away more than the creature itself. The beast's white fur blended with the environment almost perfectly. She identified it as a permafrost prowler, level 17. Roman had said the world was broken down into zones, progressing from green to black in 10-level increments, and going by the rare monsters Sable saw crawling around on the slopes, she could infer the endless peaks were a high yellow, or possible a low red zone. Normally this would mean the mountain range would be a valuable resource, since danger came with reward, and societies tended to vie over control of powerful hunting grounds. But Sable could infer the endless peaks didn't quite fit the formula. The monsters, while higher level than their surroundings, were sparse. And more than that, The geographical inconvenience made the area next to unusable as a hunting grounds. Even for Sable herself, having higher-level opponents likely mattered less than having a higher quantity of ones. Of the two options, picking off a few level 20s versus scorching dozens and dozens of level 15s, she suspected the latter supplied more experience and posed less threat to her health. Regardless, the endless peaks were the strongest zone she'd been in. She could feel the latent mana that Roman had mentioned. It was like being in an area with denser, cleaner oxygen except for the part of her brain that recognized magic. She couldn't precisely describe it, but the effect made itself apparent as soon as she paid attention. Soaring between valleys, slopes, and cliff faces, she tracked down a potential lair. Naturally, she gravitated toward the peaks that rose highest. Should she make a more permanent home among these jagged spires? Then clearly she would do so with one that stretched highest into the sky. She would hardly settle for a second-rate mountain retreat. A few cave openings presented themselves, but ones that met Sable's criteria were rare. Namely, that the opening had to be large enough to fit not just her bulk as it stood, but preferably be future-proofed. Since dragons could become rather gigantic, she didn't expect to find one that could fit her indefinitely, though the larger the better. Maybe she would have to transform into her humanoid form to enter her lair once she reached that unwieldy size, though she didn't like the idea of that. It introduced a clear and predictable weak point, a time to ambush her. Then again, if her hoard had somehow been raided and secured, with the invading party on standby to ambush her as she entered, then she had bigger problems and had probably already lost. Regardless, the bigger the better. She spent around an hour swooping up and down the mountain range, seeking out potential new homes. The first candidate unfortunately tapered down until it closed off. The second did similar. Finally, though, on her third expedition, she found a cave opening that wasn't just accommodating with its entrance size, but one that, after some trekking forward, sprawled into an enormous cavern. Since Sable would probably have to store veritable mountains of gold as her empire grew, and would probably want to decorate and create something closer to a home in the first place, the large space was appreciated. There was just one problem, one she wouldn't say she was surprised by. Of course, choice real estate would have competitors. The mass of white fur, the occupant of the cavern, laid surrounded by dozens or hundreds of animals' bones, and not small ones, but gigantic pieces of femurs and broken skulls of various shapes and sizes. The mountain of fur breathed up and down in a slow, rhythmic fashion, undisturbed by Sable's entrance. A polar bear, or, rather, that was the Earth analog Sable drew, and hibernating or maybe a heavy sleeper. Even Sable clomping through hadn't woken it. She suspected the beast didn't have many natural predators to worry about when it came to ambushes, so it could afford to sleep through just about anything. The beast was easily the largest monster she'd seen so far, besides the greater aspect, bigger even than the hive mother, though like usual. Her rapid growth made gauging sizes difficult. Still, it was larger than her, even curled up and sleeping. It had two heads, each rested on either of its paws. Shimmering white fur glinted in the light produced by the luminescent moss clinging to the cave walls. She inspected it. It was a Frostfang Titan, level 16. Sable paused, briefly underwhelmed by the creature's level. Considering its size and general aura of strength, even while sleeping, she'd expected more. But, she realized, the strength of monsters couldn't strictly be trusted by their level. Sable herself was a flying testament to that. Roman had mentioned that the Adventurers Guild tended to break down threats into letter-grade classes A rank, B rank, and so on, exactly because monster levels were unreliable to true strength. So maybe this Frostfang Titan had only progressed to level 16, but that said little for how much threat it really posed, considering its gigantic bulk that it had claimed prime real estate on a prominent mountain cap in the dangerous territory of the Endless Peaks. Odds were low that the beast could fight 15 levels above its weight class like Sable herself could, but perhaps 5 or more that would put the beast in the equivalent of the low 20s, which was a threat Sable would need to think twice about tackling, especially injured. That soured her mood. She had found an ideal place to set up her lair and hoard, yet an occupant strong enough she couldn't barrel headfirst into an altercation with had laid claim to the space. She considered her options. It was sleeping. She could get a nasty sneak attack off, and maybe the beast wasn't even one of the special monsters that could fight a tier above its real level, and Sable was overthinking all of this. Those creatures were rare. Even the Hive Mother had been a legitimate level 16, at least by her appraisal. Maybe Predator's insight could confirm or deny. The problem with using that ability was that it alerted the target. Though, while sleeping, she didn't know. She might as well find out. The beast might wake, which would waste her opportunity for a sneak attack. But having an idea of how strong it was felt like the more prudent path to take. If the skill told her not to mess with the bear, then she'd hightail it out of there. Otherwise, she'd dispatch the level 16 as the inferior threat it was. The skill activated. Information flooded her mind. Her concerns were confirmed. The ability warned her of danger, far more intense than any of the level 15 goblin warriors she'd seen, but not overwhelmingly so. Predator's insight told her the fight would be difficult, but far from impossible. 2 pairs of eyes opened, and 2 polar bear heads jerked to attention as it awoke with a start. Ice blue eyes locked to her. There was a moment of silence as Sable and the creature looked at each other. Then the beast slowly climbed to its feet, and a menacing growl echoed through the cavern. On 4 legs, the gigantic polar bear was even bulkier than she'd thought, reluctantly, and pride bristling at her decision. Sable turned tail and tactically retreated. She was only a bit above half health, and still around a third on her mana. She itched to throw herself at the beast and see how the fight resolved itself, but at the same time, she wasn't suicidal. Why risk it? Heal. Then come back and fight while at full strength. Letting her ego and bloodlust guide her would be how she joined her ancestors in an ignominious death. The cavern shook as the Frostfang Titan roared and charged her, but Sable threw herself out from the cave opening and into open air well before it could catch up. It had been disoriented from waking, and not that fast to begin with. She eyed the creature as she soared away. Spittle flew from 2 open mouths as it screamed its displeasure. Yes, she could tell that fight was going to be fun. Early next morning, once she'd recovered further, she just had to be patient. Chapter 66, Thrall Tests. Despite being the clear practical decision, fleeing from what would have been an exciting fight irritated Sable more than she thought it would. Several times. She considered turning around. Her better senses pushed away the ridiculous idea. There were other practical reasons to flee, as much as wanting to be on full health and higher mana for the encounter. Sable needed to test something that she'd been putting off. A beast like the Frostfang Titan would make a great thrall, but she had 2 slots remaining, and had yet to discover exactly how dismissing previous thralls worked. She wanted to save her last 2 slots for important recruitments. Roman, to name the obvious. Should the necromancer decide to take Sable up on her offer, the 5th slot for whoever else. Preferably a sapient, though that came with obvious issues of morality. She'd yet to make up her mind on how she wanted to handle her mind control ability, but the utility of it was plain as day. If she could find, say, a political figure in the human kingdoms to take control of, her campaign could be greatly simplified. But as much as putting herself on the radar of the Children of the Keepers, Forcible mind control revolted her sense of ethics which she couldn't afford to abandon, else she become a real tyrant, and not a masquerading sort of one. Hence, she was undecided on how to use the slots, but she wanted them open. At the same time, she wanted the Frostfang Titan. Constantly upgrading her hoard's guardian seemed smart. So could she dismiss previous thralls, free a slot for another recruitment? The idea bothered her. It felt disloyal, which was probably overly sentimental, but that didn't change the fact it was the way she felt when it came to Granite and Ignisfang. Not just that, but what did it mean if she gave them intelligence, then took it away? Wasn't that death, of a sorts? Even if they weren't fully sapient in the way Aelin was, the boost to their cognitive abilities was clear. Being able to speak with her, to name the obvious proof. So if she revoked that, then wasn't she killing them in some sense? She probably couldn't afford to be this mawkish when it came to her monstrous recruits. Maybe she shouldn't even be keeping Aelin. Seeing how quickly the goblin girl was being outpaced, Sable really hated disloyalty, though, and so her practical side warred with her emotional one. Plus, at least in Aelin's case, titles seemed to be helping her along. She would make a useful asset down the line. But the ability had to be tested. She needed to know if thralls were permanently under her control, or if she could dismiss them. Ignisfang, Sable reluctantly admitted, was the one she would try it on. Since he was her designated lair guardian, then it made sense he would be replaced with the Frostfang Titan, if possible. It made more sense to replace Granite, being the lower-level monster under her control. But she would worry about that after finding out whether it was even possible. After familiarizing herself with the mountain peak's location, it would be rather unfortunate if she couldn't find her way back. She flew back to her hoard and sat down. The orange and gray-scaled worm was curled up to the side of her pile of treasure, like he usually was. He dipped his head in respect at Sable's arrival. Yellow predator eyes surveyed her with wariness. A pang of guilt attacked her, but she pushed it away. This really did need to be tested. I need to see if I can release my control of you, Sable said. I'm not sure what will happen, or if I even can. Dominated targets could break free of the effect themselves. Sable knew, so she suspected she could release them herself, though didn't know for certain. Are you ready? Ignisfang didn't hesitate at the request. The mistress's will shall not be denied. This lowly worm will do as she requests. That he didn't seem bothered by his recently acquired sapience being taken away was relieving, even if it didn't fully assuage her. Releasing Ignisfang might revert him to his hostile natural state. But Sable wasn't worried. While not trivial, her fight against him the first time hadn't been difficult, and she'd once again grown in strength since then. Without further ceremony, she groped out for the mental link that bound her to the worm. Grasping it, she focused her intent and tried to release her control. Surprisingly, she succeeded without difficulty. Ignisfang stiffened as, presumably, his previously granted intelligence disappeared as well as his forced allegiance to Sable. He lunged at Sable, teeth bared, but Sable had expected it and took off into the air. She checked her thrall status, thrall capacity 3 out of 5. Every time she had captured a target before, it had given her an updated report on how many thralls she had. Releasing Ignisfang hadn't reduced that number. She still had 3 of 5. Why the link was broken, as the hissing worm beneath her suggested. Frowning, she focused inward and dug for information. She didn't have the answer dropped into her mind in the form of the usual voiceless system response. Instead, it came through intuition as she puzzled over the topic. The link between her and Ignisfang had been broken, but she sensed that it still remained nonetheless. It would take time to truly dissipate, for one of her 5 mental links to be freed up to be used on someone else. How long? The answer wasn't clear-cut, but she got the impression it would be in the order of weeks rather than days, a good chunk of time. Huh. And since the link wasn't really broken, Sable suspected reinstating it wouldn't be too difficult either. She wouldn't have to attack the worm to weaken and claim him once more. Indeed, with a simple application of Dominate, Ignisfang was under her control again, and the hissing and spitting worm stilled, no longer mindlessly aggressive. He slithered over to Sable's pile of treasure and curled up there. "My apologies, great Tyrant," he said. "I forgot myself." Sable sat back down into the grass. So, what did she do with this information? Links could be broken, but took time to fully go away and open up a space for a new member. She couldn't recruit and send away thralls however she pleased. She needed to be strategic with how she used the slots. An idea hit her. Would killing Ignisfang speed that timer up since there wouldn't be a target for the link to grasp onto at all? Or would the time restriction be in place no matter what? She obviously wasn't going to test the idea. Maybe the pure pragmatist would, but not her. She didn't even like the idea of tossing aside her thralls as soon as they weren't strictly useful, much less killing them off. Regardless, since she couldn't free up a slot to recruit the Frostfang Titan, she probably wouldn't be recruiting the creature at all. While such a powerful beast would be useful to command around, her problem wasn't strictly firepower. She wanted the slots to be open for people like Roman. Plus, maybe filling all 5 slots locked out her ability to use Dominate. It had saved her life during the confrontation with the cultist, so having that ability on standby was something she wanted to keep if possible. Hopefully, more skills related to collecting and maintaining her thralls came in the future. She'd already learned, or was at least suspicious, that her desires influenced what skills she received. Or maybe just by design skills patched up holes in her power set. And that was why she constantly received abilities useful to her goals. Since she wanted to heal before tackling the Frostfang Titan, then subsequently moving over her hoard, that meant she had an evening open to herself. She needed to check in with Scatic at some point, but it was right around noon. She had around 5 or more hours to herself. And seeing how she didn't want to expend herself in any way, with recovery being the point, that left her with only a few options. She could scout her way down south, getting a feel for the landscape and locating human lands, or she could go visit Aelin and Granite in the dungeon. Sable wanted to get a better feel for her human form, and squashing low-level mobs would require very little mana, but still provide training for her new body. She mulled over her choices, then decided, low-stakes dungeoneering it was. Maybe she'd even lug them all to a Tier 1 dungeon. It was time her minion duo started tackling more difficult foes. Since thralls couldn't be swapped out easily, they needed to get stronger, as much for their sake as hers. Chapter 67, Dungeoneering 2. Arriving at the Tier 0, the Dark Cellar dungeon, Sable sent out a tentative, Aelin. The response took a moment. "Yeah, I'm here. What's up?" "Come back up. We're going to a Tier 1 dungeon. I'll be joining you." "You are, right." "Sure, we're on the way." "How'd it go?" "Got another level. So did Granite. Didn't spend long down here, so that's pretty good. Especially for him, with his experience debuff. 50% is pretty awful." Aelin agreed. That said, the bastard is insanely strong. Levels faster than one of us would. Strength is its own experience boost. Sable mulled that statement over. Strength is its own experience boost. It was obviously true. The reason she'd given Aelin an explicit experience-boosting title rather than a strength one was because the goblin girl was mooching off of Granite's progress through the dungeon. Her own strength didn't matter much, though as the gap closed, giving her a pure offensive title might be better. Sable herself had learned that being able to swiftly kill monsters was its own path to fast levels. Also, Aelin said, The title updated when you leveled to 10. Forgot to mention it earlier. Now it's a 40% boost. 40 from 25 earlier. That's a big jump. Didn't get a boost for when you hit level 9, so I'm thinking titles upgrade every 5. That would make sense. What did Granite's upgrade to? Won't tell me. Don't think he even understands the question. He's, not the sharpest tool. That guy. There was a hint of amusement in the telepathic words. Probably have to ask him yourself. Or wait till we're up so you can inspect him. I'll ask. She shifted her telepathic link over to Granite. Granite, can you hear me? A long pause. Yes. The response came in the same gravelly, not entirely human rumble that Granite always spoke in. Check the title I gave you earlier. What does it say? An even longer pause. Sable nearly started to repeat herself, but Granite's reply stopped her. He repeated the skill's description word for word, slowly, as if reading it from a page with some difficulty, which probably wasn't that far from the truth. The description was the longest and most coherent thing he'd ever said to her. The self-sacrificing experience sharer. He rumbled. The bearer of this title provides a moderate portion of their experience gained to their teammates, regardless of combat contribution. Additionally, title bearer receives 2/3 experience from all sources. There were 2 differences. Small portion had moved to moderate portion, and half had moved to 2/3. That probably explained why Aelin and Granite had leveled after only a short time down in the dungeon. Granite was really becoming a power leveler. It was a shame that the golem was only level 5. He would only be able to boost Aelin up so high. Once the 1-week title timer was up, she'd have to give Granite a strength title so he could focus on leveling himself up. Sable relayed what she'd found to Aelin. That's what I figured, Aelin said. Only way we could have shit. What? Sable asked, alarmed. What happened? Probably shouldn't chat while working through a dungeon. Almost got brained by a trap. Sable chided herself. She hadn't even considered the danger. Obviously, she shouldn't be distracting Aelin. There would be time to chat during the trip over to the next dungeon, and when Sable was there, standing guard over everyone. She quieted down and let Aelin work her way back up through the dungeon. It took 15 minutes or so, they hadn't gotten that deep, and backtracking was quicker to begin with, and in the meantime, Sable played around in her human form. The strength to essentially kick over trees and dart through the forest at obscene speeds was something she doubly confirmed she would never get used to. And she'd only be getting stronger, way stronger. What would that be like? When Aelin and Granite emerged from the dungeon entrance, Sable was standing there, waiting for them. Aelin blinked at seeing her in her human form. Sable could tell it would take some getting used to, exactly as it had for Sable herself. Granite, obviously, was unperturbed. The 8-foot golem looked down at her with a serene expression. His bulk was surprisingly intimidating. For all Sable knew, he couldn't do anything to her if he tried, even with her reduced humanoid stats. Heading to a Tier 1 dungeon, you said, Aelin asked. That's the plan. Sable replied. I found a new location for my hoard, but it's guarded by a powerful beast. I'll need to finish recuperating overnight before I dispatch him, then move everything over. Following that, I'll be setting out to human territory. As was the plan, Sable shrugged. Which means I have a few hours free for today. I want to get a feel for this body. Also take a look around another dungeon. Sounds fun, Aelin said. Have one in mind. Having access to Red Plains maps, there were plenty of options to pick from. Dungeons were rare, but not vanishingly so. And the Red Plains were a large place, at least, subjectively speaking. In reality, it was just a splotch in the top right of the Human Kingdom's map, at least from what Roman had sketched out. The necromancer unfortunately didn't have a real continent map, nor did the goblins. Tracking one down was actually a goal of Sable's, for her visit to a smaller human town prior to heading for Waste Haven. But there were local maps, and the Bonecrackers had the location to a smattering of dungeons. The Enchanted Overgrove, Sable said. The monsters there are likely weak against fire. Not that it would matter, considering her strength. You said you leveled, right? What did you get? Aylin perked up, a smile splitting her face. Oh, it's a good one. Draconic tap. From the sounds of it, I can draw on your power to make me stronger. Don't know what the exactly means, so I haven't tested it. Draw on my power, Sable asked. I'm a Dragon's Worn champion, so it makes sense. Though I don't know if the skill drains you, or I just received the boost. Go ahead and try. Aylin didn't need to be told twice. She'd clearly been waiting for permission. Gripping her two-handed sword, she activated the skill. In short order, she was slicing and twirling around with greatly amplified speed and presumably strength. Sable hadn't felt anything, so the skill didn't drain her personally. It just scaled on Sable's current strength. When Aylin came to a stop, she was laughing. Oh yeah, that's incredible. I've got to be the strongest level 3 on the continent. She paused. Or goblin. At least, that's crazy. I think I could even take on granite while it's active. What's the cooldown? And it scales on my own progression, I assume. That's what it sounds like, Aylin said. And it lasts for a good bit. Still going. Can probably, manually deactivate it. She paused as she checked something. Another grin split her face. 5-minute cooldown. Means if I end the fight quick, could use it nearly every encounter. Leveling just got a whole lot easier. The goblin girl's good mood was slightly infectious, though Sable tried not to let it show. Sable nodded, then said, That's fortunate, and seems potent for a level 3. Gonna be a powerhouse in the higher levels, I'm guessing. Aylin was practically giddy at the possibility. Again, makes sense as a dragon's champion. I wonder if everyone you claim as a minion gets a class this good. Though, they'd have to be unclassed to start with, since I don't think they'd get a new one. Makes it trickier. The topic was worth considering. Should Sable go around and claim a bunch of unclassed people with hopes they got classes as strong as Aylin's? Probably not, since there were restrictions to dominate, as well as leveling up from scratch being harder than simply claiming a high-level person to begin with. But it was still interesting, and maybe Aylin had simply gotten a stronger one than usual. As Sable's first, perhaps, who knew? Let's be off. Yes, Sable asked. You can experiment with this new skill. I have some testing of my own to do. Aylin bobbed her head excitedly. Enchanted Overgrove it is. That dungeon has no idea what's coming for it. Sable couldn't help a snort. Aylin quirked an eyebrow at the undignified response, which Sable regally ignored. In a puff of frostfire, she returned to her draconic form, then scooped up her 2 minions and was off. Chapter 68. Familiarizing. The entrance to the Enchanted Overgrove was an enormous, gnarled tree stump. The Tier 1 dungeon was located to the southeast of Bonecracker territory, and one of the more established dungeon locations in the Red Plains. It had been around for years, which was a long time for dungeons, where some of the complexes lasted only weeks before disappearing. The surface of the giant tree stump opened into a circular staircase down. Sable briefly wondered how it had first appeared. Had the stump existed before the dungeon's creation? Or had that too magically appeared? Not just the hollow that made up the staircase. Luminescent green moss clung to the walls as Sable, Aylin, and granite swirled their way down the short-stepped stairs. Interwoven roots and vines made up the ground, growing thicker with each step, until there was no wood or dirt, and instead only plant life. The moss seemed to squirm in place, drawing Sable's attention, and by the time they arrived to the bottom to the true entrance of the dungeon, the glowing green light was bright enough to see clearly by, which meant they wouldn't need lanterns. Not that Sable would have needed one regardless. She could see flawlessly even in pitch dark, both in dragon form and human. A wide cavern opened up, the landing room for the enchanted overgrove. Bright red and white mushrooms dotted the shore of a small crystal blue pond. Emerald grass covered the ground, and the walls were a lattice of vines and roots, the tight-packed dirt barely visible behind the mess. The red plains were a barren landscape, so the thick foliage of the overgrove intrigued her. Dungeons often took up characteristics of their spawning locations, but that only held as a trend as demonstrated. When it came to rules behind dungeon operation and manifestation, few things could be locked down as rules. Huh, Aelin said. Hope fire isn't too much of a problem. Looks like it could get out of control fast. The same thought had entered Sable's mind, with how dense the foliage was, and with them trapped inside caverns and tight tunnels. A runaway fire could cause real problems. Well, for Aelin and Granite, obviously Sable herself wouldn't be in any danger. I'll moderate myself, Sable said. Don't worry. Aelin seemed only half reassured by that, but she didn't push the point. If worst came to worst, Sable could pick Aelin up and retreat. They weren't in any real danger. Fire might just be pesky if Sable wasn't careful. They took a look around the entrance cavern. Sable inspected the mushrooms with some interest as well as the shallow, pristine pool of water. Her reflection looked back, and Sable wrinkled her nose. Her hair was starting to look a bit wild. She still needed to get on the whole self-grooming supplies thing. She ran a hand through her hair to make a few token efforts to straighten herself out. It was an unexpected detriment to her human form. As a dragon, she never had to worry about her hair. After a brief exploration, they set out into the dungeon proper. Sable let Aelin take the lead. The goblin girl was clearly eager to test her newest skill, and Sable also wanted to see what she was capable of. Scaling in strength with Sable's power, her new skill seemed extraordinarily potent. This was a Tier 1 dungeon, and thus would feature level 5 to 10 monsters, which would normally be far out of Aelin's reach, but now, she might be able to close the gap. Traps were trickier to watch for than in previous dungeons. In the dark cellar and the labyrinth of lost echoes, they'd been in man-made structures, stone hallways with mostly clear floors to scour for suspicious features like pressure plates and tripwires. The enchanted overgrove's environment took more effort to search, being a natural tangle of plant life. Sable stayed alert, ready to intervene if something went wrong. Her level and stat advantage should mean she didn't have much to fear, but with her massively reduced constitution, a particularly dangerous trap might be able to bloody her. She wasn't eager to waltz down the tunnel and let traps trigger without worry, as she had in the first dungeon. If she had to guess, they wouldn't hurt her in a deadly manner, but draw blood, or leave a bruise, or at a minimum be unpleasant. She expected so. Progressing down the tight vine and root-encrusted hallway, the first trap of the adventure revealed itself, or perhaps the first monster. They were one and the same. A thick knot of roots slipped from the wall, forming a humanoid shape around the size of Sable herself, then lunged for Aelin from behind. A green sword had formed in its hand in an instant, and though it didn't look sharp, being made of the same vines of its body, Sable doubted whether appearances mattered. Sable moved to intervene, but at the same moment, Aelin called out, "I got it!" The goblin girl sidestepped the Treekin forager, and the humanoid plant beast soared past her, its sneak attack having failed. Aelin had stayed aware of her surroundings, and had been quick to react, even despite her low level. In a smooth motion, she pivoted and turned the dodge into her own attack, scoring a deep gouge against the root creature's back with her two-handed sword. Granite also moved to help, but Sable stilled the rock golem's advance with a mental command. She was interested in seeing how this played out. The monster was a level 5, which would normally mean it was out of range of a single level 3 goblin's capabilities. To Sable's knowledge, teams of adventurers were typically needed to handle equal-level opponents, at least safely. So a single level 3 against a level 5 opponent would normally pose a significant problem. But Aylin's new skill, as Sable had expected, meant she could fight on even footing and even had the advantage. Aylin flowed in a whirlwind of steel, parrying and deflecting her opponent's long sword and ripping into the monster with ease. She made short work of the beast, and Sable's eyebrows raised bit by bit as she watched, impressed. The vine monster had more than 1.5 feet on Aylin, and was bulkier too. But that didn't matter in the slightest. She had caught glimpses of Aylin's martial prowess, but recent advancements made it even more noticeable. As much as her newfound strength and agility with her level 3 skill, it was regular talent that helped her fend off her opponent. Aylin was a skilled combatant, someone who had clearly spent many years honing her competency with weapons. Maybe she didn't have the same experience as Bonner and Rookney, or the other Skatik elites, but Sable suspected the goblin girl had, if not a seasoned career, then the innate talent to reach similar heights. Then again, Sable was no expert on swordplay, so she knew her impressions weren't worth much. But the prowess Aylin displayed as she dispatched the monster 2 levels higher than her impressed Sable nonetheless. When the root monster lay dead, oozing foul-smelling black essence, Aylin turned to Sable. "Well done," Sable said. "Mostly the skill, but yeah, amusingly." Aylin sounded almost bashful at the compliment. The goblin girl coughed. "Still nice to have. Means I'll catch up faster." She nudged the Treekin corpse with a boot. "Can only fight them when the skill's off cooldown, though. My other ones are useful, but not nearly as strong." It did pose an obvious vulnerability. Aylin was now able to fight above her weight class, but only for brief spurts. That wouldn't matter as much in a slow, coordinated clearing of a dungeon, since she could wait for the cooldown to renew for each encounter. But in a real-world scenario, the limitation posed many more problems. Still, being given a way to advance rapidly in levels and handle higher-level opponents for even brief periods was an excellent pickup. "I'll handle the next few," Sable said. "I need to get a feel for this body in combat." They continued forward, leaving the rancid stench of the dead root monster behind them. No more traps sprung up down the cave tunnel, which opened into another smaller cavern with much the same aesthetics as the previous all-glowing foliage and tangled vines, covered in brightly colored mushrooms and flowers. The deep, earthy smell was a nice replacement for what they'd left behind. Sable's opponent was a level 5, Bark Ambler, a bulkier quadrupedal monster made entirely from the rough, blocky bark of an aged tree. It charged them immediately on entering on the room, but Sable had readied herself. Before the beast closed half the gap, she finalized the arcane diagram for a frostfire spear. White-blue ice zipped through the air and embedded itself into her opponent's skull. Crystals of smoking ice sprung up in patches around the impacted area, and the Bark Ambler made a horrid whining noise, low and groaning, unlike anything she'd heard before. The charge faltered, and the beast tumbled. A second well-placed frostfire spear ended its life. As Sable had expected, fighting enemies 5 levels beneath her was trivial, even accounting for her reduced stats. She had only put a few mana into each of the spells, and they'd been more than enough to down the monster. The first one had likely done the job, even. The second had been simply to put it out of its misery. She wasn't sure whether these creations of the dungeon were cognizant in any real sense, but they at least made noises of pain, so they deserved a quick death. Behind her, Aelin whistled. Yeah, looks like you're not gonna have much of a problem here. Perhaps in the deeper floors, Sable said. But I'm not seeking a challenge. Simply familiarizing myself, understanding my limitations. She hummed. Speaking of, I think I'll try my hand in a physical fight. I'm curious. She was sure to make a bit of a fool of herself, but she wanted to know if these things could harm her if she let them, and also how durable they were, physically speaking. She could fell trees with a few good punches and a solid kick, so she seriously doubted level 5 monsters would hold up much better. But it deserved to be tested. Sparing a glance for the deceased bark ambler, Sable nodded, then carried forward through the room. She would test her strength against a few more enemies, then let Aelin and Granite take over. This was their training session as much as hers. Chapter 69, Seed of Hunger. Starvine Stalker, Love 6. In the brief moment before the cat-like predator was on her, Sable paused and reconsidered whether she wanted to get into a brawl. Thorns as long as her finger protruded from each of the thick green vines approximating muscles, resulting in a porcupine look. 2 flowers, one blue and one red, made makeshift eyes on the plant beast, and there was a surprising amount of emotion in its alien features. She could tell exactly how badly it wanted her dead. It moved as if in slow motion, her senses far surpassing the lower-level creature's speed. She could practically see the path it was on, and she read its intentions plain as day. Trusting that a 4-level gap, along with being stronger than most humanoids, would mean that she wouldn't be torn to ribbons. Sable accepted her prickly fate and caught the beast in 2 hands as it lunged for her throat. She grunted, but otherwise held her ground. It didn't even make her take a step back. The long, sharp thorns lining its body dug into her hands, painful enough to nearly make her drop the thing by reflex. But she ignored the sensation, using the cat-like vine monster's momentum against it. She turned and swung, throwing the beast, which was about half her size, into the wall. It rocketed forward and impacted with a loud smack, then slid down slowly, trailing green ichor, in a nearly comical display. Sable glanced down at her hands. As the pain had indicated, she had indeed earned a few shallow gouges and scrapes. She was bleeding. Seeing how the prickly defenses of the monster were probably one of its defining characteristics, which meant Sable had done the equivalent of trying to catch a swinging blade with her hands. It means she wasn't invulnerable to level 6 monsters, but they would be hard-pressed to hurt her, even if she closed her eyes and let them have at it. Well, that might be exaggerating. She doubted her eyes and throat were places she could simply allow to be attacked for long. But she'd gotten a rough idea of her durability, which had been her goal. The beast staggered to its feet, but Sable arrived to its side and finished it off with a kick. The momentum of the strike meant a thorn embedded into the top of her bare foot and snapped off, and Sable cursed. She plucked it out and flicked it away, staring at the trickle of blood with a disdainful look. Maybe once upon a time, the sight of her own blood, or being injured in even a mild way like this, would have given Sable pause. But the only emotion it really produced now was irritation. She definitely preferred her impervious dragon self, not just for the safety, but because being injured by such pathetic creatures was far beneath her. She looked at Aelin, who had watched the encounter with a not-so-subdued amusement. Sable narrowed her eyes at the goblin woman, and Aelin quickly wiped the expression away and coughed. "Handled that well," Aelin said. Humph. Sable knew she hadn't. While she'd picked up some small amounts of martial ability during her hunts, it had been in magic and using her claws, teeth, and tail, not a human body. She had displayed no prowess, just raw strength. And strength wasn't even her specialty. Still, she accepted the conciliatory statement for what it was. She had tested her rough physical limits and knew what extent of a lackadaisical attitude she could bring into dungeons, which was to say very little. While not as vulnerable as a real level 10 adventurer, she could still be hurt. Your skill is refreshed. You can lead. Sable waved her two minions forward. The adventure continued. Granite and Aelin worked together to clear their way through the dungeon, and Sable occasionally interjected, sometimes with spells and sometimes physically, to keep getting a feel for her abilities. Soon, they found their first loot chest. The boxes filled with magical goodies weren't exceptionally common, but a group could expect to find a few afloor. The real loot came from the boss fight at the deepest point of the dungeon, but when it came to magical items, it wasn't like people would turn their nose up at them. Most could be sold for a decent profit, if nothing else. Sable, of course, was in a position where the low-level trinkets weren't even worth carrying around, but perusing the winnings of their adventure came with excitement nonetheless, if nothing but for the intrigue of seeing what shape each item took and the effects they produced on the wearer. The item found is the Ring of Feather Fall. It is a mundane accessory requiring level 6. It provides +1 defense and has the effect Feather Fall, which reduces falling speed by 90% once a day. There's an 8-item cap, right? Sable asked. And if you go past that, you stop receiving the item's bonuses. Yeah, only 8. And you've maxed that out. Of course, no reason not to. Not all of it's a perfect fit, though. But something's better than nothing. That's the idea. I considered putting together a set of my own gear. Earlier, Sable said, but decided against it. I figured I ought to ask more about how it worked. Is there cursed gear? Can items bind themselves to you somehow? Or are there any other reasons I shouldn't take my pick of Skatic's armory? Aelin considered this. You know, I have heard of cursed items, but I've got no clue how it works. I wouldn't think the items Skatic gave you wouldn't be, though. So, yeah. Should probably gear up. Like I said, there's no reason not to. Except for being cursed. Possibly, Sable said dryly, even with the odds being low. I'm not sure if it's worth the risk when the benefits are so minor. A few stat points might be a lot to you, but they're negligible to me. Aelin huffed at that. Yeah, I guess. A full set of gear nearly doubles my stats. It's important for us mortals. Sable's lips quirked. Some of the effects seem useful. Though, she conceded, items focused not on stats but other abstract benefits could still be worth my time. Like the Ring of Feather Fall, or at least similar, since Sable obviously wasn't in dire need of reduced fall damage. Like that shield with increased block chance we got a while ago. And are there items with % stat bonuses? Those would be strong too, but she'd yet to see one if they did exist. Again, not sure, Aelin said. But maybe especially in the higher levels. Items get crazy at the higher ranks from what I've heard. There's artifacts that can take you up whole tiers in power. Sable's thoughts went to Black Gem the cultist had wielded to draw on a goddess's essence. Yes, she'd learned that fact firsthand. She assumed those were once-in-a-lifetime drops, though, or artifacts of such value that they were protected by entire kingdoms. She still wanted to know how something like the Gem of Hunger had ended up in Nexer's hands, who, by all accounts, was a nobody on the grand stage. Sheer chance. She supposed. Such things did happen. For example, a random girl being pulled from Earth and being stuffed into a dragon's body. She had to assume that was a cosmic fluke of some sort. The next item is the Amulet of Reflection, a mundane necklace requiring level 5. Its effect, Spell Reflect, gives a small chance to reflect a portion of a spell back to the enemy. That seems useful, Sable said. Even for me, though, being level 5, I doubt it can do much. The reflection would probably be quite weak. An idea hit her. Can items be improved, somehow, or anything like that? Sure, Aelin said. One of our allied clans had a reforger. He could melt down items and store their effects to put on something else. She frowned. Usually made the bonuses worse, though not better. But he could put a bunch of good effects on one piece of gear, following a specific theme, which made them more valuable than random loot. What can be done depends on the person's class and their level, but artificers can do some interesting things with dungeon items, or even forge entirely new ones with the right materials. I'd expected as much, so she could have gear made as well, if she so desired. She wondered whether that dragon scale that had been nearly carved off of her could be repurposed into something worth her time. Might be worth looking into. Skatik surely had some magical item workers in their employ, if even an ally of Aelin's southern clan did. Or even more certainly, Wastehaven would. She'd need funds for that. Though, maybe, Aelin said with a shrug. Think most people just take what the dungeon gives them. But that's probably because it's cheaper and easier. Not so much a problem for you. Sable hummed in agreement. They finished up looking through the chest of items. There wasn't anything else interesting. As was standard. There were simple items scattered among the far more intriguing magical loot. A small pouch filled with copper and silver coins. A healing potion. A gray and black unidentified potion, which would need to be either tested or looked at by a professional. And even a few utilitarian items like torches. Afterwards, they continued their dungeon dive. It didn't take long to reach the second floor, where the monsters took a small step upward in difficulty. Aelin held up admirably with her massive stat boost during skill activation. Better even than Granite, but Granite could hold his own as a matter of his standard strength. During Sable's experimental fights, she paid attention to something that had been bugging her throughout the delve. Ever since she'd come into contact with the goddess of consumption, a seed of hunger had been planted inside of her. Whether because it wasn't potent by default or thanks to her sovereign mind ability, it had been mostly easy to ignore, though she had still been aware of it. However, during her fights today, the tiny pocket of hunger seemed to be rousing. It had sensed Sable's killing. Perhaps. She had been wondering whether the seed would remain inert, and the answer was no. Not just that. It almost seemed to want something from her. Against her better judgment, and with morbid curiosity guided her, she tentatively quested out to the seed, trying to discern what it was asking of her. There was a tug in her stomach, and, after a brief hesitation, she loosened her mental control over the seed. Whatever was happening, she was almost certain she could control the energy. The seed had been a muted presence since the start. That was a dangerous mindset. Another part of her warned, arrogance did tend to be the downfall of dragons. Still, she was curious, allowed to do as it pleased. The seed awakened. Familiar black ribbons of energy streamed from her and toward the recently killed Bark Ambler. Horrified and fascinated, she watched as the dark brown roots compromising the monster's body dissolved into black globs, which subsequently flew toward Sable, absorbing through her robes and into her skin. She had to resist the urge to swat the black essence away. The status of the seed of hunger is currently 0.02%. Sable took control of the seed, and as she'd expected, she was easily able to cut off the ribbons of darkness, dissolving and eating the Bark Ambler. The monster was left half-digested. So, it hadn't been entirely arrogance to think she had, for now, strong control over the seed. Still, she wondered whether she should have let her curiosity get the better of her. This was really something she ought to speak with an expert about before experimenting with. But maybe there were no experts on the topic. Roman had seemed confident that the primal energies were extraordinarily rare, so even experts might have no idea what was going on with her. And, Sable figured, nothing ventured meant nothing gained. She shook that dangerous idea away, though admittedly she couldn't wholly refute it. Huh, Sable said. Aelin was, naturally, watching the display warily, even seeming unsettled. To be fair, Sable herself was slightly unnerved, despite being the one in control of the situation. I didn't expect that to happen. The seed of hunger you mentioned earlier, Aelin asked. She had been there when Sable had talked the subject over with Roman. Yes. Sable pursed her lips. I felt it react, so I released my control on it. I'm not entirely sure what happened, though. Right, Aelin said slowly. She seemed like she wanted to say more on the subject, but thought better of it. Sable could infer what it would have been. Messing with the powers of a dark goddess is probably not the best idea. Sable hummed. That was mostly true. Dangerous things could be made useful, but she really ought to hold off until she knew more. Still, 0.02%. What did it mean? What would happen if she allowed this seed to feast itself? And it reached 100%, would it evolve, unlock new powers for her to use, undoubtedly with some downside or detriment? If so, but power nonetheless, or would something else entirely happen? Shaking the curiosity off, she focused on the task at hand. Dungeon diving today, meddling with dark powers at some point in the future. After she had a single clue what was going on. Chapter 70, Titan Fight. The rest of the delve was useful in the way Sable hoped it would be. She familiarized herself with her strengths and weaknesses as a humanoid. Getting to watch Aelin and Granite cut their way through their opponents, occasionally struggling but mostly holding up fine, was also enjoyable. The experience excited her for her first real dungeon delve, where she would fight against opponents who actually posed threat to her. She wasn't sure when that would happen, though. She'd been toying with the idea of teaming up with a group of adventurers in Wastehaven, simply to learn more about how typical adventurers worked. Part of her recognized that wasn't the most efficient use of her time, but at least it would provide experience, loot, and knowledge. She would decide later. They didn't make it down to the deepest floor and fight the boss. Sable needed to return to the surface after a few hours, after which she flew to Skatik and conferred with the leadership there. She hadn't been gone long, but they'd set up basic plans for how to handle domination of the Red Plains without using Sable to capture every single city, which was to say, they would be offering each tribe terms of surrender under the threat of dragon invasion. They also hammered out a plan for handling tributes, so money would start flowing shortly. Her next hoard upgrade might not be far off. Darkness started to arrive, and Sable returned to her hoard. Her injuries from the lesser aspect still wore at her, and sleep took her quickly. She awoke the next morning ready to fight a two-headed polar bear. She wasn't at 100% capacity, but more than enough to fight the elite level 16. She was pretty sure, and if not well, who didn't enjoy a close fight. When she arrived to the Frostfang Titan's lair, she was pleased to see that he hadn't run off. Unfortunately, neither was he lounging about, asleep and unaware. Ice-blue eyes locked to her, and the enormous, bulky body of the polar bear bristled as he stood and readied himself for a fight. Not wasting a moment, Sable pulled together an offensive Frostfire enchantment to put spellbound claws to work, then activated Horrifying Aura. Unsurprisingly, the latter didn't immediately cow the charging polar bear. Though the skill took effect, the charge faltered slightly, and she knew her opponent's defenses had been reduced, the other effect paired to the ability. In return, the Frostfang Titan released its own guttural roar of rage, and ice seized Sable's heart. It was a similar skill to Sable's herself. she could tell, though one that turned her movements sluggish more than it unsteadied her mind, though it did the latter too. She fought through the fear effect, finding it not much of a challenge, undoubtedly thanks to sovereign mind, an ability that was quickly becoming one of her favorites. But while she broke the fear, the physical debilitation remained. She spewed a torrent of white-blue flames toward the charging polar bear. The wide-open space of the cavern meant she had enough time to release a full second of the powerful attack before the moving mountain of white fur arrived onto her. She tried to meet the charge head-on, which was perhaps arrogant. It was like being hit by a freight train. Her previous powerful opponent, the lesser aspect, had been a monstrosity of mostly dexterity mixed with strength, swirling around with vicious slashes of its black blade. But this hulking beast, Sable discovered, was entirely power, no finesse, simply raw strength. Still, Sable buried her claws into white fur and drew blood. Weaker physically, but empowered by spellbound claws. One polar bear head went for her neck, the other for her shoulder. In a frantic scramble, she avoided the first, but not the second. Vicious teeth clamped down on her scales. The attack was rebuffed by her impenetrable defenses, but the crushing pressure was a devastating attack in its own right. Sable growled in pain and exhilaration, the rumbling noise joining the Frostfang Titans. 3 different guttural roars and howls echoing around the enormous cavern as they tore into each other. She activated the spell she'd been gathering in the back of her mind. Spell circle slowly forming, despite being occupied by the desperate brawl. She was getting better and better at spellcasting while distracted by a fight. After several rapid exchanges of biting teeth and swiping claws, Sable threw herself back, then activated Frostfire Grasp. Like against the lesser aspect, she didn't limit herself to tiny applications of mana. She poured plenty in. The Frostfang Titan wasn't on the same level of the consumption aspect, but it wasn't a foe to be treated lightly. It pained her to be draining mana so rapidly, but resources were meant to be expended, and the next several days would come with time to recover as she explored human territory. Her spell shattered across the polar bear's body, its gigantic bulk impossible to miss. The beast was engulfed in a familiar 3-ringed prison, thickest at the center, and 2 howls erupted from either head as its body was coated in a burning cold manifestation of frostfire. Then, to Sable's shock, before she could release a few frostfire spears to capitalize on having routed her opponent, the Titan roared, and its body bulged, muscles rippling and, in a shocking display, the entire prison of frostfire shattered. Before Sable could react, the Titan charged forward, many times faster than it had been before. The beast swiped at her, and the air distorted with the strength of the swing. Sable could tell it had been empowered with a skill. She threw herself out of the way, but the attack still glanced off of her, and it was the single strongest hit she'd ever taken. It sent her crashing across the cavern, even having mostly dodged it. She recovered in short order, though still dazed. Her previous spell had been interrupted, the attack having broken her concentration entirely, the spell circle fizzling. That was almost as devastating as the blow itself. She had almost finished preparing her next attack. To her relief, the outrageously strong attack had come with a downside. The Titan seemed winded. It still charged her in an attempt to capitalize on having knocked her across the cavern, but the gigantic boost in strength had come with immediate downsides. It had probably hoped that the blow would disable Sable, and though she had definitely been dazed, the glancing attack wasn't enough to stun her. With the Titan moving sluggishly across the cavern, and no longer distracted by a melee, Sable had enough time to throw together a second Frostfire Grasp. The prison of ice erupted around her opponent, and this time, The beast had no skill to escape. 1, 2, 3. Frostfire spears pelted into thick polar bear hide, which was stained red in places from slashes with spellbound claws. And the outraged roar erupting from 2 polar bear heads turned pained rather than simply infuriated. The beast thrashed, and frostfire ice splintered as it broke free. As expected of a powerful elite beast, it hadn't played all of its cards. Sable wasn't the only one with powerful skills. The entire cavern shimmered with magical power as the Titan summoned a thick, raging blizzard. Gusts of icy winds blasted around her, obscuring her vision to only a dozen feet in front of her. She desperately started working on a new frostfire grasp, ready to intercept the Titan. The beast plowed into her from the side, emerging from the flurry of snow in an instant, knocking her over. The gigantic bulk of the Titan pinned her down, exposing her belly. Both heads vied for her throat, snapping and biting for the weak point, and they almost seemed to fight each other as much as Sable, losing control in its bloodlust. It scraped and dug at her exposed stomach with its claws, of which her scales provided less defense. They were still durable, but weaker than the ones covering most of her body. Losing the melee, Sable had no choice but to throw out a point-blank frostfire grasp, filling the space between them. Ice imprisoned her as much as her opponent, and Sable didn't spare a moment to unleash a deadly torrent of fire breath right afterward. She had massive resistance to frostfire and regular elemental damage, but having turned the deadly frostfire prison into a kiln, even she felt the heat and cold. With some thrashing, she escaped the grasp of the Titan, keeping the torrent of fire going the whole time, filling the space between them. Heat sweltered around her, melting the icy prison, and painful even to her. But the Titan had it worse. With only a fraction of the elemental resistances, it howled and thrashed in a primal response, scrambling away from Sable, as eager to escape the frostfire oven as Sable herself. Emerging out of frostfire grasp, Sable saw that the blizzard the Titan had summoned had calmed, only slight gusts and banks of snow remaining. The 2 beasts panted at each other from a distance away, nursing their respective wounds. Sable's stomach was bleeding, deadly claws having managed to dig into the gaps between her plating. But the Titan hadn't outright broken any of her scales, which was fortunate. She could read the wariness on the Titan's face, bloodlust too, but mostly wariness at this point. It knew it was outmatched. Seeing that, Sable growled and couldn't help but charge forward. She sensed weakness and wanted blood. Her predatory instincts wouldn't be denied. A frostfire spear slammed into the Titan right as Sable herself arrived, and one last melee ensued. Sable's enchanted claws tore into the polar bear's neck, shoulders, and arms as powerful appendages grappled with each other. The bear's movements flagged, its life force draining under Sable's vicious assault. Weakened, Sable finally latched her teeth into the neck of the left polar bear head, and she shook and tore. Blood filled her mouth, and she reveled in the taste. The Frostfang Titan struggled feebly against her, the fight being taken out of it moment by moment, its wounds too numerous and deadly. Sable continued to tear into flesh with both teeth and claws, rejoicing in her victory, until finally the beast stopped moving entirely, releasing her grip on its neck. She took a few steps back and sagged down, exhausted and panting, but exhilarated. Blood covered the cavern floor. Not all of it was the Titan's, but certainly the majority. She basked in the thrill of her victory for a few moments, catching her breath. No level up came, but that was expected, since she'd done little hunting since her advancement to 10. Instead, her rewards from this encounter came in other ways. First, the valuable corpse of an elite monster the Frostfang Titan would undoubtedly make all sorts of valuable trinkets and items for her, or perhaps Aelin, to use. And more than that, Sable had earned herself a new home. Chapter 71. Human Lands. Sable dropped the defeated corpse of the Frostfang Titan off with Skatic, which produced quite the clamor. Even by Sable's estimation, the beast was gigantic, so to goblin civilians, the massive fur was quite nearly a mountain. Like with the Hive Mother, she gave instructions to have the beast's body harvested. The pelt would look quite nice adorning her new home's wall. Perhaps that was a waste from a practical perspective. It might make good armor, but at the same time, she was allowed to be slightly impractical. Homes needed to be decorated, and if nothing else, the pelt would add value to her hoard. The teeth, claws, and possibly more would make good weapons. In fact, she was worried the relatively low-level craftsmen of Skatic wouldn't be able to put it to good use. She instructed them simply to harvest and prepare the raw materials. She would decide if she wanted Skatic to make actual magical equipment with them later. She might instead take it all to Wastehaven. Following that event, she went through the tedious task of scooping up her hoard and relocating it to her new mountain cave retreat. That included Ignisfang, who, fortunately, wasn't put off by the cold. A level 16 draconic creature himself, he was durable enough to withstand the harsh temperature. The cave was surprisingly warm, too, at least relatively. Still cold by objective standards, but not as freezing as the exterior of the mountain. She doubted Aelin would want to live up in the cave until it was made more hospitable. She needed to start working on the creation of a proper lair. She might give Granite instructions to clean the space up at some point, but also didn't want to waste his time. He needed to be leveling. She did eventually want an elegant lair, though, not a simple pile of treasure surrounded by animal bones. She would think more on the problem, until the mountain cavern was made more hospitable, though it was best Aelin stayed in Skatic. She'd been sleeping at Lake Plateglass along with the rest of Sable's minions, but perhaps that was no proper way for someone to live, regardless that Aelin had seemed ecstatic at her recent change in circumstances. The goblin girl was certainly more than willing to live ruggedly if it meant a chance at a glorious future. But for practical reasons, Sable would leave her and Granite in Skatic for the short term. With those necessary errands taken care of, it was time Sable got started on her plans to invade interact with the humans. Her highest priority as it stood was improving her skill with the enchantment key rune, namely, spells that could conceal her presence from diviners. Perhaps she would look around Wastehaven for artifacts that did similar, since Roman had mentioned those existed, and might be better than a level 10's attempts to conceal herself, dragon or not, or even enlist a powerful enchantment mage to cast the spells themselves. There were several paths she could take. All of them required her to go to Wastehaven. Though, before leaving Skatic, she handled another task she'd been putting off, requesting grooming supplies. Her human form was quickly becoming messy-looking, and while Sable figured adventurers were given quite a lot of leeway in that regard, she still ought to clean herself and tame her hair. Several hours spent down in a dungeon had especially taken its toll. Finally, with her adventuring supplies packed and no other pressing matters to handle, Sable set off southward, headed for human lands. She didn't have a specific town in mind, but rather some small but not tiny piece of civilization that she could explore without worrying overmuch about her situation. Adventurers wandering through towns was a completely mundane event, if intriguing to the locals, and Sable's arrival would draw attention, but ultimately not linger in anyone's minds, so Roman had said. At least, the patch of the continent that made up Goblin territory was isolated in 4 ways: to the east, the endless peaks; to the west, the ocean; to the north, a desert cutting them off from Orcish lands; and to the south, a perilous by geography rather than monsters swamp biome. With Sable's ever-growing speed, utilizing Soar, it took only half an hour of full-speed flight before she arrived to the swamp. From as high in the air she couldn't make out much. As a simple matter of precaution, she traveled as high into the sky as was comfortable, so that should someone look upward, Sable wouldn't even be a speck. The air was thin and chilly at that altitude, though it was the lack of oxygen that bothered her more. The distance also made picking out details to the environment far, far beneath her difficult, especially since much of the sky was clouded. But she cared more about staying safe than sightseeing. Soon, the swamp loosened its grip on the land, and sprawling plains revealed themselves, human lands, the wilderness, with no roads or towns in sight, but still human-claimed territory. Sable found herself oddly anticipatory for the upcoming day. Wandering into a random town for maps and other basic supplies ought not to be some major event, but she couldn't help but feel like it was. When she caught first sight of a winding road working through the plains, Sable studied her surroundings with careful scrutiny. Then, a good distance away from the road and any other possible civilization, and thus people who could see her, she transformed. Her bulky dragon body disappeared, replaced by her human one. Naturally, no longer wearing wings, she plummeted, from miles up. Sable had never gone skydiving, accustomed to being high in the sky. Though, the experience didn't frighten her. She plummeted, unruffled, and if anything, a bit annoyed at her wildly flapping hair. The white tresses went down to her hips normally, which was a truly unwieldy length. Sable had always kept hers a bit below shoulder length. A white speck, she hurtled toward the earth. She hadn't wanted to risk diving down in dragon form and being spotted. She'd carefully searched her surroundings. But even so, why risk it? This was the safer method for descent. Plus, while not quite as exhilarating as it might have been before she started spending much of her time in the air, dropping thousands of feet at terminal velocity was still pretty fun, wildly flapping hair or not. Idly, she checked her left pointer finger, where her ring of feather fall sat. She wondered whether her human body was tough enough to survive an impact at terminal velocity. The ring might not even be necessary. In freak incidents, even regular humans did. So she halfway figured she would have no problem, though it might be a bit jarring or daze her slightly to hit the ground so hard. And, on second consideration, those freak incidents regular humans survived through usually included snow or trees, or similar to break the fall. But being dozens of times stronger had to count for more than that. Right. She wasn't sure about the physics behind it all, and for all she knew, this world worked on special fall damage. So, in short, it wasn't something she wanted to just test, hence the ring. The grassy plains rushed to meet her, and at about 1,000 feet up, she triggered the feather fall effect. The slowdown didn't happen all at once, which was why Sable had given herself ample time. Terminal velocity was a bit over 100 miles per hour, so a 90% reduction put her in a comfortable landing range, especially as durable as she was. 11 or 12 miles per hour straight into the ground was still a decent pace, though, but not worrying in the slightest. She adjusted her falling position. She'd been spread out, stomach down, to reduce speed, and pointed her feet down, crouching as she impacted the ground. Her empowered body handled the force easily. A nice, comfortable landing, all things considered. Featherfall had been as gentle as she'd hoped. There were definite reasons to collect a smattering of dungeon loot, even if the stats weren't all that great. The utility effects could be useful in all sorts of scenarios. Sable looked around. Grassy plains splayed out in all directions. The road was to the south, and from there, she would follow it to a town she had spotted on the horizon. stretching. Then, with a frown, running her hands through her recently ruined hair to organize it, Sable set off southward, wondering with some amusement what that would have looked like had anyone been watching. Probably quite odd. It wasn't everyday people fell from the sky. Or, well, she assumed. Who knew what it was like in human lands? Chapter 72, Sunstone. Sable headed for the road, stepping through the unruly terrain of the wild plains with some annoyance. Her thick robes and traveling boots helped, but trekking through wilderness was still an unwieldy task. She checked herself over as she went. She looked more or less like an adventurer, so while she might draw attention, she shouldn't draw suspicion. Word of her would almost certainly never leave the town besides idle chatter. Roman had seemed sure of that. Still, her milky white skin, bone-white hair, horns, tail, and height would make her an odder adventurer than most. Wastehaven had far more beastkin than the northern part of Aldstone, so she would certainly draw eyes. While there were many races across the world, the various peoples tended to congregate in their own cities, with only major metropolitan areas bucking that trend. She also went over her backstory, concocted with Roman's help. It wasn't much, and the one she planned to use for Wastehaven was more complex. But for now, she was simply the daughter of a minor beastkin housed to the far south, traveling for her own whimsy. Minor nobility, but not someone of real importance. Roman had said she would need an explanation for how she behaved. Apparently. Sable had affected some passively regal behaviors, though leaning more on the arrogant side than the simply refined. There ought not to be a reason to detail any of that to anyone. Though, they'd take interest. But Sable would be under no obligations to explain herself. Not even to the town guardsman or the guild outpost. But it was good to have a story on hand. She hit the road shortly, setting an expeditious pace. With so many tasks on her plate, she didn't want to waste much time traveling. It was unfortunate she couldn't drop into town from the sky, but minimizing suspicion was her ultimate goal, even for an unimportant place like this. Being thorough when it came to her identity was simply smart. The initial road Sable followed was more of a trail, though looked well used. The hard-packed dirt pathway ambled along the plains heading southward, and for the first half hour, Sable didn't see a single person. Initially she walked, but she turned that into a brisk jog, somewhat awkward with her pouches, bags, and staff. The typical gear of a solo adventurer. Her eyes far surpassed a normal person's, and she could see far, far down the twisting pathway, having significant warning of any other incoming parties. At a crossroads, the dirt pathway joined to a larger road, wider and better cared for. Sable assumed it was a more frequented pathway, perhaps heading toward a city of some import in the region. It still wasn't paved, though. The technology level of this world was much lower than hers. Sable knew, though from what Roman had told her, major cities could be surprisingly high-tech in the sense of magical advancements. They did host millions, which could only be done with proper planning and infrastructural technology. 10 minutes down the larger road, Sable spotted her first other travelers. It was 2 men and a boy, all 3 laden down with all sorts of bags and pouches. A donkey trailed behind them, likewise carrying a heavy burden. Maybe they were heading or coming back from the market. The flat, winding geography of the plains and road meant she saw them far before they her. Sable slowed her jog, which had really been more of a dead sprint by the standards of regular humans, and returned to a casual walking pace. She studied the 3 figures as they got closer. They were wearing more or less what Sable expected, which was to say, primitive clothing. Much the same, though slightly finer than what the goblins to the north wore. All 3 had wide-brimmed hats to keep the sun out of their eyes. Joining that was a white linen shirt, breeches, and sturdy boots. Their clothing was dirty and well worn. The three didn't seem poor, or at least especially poor. Sable just assumed clean clothing wasn't the standard for this region, and the technology level of the world. Sable saw when they finally got in range to take note of her. A discussion started between the older two men, with the boy listening in excitedly, perking up from his previous posture of studiously trekking along, weighed down by his bags. The oldest, the father, Sable assumed, discussed with his elder son Sable's approach. Roads were dangerous in this time period. Sable didn't know much about the medieval ages, and whether this could even be called such. Maybe a bit further along, but she knew bandits, thieves, and all other sorts of threats were commonplace, or at a minimum frequent enough to worry over. To these people, travel was almost entirely for business thanks to the dangers and difficulty of moving between towns and cities. Sable didn't know what shape their conversation took. Undoubtedly, seeing a pale woman in white robes with equally white long hair was a sight that gave them pause. Whatever conclusion they came to, they passed each other without incident, beyond their eyes widening at seeing Sable's horns and tail. Still, they nodded at her and gave a typical polite greeting. Sable returned a single nod in response, and the interaction was thusly over. Just travelers passing by, they continued on. The character she intended to play, and it wasn't much of a character, to be honest, was aloof and regal. It gave her an easy reason not to be too friendly, and thus possibly poke holes in her own cover story, should she explain any of it through casual conversation. Today wasn't for socialization. Not to any major degree, at least. She wanted to check out a town, pick up some supplies, and otherwise familiarize herself with human lands. A brief introduction before heading for Waste Haven. She continued that way for some time, jogging in between passing by of travelers, with her rapid pace except when walking past others. It didn't take long for the town of Sunstone to come into sight, a name she'd picked up from the signage at the crossroads. Like most towns and cities across this world, the civilization was enclosed with a wall. Sunstone was no major capital, nor even a city the size of Skatic, which was the capital of a prominent goblin tribe, and so the walls were short and thin, though made of sturdy stone. Considering that these northern parts of Aldstone were a green zone, a place of little strength, it was enough to hold back potential monster incursions, and thus plenty to suit their needs. The logistics behind needing to enclose any gathering of people behind walls must be a nightmare, though Sable knew the ingenuity of humans would hardly falter at such a thing. They had classes to help them. Sable hadn't interacted much, or at all, with craftsmen such as builders, miners, and laborers, but the increased difficulty of living in a world filled with monsters was offset in all ways by the magical powers afforded to people, not just combat, but the ability to mine, refine, and construct with supernatural capability. Reaching the town's gate, she was stopped by guards. Unsurprisingly, they straightened out, seeing her tall, white form. It was unusual enough to draw their attention and their wariness. "Good morning, Miss," the taller greeted her. His eyes flicked from her horns to her tail and back to her face, interest and caution warring in his eyes. Don't often see beastkin in these parts, though I mean that politely. What's your business in Sunstone, an adventurer? Sable supposed even with adventurers being a common sight, this far north a beastkin, especially one as strange-looking at Sable, was still worth a comment and a few probing questions. "Yes, simply stopping by," Sable replied coolly, meeting cautious gray eyes with her own. She was taller than the guard by several inches, looking down on him. Despite the silver-haired man being well-built himself, he seemed intimidated by her, and not only because Sable had an imposing height. She carried herself regally, not even by intention, but passively these days, And these men weren't used to such a thing. Supplies and food. I'll be stopping by the guild outpost. I likely won't spend the night, though I'm undecided. Is that fine? Neither seemed surprised by what she had to say. It would have been a bigger shock if she hadn't been an adventurer. It was about the only explanation that made sense. Well, carry on then, the man said. But remember, Sunstone is a peaceful place. We won't tolerate any mischief. His voice was stern and authoritative, though there was also a hint of hesitation. Neither of these two men knew what to make of her. As I said, just passing through, I have no intentions of breaking the peace. Fair enough, miss. He stepped aside and waved her through. Security wasn't strict in a place like this. These superfluous inspections were mostly to check for known criminals and such. Travelers and regulars could come and go without problem, especially with adventurers being so common in this world. Welcome to Sunstone. With one last nod to the two men, she passed by them and entered the walled town proper.